Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Based upon that interview this morning, do you think the league is going to release a statement on this?
No, because they had the pool reporter asked the question after the game. I think that'll suffice for the NFL. I mean, the NFL doesn't want to draw any more attention to it, so they're not going to say anything.
So just so people know what pool reporter means, in the postgame, one reporter gets to talk to an official. And in this case, it was a Chiefs beat reporter named Matt Derrick, and the official was Craig Rolstadt. And this is the transcript for me in Rappaport. What kind of help or assistance, if any, did you get from replay assistance in Kansas City or from New York? Rolstadt: we did not have any assistance from Kansas City or New York. Question: so that was just a discussion amongst the crew itself. Rolstadt: that's right. I think they're going to say something. I think they're going to have to say something. But do they want to bring attention to it? No, but attention is already brought.
Well, attention's there, but I don't think they want to add to it, and I don't think they want to get into a piddling match with the head coach of the Detroit Lions. I don't think they want the back and forth. They're just going to ignore it and move on.
I would think they would call Dan and say, which official did you hear that from? And then talk to that official. Why did you say that? Well, whatever. Let's get to your phone calls. Kevin and Wixom. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going good. Thank you.
Good. Hey, we are now on day 2 of whining about these calls and the officials and the fixes in and all this garbage. Elite teams and presumably their fan bases spend about 10 seconds worrying about calls that they have no control over, and they move on to what's next. And that's, in this case, winning another game. I can't believe that you're going to ask Jared Goff about that, this valuable time you have of his. And you know the answer he's going to give you is, I'm here to play. I don't worry about calls. I move on. You know the answer you're going to get. Why on earth are we this is the kind of thing that I would expect in the 2:00 hour. I listen early in the day because there's more reasonable things on the air, and this is feeling a lot like 2 in the afternoon. And I
2 in the afternoon is wildly successful, but I will tell you this, Kevin, and we appreciate your opinion. We've been doing this for a long time and are very comfortable with the way we do it, and don't do this part very often. I think this is a unique case. And as far as telling other fans what to do, we don't do that. We like to say all the time, fans can feel it however they want. You can feel however you want as a sports fan, and you're allowed to, and we encourage it. We have disagreements with them, and we tell them how we feel, and I'll tell you how I feel. And Kevin, if you don't like it, I don't really apologize. I guess I would say to you directly, too bad.
And that's fair. That's super fair. All I'm suggesting to you is that these are things that winning teams and their fan bases, they just don't bother with.
Well, we haven't had to. I mean, I think when something like that rears its ugly head, we talk about it. We did a couple of years ago when he had the Dan Skipper play in Dallas, and this is probably the first time since then that we've had any kind of real discussion about something that went against the Lions. And
guys,
I think
we're on day 2. We're on day 2 of this.
Yeah,
we're on day 2.
Okay, well, here's the deal, Kevin. Dan Campbell said something this morning that kind of brought it back up. I think we were ready to move past it, and then Dan Campbell
but he was asked about
down.
it. He didn't bring it up himself because, Kevin, I think it's an important distinction. Dan Campbell didn't bring it up. Dan Campbell was asked about it. And obviously you don't like the question even being asked still because it is day 2, but it's our first chance and maybe the first chance for an audience to hear what he had to say. And so I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, the other thing that happens is that when we have our availability with people that can talk about it, they normally talk to Dan Campbell on Tuesdays, but it's a Wednesday because they're playing Monday Night Football. So it gets pushed back another day. So day 2 really should have just been day 1, I guess. But I mean, it might be semantics or whatever, but I'm not terribly upset with this coming up again. I think it's brought it back up because of what Dan Campbell had to say this morning and the question he was asked. But it's okay.
He also said after the game, like, he didn't bitch about it after the game when he had his first chance to do it. And Dan Campbell moves on. And they should move on. They've got a job to do dwelling on it. But when asked, did you notice when he was asked about it, Dan Campbell just said, I was told it came from New York. And they asked for clarification later, and he said, I was told it came from New York. He didn't go on and on. He's not dwelling on it. He just answered the question and moved on. But, hey, look, sorry you're not going to like today's show. Brian is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Okay.
All right, man. I just want to, talk about it, man. I just feel like, forget what that last call was talking about, moving on. I mean, we can move on from it, but they're not moving on from the fact that, what happened with Brian Branch. We're not moving on from that. And I just felt like, if that play was good enough not to be called in Super Bowl 52, then why did they make such a big deal? Why didn't they have all the straights on it during that game? They didn't have all the straights on it during Sunday's game, but in Super Bowl 52, it was not even discussed. But now we don't know what we're doing. I mean, where are we as a friend? Where are we as a league? I mean, it's embarrassing. Why do you got to make a call like you got to phone a friend to figure out if a play is good or not? I mean, come on, what are we doing?
Well, the idea of having New York be able to try to correct something, in theory, there's nothing wrong with it, except if it's not always applied. And that's what feels like happened here. Had Kelsey not had a ball trapped against the ground and what turned out to be a touchdown drive, I'm not sure we really have a topic here. But if you, hey, they
need a counter to what happened.
Why did it happen to Detroit but not happen to Kansas City?
But that's to my point. Detroit hasn't. I mean, we've come a long way as a team. I just feel Detroit still hasn't gained the respect of the league. I just really feel like that.
Do you? The funny thing is, Detroit has gotten. I mean, what are ways to show signs of respect? It's getting primetime slots, which they got a ton of. It's getting huge, marquee TV ratings, which they get a ton of. But is this a case of Detroit getting the short shaft? I don't think it is. I really don't, Brian. I think it's a case potentially here of a positive Kansas City impact.
We get most of the calls, and Kansas City had none.
Oh, we got more flags. Yeah, but I think it's if there's anything that's developed that weaves throughout the league, it's fan bases are getting frustrated with the perception of the way Kansas City is being treated. And I know they had 13 penalties the week before, but none in this game seemed awfully curious
they really cleaned up their act, Doug.
When there were examples of things like the Brian Branch thing. Brian Branch got suspended out of frustration because Brian Branch got drilled in the back away from the ball. In what is a clear, example of an illegal play and
one that I would expect Juju Smith-Schuster gets fined for.
I mean, I'm tempted to ask Jared Goff, next time you score a touchdown, spin the ball at a defender's feet, point at him, dust yourself off, and flex at the guy, and see if you get flagged, because 15 for Kansas City did not. 248-539-9797. We go to Scott next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Hi there.
Hey, I'm frustrated like the rest of the fan base, and obviously we're all going to pay attention to our teams, which ours is the Lions. So my frustration is we know there's a problem with bad calls from the refs in all games, not just the Kansas City game. And we as fans sit there and they play the replay on the TV over and over, and we get to see them. But what bothers me more than the bad calls is the non-calls. And we know in that Kansas City game, we can bring up from the video on the internet, 20 calls, at least 10 that weren't called. The block in the back wasn't called. It was seen, not called. The flexing was seen by all of us and not called. And at what point do they fix this? We have AI, we have reviews, we have challenges. That's what we as a fan base, I believe, are frustrated from. And that's the last caller. Like, we just want this stuff fixed because it does affect the game. And when you say that the team just needs to play harder, the good teams win, the Lions are a good team, and the Lions were playing a great game. They might not have played their best game, but that affected them. It would have been what?
Well, it's a 4-point swing because they didn't get the points.
I mean, flexing could have been four different 15 yards.
Look, there were a few plays that
wouldn't have been 60.
It would have been one
I had
penalty
fun
for
with
it.
that yesterday, but he could have received 4 flags and 60 yards.
There were a few plays.
Yes,
There were a few plays in that game on Sunday night that really went against the Lions. Some of them were shooting themselves in their own foot, and some of them were missed calls. But it is what it is. It's over with, and I still think I love replay in football. I think it's got its place to get things right. All I want is to get the right calls done, but you want it done in a timely fashion. And if you want it, you're going to allow for assistance, then you better allow assistance for everything, and not just when you pick and choose to help out one team.
Agreed. And I have friends in other states that are fans of other teams texting me saying, "Man, you guys got hosed on those calls."
Yeah.
That just makes it even better.
An independent writer at Sports Illustrated did a breakdown of how the 7 worst calls that went against the Lions on Monday night. I thought that was really interesting. Tom is next on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Hey, John, how you doing?
What's up?
Well, I don't know. I'm frustrated. I'm an older guy. I'm still irritated. Charles White, when he did the phantom touchdown on the 4-yard line and fumbled. And ever since then, I was a big proponent of, we need replay. We got to take a look at this thing. But I'll tell you what, since 1979 and all those years in between, they're not implementing this replay the right way. They either have to, which they're not going to do, replay every play, which would be ridiculous. They're not going to do. But I really think in this case, the Lions were totally screwed, but let the refs on the field call the game. Forget this New York, forget the replay, forget all this new-fangled bull ass. I'm not doing it. Just get back to old school. Let's play the game. Let the refs do their best, and let's make sure nobody's getting any money behind the scenes.
Well, here's the other thing, and maybe this is where the NFL has some leeway on that play, is that every touchdown play is reviewed. Mm-hmm. But they're reviewed to see if it was actually a scoring play or not. They're not reviewing on the legalities of the formation. Now, maybe that's just something that they're going to throw in from here on forth, or is this something that it's going to be added for challenge flags for coaches that they can challenge if they thought this formation was illegal? It's just going to bog the game down if they do that, and maybe that's why they just want to buzz down quickly and say, hey, and they should do it more often when it comes to formations with offensive linemen that are clearly not lined the way that they should be, and that doesn't get called anywhere near enough. And Philadelphia is very egregious with it, particularly with the tush push. But they have rules in place and ways that they can make the game better, but they just don't seem to use it fairly.
Jared Goff, next, 97.1 The Ticket.
and then here's a roadblock, and the NFL says that's not the case.
It hasn't been addressed to me. I know Dan addressed it to you guys and to the team on the day after 2 days after the game, and we understand what went wrong. And I know he talked about it this morning, and what he said is what they told me too. They were told from somebody that it was illegal from either upstairs or elsewhere, and that's the last I'll say about it.
Well, I was going to ask you about the officiating if you don't want to talk about it. You just said that's the last you're going to say.
No, I think it's a waste of time, to be honest. Like, we got beat. That was one play, and it was sure, but we got beat. They played well, and we didn't.
Fair enough. The JMO touchdown reception, the run after catch, showing some real toughness there. I guess we've always seen it in his blocking, but that effort.
That was a hell of a catch. It was a hard catch, too, across the middle. And then getting hit pretty high, able to tumble his way into the end zone is a testament to, how big of a playmaker he is. Now, a lot of guys just catch that and get tackled and don't score. He has in his mind he wants to get in the end zone every time he touches it, and I want to get him the ball as much as possible.
Both of the touchdown passes you had, the throws were, there were incredible precision on that, and your completion percentage on the year, it's a career high 76%. Do you feel like you're throwing them at any point in your career?
I feel like I'm in my prime, but I felt like that for a few years now, and hopefully can continue to feel like that for quite some time. And I feel good. I don't know if I can compare it to previous seasons or games or whatnot, but I feel pretty good right now. Yeah.
Feels like one of the huge stories, of course, in the offseason was Ben Johnson. And talking to you over the last couple of years, you were in such sync with him. Not to compare, but how is your relationship right now with John Morton? Are you guys just picking up where you left off, in sync with your offensive coordinator?
Yeah, me and Johnny are doing great, and I think he's getting better every week and learning and asking questions and listening, and dude, he's awesome. He really is. He's been a lot of fun to work with, and are loving him and learning things from him and getting new different concepts that he's had that have worked in the past, and it's been great, man. He's really done a great job up to this point, I think, and I think the best part about him is that he's very aware of where we all need to get better, and I think it's a lot of fun to work on those things together and continue to strive to be our best.
Is there an example of something that Jared Goff suggested to John Morton, or in your discussions that we saw on the field, a particular player, a particular moment that you guys tweaked or changed, or you said, let's do this, that we can remember on the field?
I can't. I wouldn't be able to remember one. We're constantly talking all week long, and most of it is his ideas. Sometimes I'll have a little input on some of the things, but for the most part, it's his thoughts and ideas that we end up executing on the field. And throughout the week, him and I are talking, trying to work things out. How do we want to do this? How will this best work with certain motions and play fakes, all that stuff that I can contribute with and try to make it come to life on Sundays. But no, our working relationship's been awesome, and I think he's done a hell of a job so far.
Obviously, game plans change week to week, but what's the biggest challenge for you and the offense each and every week? What do you see as the biggest challenge that you have to overcome?
Yeah, it's a good question. Every week, each defense is different, so you want to try to find ways to expose them, I guess, and that's the challenge every week, and it remains that way as probably the number one challenge. I think for us in particular, our skill players are so dang good. It is a challenge to try to get everyone involved. I think that is something that I don't necessarily need to be aware of, but I know the coaches are constantly aware of, to make sure everyone's touching it and being multiple and getting the ball into everyone's hands and changing formations, and that whole thing is a challenge. And I think that's it's a good challenge to have, though. You want to have those challenges, and I think our coaches do a good job with that.
Well, it's reflective of having a very talented team, particularly on offense, and lots of mouths to feed, so to speak. Is there a player that doesn't really show up on the stat sheet that you would love to see score before the end of the season?
Oh, man. That hasn't scored yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, Craig, I guess. Craig's one of the only guys on offense who hasn't scored, and he does a lot of the dirty work on special teams and gets in there from time to time at running back, and I think it's always fun getting those guys in the end zone, and he's obviously a great teammate and great player, and would love to see him score.
You seem to be really dialed in with the tight end Sam Laporta lately. Can you tell us about the way he's been playing of late?
Yeah, he's been doing great. He's really coming on now, and again, he's another one where he's finding more ways to get him the ball, get him involved, move him around, get him in good matchups, and let him go to work. But he's so dang good. He's so dang focused and driven, and another guy that just is a luxury to have.
You guys got Tampa Bay coming up on Monday night. We talked about the challenges earlier with the offense, but what are the challenges against that defense in particular? Is there one player that stands out as a guy you got a game plan against, make sure he doesn't beat you?
Yeah, it's always going to be Vita Vea with them. I mean, he's just such a monster there in the middle. He can stop the run. He can pass rush enough to make problems, and he's just so hard to block. He seemed like you always need to get two guys on him, and that can change what you need to do schematically and change how you need to do certain things on offense. But no, they're good. Him, Winfield, I think Levante David, those three guys have been there for a long time and are so dang good and probably don't get as much credit as they may deserve for how good their defense has been over the last handful of years, and it'll be another challenge for us.
Baker's playing really well for that. Out of curiosity, is there a quarterback that you like watching that you admire in this league? I'm sure there's a bunch, but do you have a particular favorite, another one to watch?
Oh man, that's another good question. No, to be honest, I don't. I mean, I like watching a lot of guys. I try to gain stuff from everyone's game. I don't have one in particular that I like watching. Baker's certainly playing well, so when his tape comes up, that's fun to watch. But usually we're looking at the defense.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you there, but no, he's doing a good job.
You know, on Saturday Night Live, they have a special robe that they give to people that have hosted the show 5 times, the 5 Times Club. You are a number 1 draft pick overall. So is Baker Mayfield. Are there some sort of special handshake or any kind of special perks that you can discuss about being a first overall pick?
Yeah, we're in the first overall pick, second team club too. So.
Right.
We got an even specialer handshake that we do each time. No, but he's a hell of a player and a good friend, and I wish him the best, except for this week.
Well, could you also give us a sense for what's on the line? I mean, their record being what it is, tiebreakers in the NFC. This feels like a massive game at the midpoint of this season.
Yeah, it's always big. I think anytime you get to play an NFC opponent that's also leading their division, it's fun to have those matchups in prime time, and you want to win this game for this week, but certainly you're looking to where this game may matter late in the year, but yeah, you want to win it right now, and it's Monday Night Football at home right before our bye week. We're just coming off a loss. Yeah, it's a big time for us to get a win.
You saw them in the playoffs a couple of years ago. You played them last year. They're off to a great start. What is it about them that has made them successful, and how have they improved this year over years past?
Man, they're so dang well coached. I think certainly on defense, what I see every time I play them is Todd Bowles and how sound that defense is and how good their leadership is. Again, I think Levante David's kind of the core of it and leads everyone out there, but. Man, it seems like we've kind of traded jabs back and forth for the last few years, where we've gotten them, then they've gotten us, and back and forth. And so yeah, they're a fun team to play against. They're certainly a challenge for me mentally, and it'll be fun.
Dan Campbell said this morning that he expects Aleem McNeil to play this weekend, and then he also added, "Everybody loves Mac." What is it about Aleem McNeil that everybody loves?
Oh man, he's the best. He's a great teammate. He's fun to be around. He's always smiling. He's always happy. You can't get that guy down. I think I've seen him be upset maybe once. And it's just fun being around him. He's the most athletic big dude you've ever seen. He can do all sorts of things, and it's good to have him back, man.
Can you walk us through what a Sunday looks like before playing on Monday Night Football? I mean, is it just a walkthrough? Do you get to meet up with your teammates and watch games on Sunday, or what does it look like?
Yeah, well, it'll be just like our Saturday before our Sunday games, and I guess the only difference is we've got Sunday football on, so you get something to watch when you get home. But to be honest, not much different than watching college football on Saturdays when I'm home resting for that time. And for us, we'll do our meetings on Monday morning, so Sunday night will be, I guess, off to some extent where we don't have meetings and can get to enjoy some Sunday night football potentially. But yeah, you're just resting and getting the game plan together and getting your mind right.
Lastly, Jarrett, happy birthday to you. How did you spend the big day, and has it hit you yet that you have to accept the fact that you're not 30 anymore?
I know, 31, over the hump. No, thank you. We had a nice dinner, spent some time with my daughter, my wife, and our dog, and enjoyed the day off.
Any great presents?
Oh, yeah. A ton. The greatest present was spending time with them. I know that's a little cheesy, but
there it is.
It was nice.
You get a passing grade as a dad and a husband there. Well said.
Yes.
Hey, yes. Good luck. Huge game on Monday. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, the quarterback, Jared Goff, here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. Twin Peaks is about to turn up the heat on Hump Day. That's right. It's bourbons and brews at your favorite lodges. Stop by your favorite man cave and see your always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest pink lingerie, serving up samples of high-end bourbon. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons. New Belgium Juicy Haze is their beer of the month for just $6.50 all month long. And the fun doesn't stop there. Hey, we got playoff action, baseball going on as well. This is the start of hockey season and the basketball preseason. Pair all that fun with dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen like the in-house smoked ribs, brisket, and chicken, hand-cut New York strips, breaded and fried to order favorites like the boneless wings and tenders. And be sure to keep your calendar open for the weekend as well, as the local college team's back in action Saturday. Your ultimate man cave experience awaits. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
We understand what went wrong, and I know he talked about it this morning, and what he said is what they told me too. They were told from somebody that it was illegal from either upstairs or elsewhere, and that's the last I'll say about it.
There it is, Jared Goff, what he had to say about it. It's probably pleasing to the one caller that didn't like our programming that he said, that's all I'll say about it. But we did feel like we should ask him about it. And look, it's something that doesn't sit well with us. I think it doesn't sit well with people in Detroit. And Dan Campbell mentioned it again today when asked about it. I think Jared's attitude probably it reflects that of Dan Campbell, who never uses officiating for excuse. He never brings it up or a reason. And I've noticed this from the early on with him, and that is, and I think the reason is because I don't want the team to hear my message and think what we did was good enough. We just had it taken from us. We don't have to do anything more. And it's productive. And it makes sense.
And that was Goff's response, basically. And we got beat.
And what I've also said from day one is that that's not our job. Okay? We can be mad about stuff. And we do get mad about stuff. And we can talk to people that are mad about stuff. This feels like New York buzzed in on one team and not the other. When there was another call that could have got buzzed in on, right?
Yep.
So, hey, man, got it? If the formation was incorrect, I have no issue with it getting flagged. No issue. But as Greg Hargrave from the morning show told Kang, and Greg is sneaky smart.
Very smart.
Yeah. It feels like impermissible evidence used in court.
Right. Did you get a warrant for that wire? No? Sorry, we can't use it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Did they know that they were being recorded? No? Oh, no.
They illegally obtain evidence.
Yeah.
And for that sake, you throw the case out. Yeah. Touchdown. Lines.
Did you break into that house? Oh, okay.
So, okay, is anything come out of this moving forward? You don't think the NFL is going to have a statement?
Nope.
I think they will have a statement. In the meantime, we sit back and await the NFL's ruling on Brian Branch, which is a huge thing leading up to this game. Will they have Brian Branch?
Yeah, I think it's, I don't know, big, huge, something. I'm not sure what it really is because of his health. I think he's healthy enough to play for sure. And then I go back and forth. Like, of course, I want him to play. I think he's a great player. I think he's a difference maker on this team, and this team is really hurting for healthy bodies in the secondary in particular. But knowing that there's the bye week after this one, I'm like almost okay if guys like Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, and Taylor Decker take the week off, even though that might totally torpedo your chances to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Decker's probably the easiest one to try to survive without because they have the last couple of weeks played without their starting left tackle. They've gone with a different tackle each week with mixed results. But the secondary, and that's a whole different story. But, I mean, the way that even like Kirby Joseph, the way he left the game looked like there was no way in hell he's coming back.
And then he came back wrecking people.
Right. I'm like, what is, and he's like jumping up and down, getting all excited. Like, I don't know what happened in that tent, but okay. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's not going to practice parts of this week because of that. And the same thing with other players that are dealing with injuries like Brian Branch. But, I mean, do I think he's deserving of a suspension? Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't do what he did. It's not like
I don't have high hopes for this.
He didn't flip somebody the bird or make some sort of gesture or anything like that. I mean, he hauled off and absolutely clocked Juju Smith-Schuster in the face with his right hand after the game, which makes it even worse. It wasn't even during the game. It was after the game, which makes it worse and caused a scuffle. The one thing I really found amazing about that scuffle is how restrained everybody else was. Like, people were there, like, as if they're going to jump in and throw, but nobody else was really throwing anything. People were just kind of almost keeping their distance from it while also trying to separate it without adding to it, which I thought was actually kind of impressive that there wasn't more of an issue there with people throwing punches, given how the Lions played in the game and things that happened against the team, that the frustrations didn't boil over for everybody. They just boiled over for one player.
248-539-9797, Tim in Southgate. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Well, I want to have another take on this with Dan Campbell and Jared Goff both kind of admitting that they were told that the NFL buzzed down to a non-reviewable play. I want to look at it from the gambling aspect of it. How many people had first touchdown bets on Goff, or had lines to score first, or had over-unders on Lions points in the first quarter? If the NFL has an integrity issue, books around the world, when soccer leagues in Europe have been deemed to be fixed games, they take those leagues off the board. So how does this affect gambling, where now it's kind of being proven, it's being shown that now the NFL has an integrity issue? Are these games and are these props legitimate? As a gambler, what do I do? How do I trust that the product that they're giving me is legitimate? That's a bigger question, a bigger issue, I think, that's going to come out of this.
Oh, if you put money on Goff with the first touchdown, and that happens, you're ecstatic that, hey, we got the touchdown, and then it gets taken away from you because it gets, up on high. Somebody says it's an illegal formation.
Exactly.
Yikes. I mean, that's something. I mean, the illegal formation part of it, that seems like it's the basic thing the officials they look for first before the ball's snapped.
Can I ask you a question, Tim? Because maybe I'm just naive. What would be the motivation of the league to overturn this, as it pertains to gambling?
Well, no, the league's not motivated. I'm not telling you that the league is motivated to change the gambling. They're obviously, we know their motivation is to keep the Chiefs involved because of Taylor Swift and the ratings. But what I'm saying is, as a gambler, how do I trust the integrity of the league? Because all those people who bet, like the first team to score, that's a bet in every game. So the league doesn't care who scores first. But what I'm saying is, if I bet on the Lions to score first, and now that or a touchdown first, and now that I found out that they took the play away illegally, even though it was an illegal formation, that's fine.
Well, it was
not a reviewable play.
I don't think it's illegal for the NFL to buzz down. I don't think that is illegal, and I don't think that's not what's in question here. What's in question is, why did it get buzzed down for the Lions, but they didn't buzz down for the Kelsey catch? That looked a lot like the ball was trapped against the ground.
Well, and what the NFL would say, well, it happened so quickly, we didn't have time to.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm saying, and why I've said, well, maybe we need to put a new rule in place for next year that says that, teams trying to rush up to the line of scrimmage before somebody has a chance to look at it upstairs, you can't do that. You need to have a reasonable time to review a play like that, as long as maybe it's not within the last 30 seconds of a game when the time is really the factor.
Kang, your thoughts?
Well, all scoring plays are reviewed, but that play, that the formation, illegal formation, is not reviewable.
Yeah.
So you can't review that part of it, but you review the other stuff. So did it just buy them more time to, quote unquote, get their stories together? Hey, what did you see? What did you see?
That's why I say, like, the officials, right before a play is snapped, before the ball is snapped, isn't their responsibility to make sure that the formation's legal?
Well, but that was an illegal shift, though.
Well, yes, but that's still what they're looking for. The very first thing they're looking for is to see that.
Well, apparently, one of the officials explained that it was different because the quarterback so rarely goes in motion that I don't know that there's anybody. It doesn't sound like there was somebody responsible for Goff being in motion, and they had to talk about it afterwards. I don't know.
Well, I like how Jared handled it, right? When we asked him about it, he's like, well, we got beat. So
I'm sure our first caller liked it too.
Well, whatever. I mean, the guy sounded like our father, and we had disappointed him as children. Yeah, I guess.
Sorry, Dad.
But I mean, that's the right attitude to have. Is it okay? It's one play, and yeah, we still lost the game. We got beat. And then we'll bring up the Kelsey thing. Yeah. And the NFL is always going to have an answer for it. Well, we didn't have time. We didn't get to look at that.
Maybe that's why they have a statement. But we shall see. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plan Shelby Township. The Red Wings take on the Panthers at Little Caesars Arena at 7 o'clock tonight. Left winger Lucas Raymond, who exited Monday's game with an upper body injury, is currently skating in morning practice but did not participate in line rushes or the power play stint. Raymond was listed as day-to-day yesterday. We hope to get official word on his status from head coach Todd McClellan once morning skate is complete. The Wings are currently 2-1 on the year as they look to impress in prime time tonight against the reigning Stanley Cup champions. Puck drop against the Panthers can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7 p.m. The pregame show starts with Jeff Rieger at 6:45. With the end of the MLB season looming, Rawlings Baseball has released its list of Gold Glove candidates for each position. Tigers catcher Dylan Dingler is an AL finalist. The other American League finalists are Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays and Carlos Narvaez of the Red Sox, most notably Cal Raleigh, not listed as a Gold Glove finalist after winning the Platinum Glove last season. A few former Tigers made the list as well. Matthew Boyd was listed as an NL Pitcher Gold Glove finalist, while Carson Kelly earned a finalist nod at the NL Catcher position. And Dan Campbell spoke with the morning show earlier today, gave a few updates. He said Aleem McNeil will play on Monday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's unsure about the status of Kirby Joseph, and that could be because the Lions are waiting to hear back about Brian Branch's appeal suspension today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thank you, Brendan. We have got this interesting Lions story that just conflicts with what the lead official told the poor reporter who interviewed him after the Sunday night game, who said there was no assistance from Kansas City or New York. When asked to follow up, it was just a discussion amongst the crew itself. He said, that's right. This as it pertains to the overturned Jared Goff touchdown, where an illegal shift was called on Jared Goff. And Dan Campbell explained this morning, no, he was told that a call came in from New York, and Jared Goff said he heard the same thing. So, look, this is one of those deals. It's frustrating because later in the game there was a buzz down opportunity, right, for the Kelsey play. As I understand it, they could have buzzed that one in, and they didn't.
They did not.
Why not? Why not?
No, I didn't see it in time.
Mark in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
So, my thing is this. I'm not trying to sway anyone's opinions. I did a quick Google search. Kansas City, out of 17 games, will be on prime time for the NFL 7 times this year. No one wants to see a sub-500 Kansas City. I mean, that's bad for the NFL. That's bad for the ratings. That's bad for the narrative and all of that stuff. So I was listening to you guys earlier, and it's like, well, does the NFL have a vested interest in Kansas City doing good? Yeah, they're on TV 7 times. That's for that, right? So I'm just looking at it, and it's really funny because I watched the game, and I just think going further, the rule should be that officials can't get together like that after the play has been a touchdown scored. If you blow the whistle dead while it's happening, if you blow the play dead while it's going on, okay, I get that part. But Jared Goff was all ready, they celebrated and everything else. So it makes the integrity do look kind of funny. And like the other caller said, as far as with the parlays and all that stuff, if I bet on Jared Goff scoring a touchdown, I'm happy. But now you just took that money from me. It's not like the play. It's the money, the financial aspect. And my last thought is the reason why that I think that everyone just kind of stood around when Juju got smacked, I think that people know that he's probably an a-hole, and they were probably like, well, he got what was coming to him at this particular point. Even his teammates, if you look at it, they was like, oh, okay, somebody finally got him. Branch, bad decision, but sometimes in football, it is a physical contact, highly emotional, and I understand the discipline part, but we're also human. And if you know that you're fighting referees, and that's no excuse, I'm not trying to give the Lions an excuse, but if you know you're fighting referees all throughout the game and you're getting cheap shotted, the game's over now. Now it's personal. It was probably personal from the third quarter out with him. He was just waiting for the whistle to blow. And that's all I really had to take on that. But that's 7 games. That's really suspect. That is very suspect.
All right. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Look, it's frustrating because it just feels like Happened to us. Strangely didn't happen to somebody else. I don't know that I get why.
No, I'm telling you, they'll have that built-in excuse ready to go. Yeah. We didn't have the replay to us right away. Otherwise, yes, that play cleared. It was not a catch.
Ben, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ben.
Hey, how we doing, guys? Yeah, of course we got screwed. Follow the money. You know, we're getting a taste. The NFL is going to taste that Eras Tour money, and they're not going to give that up. Frankly, we need a guy dating a pop star. You know, that's where it comes down to, really.
Our quarterback is married to a Sports Illustrated model. So there's that.
Well, hey, let's promote that. Let's get it out there. Come on, you know.
It's incumbent upon us to spread the news.
As a player, throw the flag, dude. We're winning any damn way. That's the attitude you got to have. And I like Goff's response there. And look, man, I'm proud of this group. I was with them when they were 0-16, and I'm damn sure going to be with them the rest of this way. You had to call a few guys back saying don't run the trick plays, just line up, run the ball. But I'll tell you, as a former player, man, early in the week when you do that install and the coach is explaining the philosophy behind the play, it gets the players' juices going, dude. And all the way down to the trainers, man. People get pumped up. And you run that thing in the game, and it works. There's nothing like it, dude.
Where did you play?
Michigan Tech, many moons ago.
There you go. All right. So I've heard, it's funny you say that. I've heard this, and I've tried to keep this in mind, that installing trick plays actually really gets people's attention, like the players' attention. They like it. They get excited about it. So I've heard the same thing.
And it is very deflating for a defense to be caught on their heels.
Yeah.
And they're regrouping. They're wondering if another one's coming maybe. So I like it. It's part of our identity now as the Detroit Lions. And I'm here for it, man.
Thank you for the phone call.
I got a hot Tigers.
Real quick.
I got a hot Tigers take if you guys. Yes. If Austin Meadows hits for league average, I think we're playing the Blue Jays right now. Look, fast guys that can't hit are a dime a dozen. I think you got to move on. This is a hot take. I really, really like Luke Keeschel from the Twins. I think we got to go out and get him.
Is he available? I haven't even looked.
He'd be a hell of a value. I do not think we can pay Scooble. We went through this with Miguel. The back end of that contract was ugly. We're not New York. We're not L.A. We cannot afford a $300 million pitcher. Thank you for your service, but we got to get some value going.
Okay.
Luke Keeschel just finished up his rookie season, so
you can't.
Good luck with that. Oh, you want a 300 hitter who was in his rookie season? Okay.
Why are the Twins getting rid of him?
A rebuilding team that might have a building block there. I appreciate it.
Is moving on from Parker Meadows a particularly hot take?
I don't think it's a hot take, but I do think it's something that is going to be brought up a lot more as this offseason goes on when you try to find ways to improve the lineup outside of just promoting guys from the minors. If you want to get a major league player, somebody that's got a track record, that's an area that I would look is outfield. Doesn't have to be Parker Meadows. What you can do is have somebody and have them play right field and carry Carpenter as your full-time DH. Or they switch off with Carpenter and right and whoever they get is a DH. But that's why I bring up Kyle Tucker for the last 10 years.
Let's go to Brian next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
I was watching the Lions game. There were a lot of calls that the Chiefs did not get called on. And, majority it is the Chiefs. But there's a lot of teams, too. But I'm not worried about that because the Lions are going to come back. They're going to bounce back this week and beat the Buccaneers. And then the other thing, listening to people crying about gambling, there's a risk when you gamble. You know, you're risking your own money. So, yeah, the money might have got robbed from you, but, there's no guarantee in gambling. And then for Tigers, I would get rid of Scooble, trade him because you're not going to pay to keep him, and use that money to get 3 or 4 other players to make the team better next year.
All right. Well, the gambling thing is something that I kind of agree with. It sucks when something overturns your.
Yeah, but that's.
I don't know. There's any motivation to screw over gamblers, though.
No.
Let's go to Lane next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Lane.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Okay.
Listen, I'm late to I'm sort of late to the party, but I was interested, wanted to know about the Lions' running game against Kansas City. Was the running game stopped or what? And become Monday, aren't we really relying on the running game more than ever now? I mean, with Dame,
Decker.
No, the running back.
David Montgomery.
Gibbs. Montgomery.
That's right, Montgomery, and we got two, right? What's the other one?
Gibbs.
Okay, now, do you guys think they put on a performance, or did they just stop the running game?
I think
Sunday?
Kansas City did a pretty decent job against the run, and yeah, they've. There's a lot from that game the Lions need to be better at, and on Monday night, it's funny. I fully expect this to be one of those. Oh, that's right, everything's going to be okay games. The Lions have done this so much that my expectation has changed where I don't expect them to let me down. Am I wrong here? I expect them to play a game where I'm like, oh, that's right. They're good. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, look, I expected more out of the offense against Kansas City for sure. I expected more out of the offense, and they left points on the field from the first drive on. They left points on the field. They ran for, I think it was 94 yards in the first half and 4 yards in the second half. Wasn't for lack of trying. They came out trying to run the ball. They didn't have many possessions, but they did come out trying to run the football, and it didn't work for them. The second drive was a touchdown drive. After that, it was 3 and out where they started with a run when they were down by 10 points. So, it's just how the game goes. I think they would love to be able to run the ball 40 times a game. But that wasn't the case in the game against Kansas City.
Carson Anderson, 97-1, The Ticket. I feel like whenever we do this, when you and I do this, we confess it on the air. When you have a, what am I doing with my life moment?
Okay. What's wrong? What's happening? What's going on?
Last night I started to flip around.
Yeah.
And you settle in on something, and then after a while you're like, what am I doing?
100%.
I know.
Yeah.
Can you think of a recent example of when you did that?
I told you last week. I was up till like 12:30 doom scrolling, just doing nothing, just doom scrolling, watching stupid videos on my phone. Yeah, it happens all the time. Yep. You get down a rabbit hole and then you can't get out of it. I've got the TV on. I'm not paying a lick of attention to the TV because I'm looking at my phone.
Yep.
Doing stupid stuff.
Yep. Last night I'm flipping around. I've got Pistons Cavs on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm checking out on the AL or NLCS.
Yeah.
And I settled in on Arkansas State, South Alabama.
On the football game?
Yeah.
Was it replay?
No.
Okay.
It was Tuesday night,
really
Tuesday night Sun Belt. And I'm like, after I realized it after probably 45 minutes. And part of it was Butch Jones entertainment because he was blowing a gasket like every other play on the sideline. And given there were a million flags, it was one of the worst football games I've ever watched. But I watched.
But you were committed.
And I watched until I went.
Oh, I wish people could see that on Twitch or on YouTube. I think they
What
did.
am I doing? Why am I watching this terrible game? Which Arkansas State came back and won late, but I don't know, dude. I was like, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah, that's a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I mean, Kang, that's a moment, right?
Doug misses his kids. It's okay, Doug. It's okay. You're getting used to this new lifestyle. Yes.
Yeah. I'm replacing the void with Sunbelt Tuesday night football. You're not my children, but you'll do. Tuesday night Sunbelt football.
Did you try to FaceTime anybody last night? No?
Yeah.
Did you get rejected? Did you get rejected, did you?
That was a brief conversation. Now that you mention it, it was a very brief conversation.
Yeah, you got rejected a little bit. You lost a face-off with somebody on a FaceTime.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, got to go. It's, so-and-so from the fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
But it was sure nice talking to you, Dad. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon in the ballroom of Malibu. When you're coming home, son, I don't know when. We'll get together there. Yeah.
Who is that? Is that Cat Stevens?
No, but the song's Cats in the Cradle.
Who did it? Do you think he had Sunbelt football in mind when he wrote it?
I don't know why I can't think of who sings the damn song. Ugly Kid Joe did the remake in the late 80s.
Well, anyway, long story short, it was a eye-opening moment.
Harry Chapin, somebody says.
Okay.
Although they start with Harry Vapin.
Wait, what?
It's just fortunate that I know what he meant, but yeah.
Harry Vapin. Do you think Harry Chapin had Tuesday night Sunbelt football on ESPN2 in mind?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he had in mind.
Well, look. It was a moment for me. Are you Googling it? That's why they made Google. Who's saying Cats in the Cradle?
Harry Chapin.
Oh, there you go.
And Ugly Kid Joe.
So today is National Grouch Day.
Here we go.
Yep. Do you have anybody in your life or anybody that in particular that is your favorite grouch?
I mean, I will. I think that the standard is always going to be, from the time I was a kid, was Oscar the Grouch,
right,
from Sesame Street.
Okay.
I think Oscar the Grouch was my favorite Sesame Street character growing up. More so than Cookie Monster. I mean, they're all great. They're all great in their own way. But Oscar the Grouch was something else, man. Dude was living in a trash can. Somehow was making life his own and yet trying to make everybody else miserable too. He had the big eyebrows, green, which I think, because he's envious. That was probably one of those hidden little things that you don't recognize until you're our age. And I just thought of it. Wow, he was green.
Mine was probably the first ever troll. Ernie from Bert and Ernie was the first ever troll.
Ernie was just getting Bert going?
Yeah, he was trolling Bert the whole time. That's
pushing his button.
He's the original troll, at least in my life timeline.
But generally speaking, I don't like grouches. I don't like surrounding my people with anybody like that. If you're going to be a grouch, I just don't want to deal with it.
It can play well when it's not in your sphere.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Parks and Recreation. Who was the grouch in that show?
Didn't really watch
Gang,
the show.
did you watch Parks and Recreation? I went through a Parks and Recreation. Ron, does anybody know? Somebody's got to know it. He was a great grouch.
Oh, Ron. Yeah, I forget his name. I did watch a few episodes. That's the show was
Ron
really
Swanson.
funny. Yeah.
Ron Swanson on Parks and Recreation was a great grouch.
Who played Ron Swanson?
You want to know? Because I Googled it, so I have it right in front of me.
Yeah.
Do you want the initials? That's usually your game.
Okay. I mean,
N-O.
Nick Offerman?
Yeah.
I mean, there's not many NOs.
No.
Still well done. You give me N-O, and I'm going to come up with an actor.
Well, you.
I don't know the show. I don't watch really. I think I've watched like 2 episodes of the show.
Oh.
But
Nick Offerman's funny, man. That guy's hilarious.
Yeah, he can be.
He was a great grouch on Parks and Recreation. I went through I burned through 17 episodes of that in 3 days and haven't gone back.
I think there's a fine line between being a grouch and being a complainer.
Well, there's definitely a fine line.
Yeah, the complainer, I don't like the complainer, right?
Just complains about everything. Yeah.
But grouch, I mean, it's like, okay, this person's always unhappy, but why is he always unhappy? Is he complaining about stuff, or is there something underlying? There's something deep.
A grouch usually brings up a good point. But Don, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
How you doing?
What's up?
My favorite grouch, Walter from Jeff Dunham.
I don't know who that is.
Is that Jeff Dunham is a ventriloquist. Is it one of his dummies?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe you.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
He's a pretty good grouch.
Why does it always come up with like Muppets and stuff like that? But I'm thinking like the 2 old guys in the old Muppet show.
Oh, they were great. They were
Those guys
awesome.
were amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Those 2 guys were awesome, for sure.
Yeah, that's a great example. I just looked down at YouTube. Somebody named Jeff just posted, it's Ron effing Swanson, Doug. Put some respect on his name. My apologies. Yes. Oh, that's funny. 248-539-9797. Straight ahead.
Is this apparently a quote from Ron Swanson?
What?
Clear alcohols are for rich women on diets.
Okay.
That's funny.
I can see him saying that. All right, straight ahead. Tigers, do they get back in? I'll explain at 11:31. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so, I mean, here we go again with Alex Bregman. Is this happening again? Because all the reports are that he's opting out of his contract with the Boston Red Sox.
Well, it can. I mean, if you're the Tigers, how do you want to approach that? If the offer was 6 years and $173 million, I think was the offer, something like that, which was under $30 million a year, $29 million a year, whatever it was, 28 something. Do you want to give him that same offer, and would he be more apt to take it? Because had you offered him 7 years and $210 million or $213 million, would he have taken that last year because it would have been past that $30 million threshold that clearly Scott Boras wanted? And I'm saying that because you're adding the $40 million you got paid by the Red Sox, and now you're just giving him the deal you would have wanted last year. Would you still want to do that? To me, I don't know if it's necessarily a money thing anymore. What it is now for me, my concerns about Bregman, and I was all about Bregman last year. I had a slight reservation because of injured past. He's going to be 32. My concern now is injuries. He only played 114 games with Boston this past year after playing only 145 with Houston the year before. He has missed parts of 2 other seasons, significant parts of 2 other seasons, where he only played 42 and 91 games, respectively, in 2020 and 2021. I like Alex Bregman. I think he's a very good player. But that's a major concern. It was my concern with Carlos Correa back a few years ago when he was a free agent, when everybody's looking Carlos Correa, Javi Baez, and the other shortstops were available, Corey Seager and all that. I really like Correa, but you couldn't count on Correa being healthy. And guess what? He was never healthy with the Twins, and now he's back with Houston. So I don't think if I'm the Tigers, I'm going to give him the 6-year, $170+ million offer. Would I make him a short-term offer like Boston did? I don't think he's going to take that. So I mean, you got to think about what your numbers really would be. What's realistic for the Tigers to offer him at 32 and coming off another injured season?
I see this more as a Bregman is added to the pool of hitters, which adds to the supply, which means if not Bregman, somebody else, right? And I swear to God, if you find an archive of our show from 2017, we might be talking about Kyle Tucker. And we can do it again because he is a free agent this year. And so is Schwarber and Bichette and Pete Alonso. And I do wonder a little bit, and I'm intrigued to hear Tiger fans on this. Is this a blank that guy situation? Because last year, Detroit, for a long time, had the only offer on the table, remember? And he waited and waited and waited and waited and waited till he could get more offers, and then he ended up getting one from the Cubs and one from the Red Sox. And he didn't say, I couldn't find an actual quote that said he chose Boston over Detroit because he had a better chance to win. But he did say he chose Boston because I feel like I have a great opportunity to win here. Quote. That was a quote. And he went on to say, obviously playing at Fenway is awesome. Playing for a city that not only loves winning but expects to win. I like playing in those pressure-packed environments, and I feel like I got that here in Boston. I think he's doing the punch button. This is my new team. I love you. I love your town. I love your stadium. I love this organization. I don't think that's a slight to Detroit, okay? But I just wonder, the fans feel like, blank you, that ship sailed.
I think some will, for sure. And I just think if you, again, look at the player, what you would be getting, and can you justify paying $30 million a year for a guy who hasn't driven in 100 runs since 2019? For a guy who hasn't hit over 30 home runs in a season since 2019? For a guy who hasn't hit above 275 since 2019. His best days are probably behind him. And he's playing in Boston.
Yeah.
Where you should be able to just pepper the ball off the wall and have a mess load of doubles. He had 28 doubles and 18 homers last year. His OPS was 821. It was nice. But you know what he did in September? Nothing. He hit like 219 for the month of September. His OPS, I think, was in the 600 range in September. We saw that enough here with the players we had. I'd probably move away from Bregman. There are, as you mentioned, there are other players, very productive players, that you might have to find creative ways to see how they fit into the lineup if you really want to add that bat. I mean, Pete Alonso, you're going to have a hard discussion with Spencer Torkelson about what's going to happen because he's a first baseman DH type. I mean, he certainly can play a ton of DH. But that's a guy who brings a ton of power. Kyle Schwarber was a fantastic power this past season with 56 home runs and 132 driven in, but also struck out 197 times, which is what he did last year. And before that was 215 and 200. So it's another high strikeout guy, but high reward clearly with the 56 home runs that he hit. Some of that might be the ballpark playing out there in Philadelphia. But I mean, there are guys who put up some pretty good numbers that you can look at. And, of course, the aforementioned Kyle Tucker, who I think is clearly a $30 million player. I don't know if Bregman is anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, Bregman, we hung another year on him since we did this before, and I didn't love the 6-year length of contract. And to me, it was a question of how many bad years are there going to be on the end of the contract.
Yeah.
Would he have helped them this year? Of course. Of course he would have helped. And will he help them next year? I don't see the punch button ready-made third base prospect, right? I mean, isn't that the one position that we're like,
Well, I think they envisioned Colt Keith being that guy. And the reason that he wasn't there to start the year is because he did have arm issues and his arm wasn't completely healed in throwing the ball. When eventually they made the switch and let him play over at third base, it was because they said that the arm issues had cleared up and now he can throw the ball again. And it was a mixed bag, a work in progress with him over at third base. But they do have, is that a position where they look at Max Anderson, that he gets a chance to be brought up and play over there? You know, are they totally done with Jace Young? I mean, they could trade somebody, one or both of those guys. Who knows what they end up doing this offseason? Scott Harris has a ton of options if he wants to promote or if he wants to trade, which players he can trade and which players he wants to promote. That's for sure. And then if you just want to give the job to Colt Keith over at third base, and then it's an opportunity at second base for McGonigal or Max Anderson, okay.
The other thing about this is a Boris client.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I see a Boris client, and we went through this song and dance last year, I think whatever offer Detroit makes, he's going to go to the bigger market teams and say, top this. Getting involved with a Boris client, it's a little different with Skubal because he's already here. But I only feel like Boris will let and Bregman will sign with Detroit if it's a massive overpay. And that's a hard thing for me to escape. And does it make sense? I mean, I don't think there's a chance in hell Skubal's signing here.
Yeah, maybe not.
And so now it's like, here's this guy who's represented by Boris that could help Detroit, but given the way the agent operates, and I'm not like, I get that he's doing his job, okay?
Yeah.
But it feels like I'm only going to Detroit if I rook you guys, if I completely work you over.
Well, and I think that the deal that they had reportedly worked out last year, I don't think the Tigers got worked over in that. I think where the Tigers got worked in anyway was that they were told initially, or at least the reports were, that Alex Bregman was not open to taking a shorter term contract. And then what does he end up doing? Rejects the Tigers' offer and takes a shorter term contract. He took a 3-year, $120 million deal with Boston. It's going to pay him $40 million a year, but had the outs after each year. And that was kind of maybe, I don't know if Scott Harris felt blindsided or not, but I'll tell you, me as a fan and somebody who was following that case very closely, I felt a little blindsided by that because I was like, wait a minute, I thought that was off the table. You couldn't do that. Yeah. And here it was. The Tigers thought that they had the deal done, and then it gets pulled out from underneath them. That certainly gives me fuel to say, yeah, adios, I don't need to do this again. But really, it's the 114 games he played last year, or more importantly, the 50 that he didn't play last year. So I'm looking elsewhere. And last I checked, Kyle Tucker's agent is not Scott Boras. Kyle Tucker's going to get a mess load of money from somebody. You know what would be awesome is if the Cubs go out and get Alex Bregman, because that takes away money that they would spend on Kyle Tucker.
248-539-9797. Steve on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, boys. I'm wondering if it would be better to go like with a second so-called tier type guy rather than loading up on a marquee name like Bregman, kind of like how everybody was gung-ho on Suarez. Yeah, Suarez helped in down the road a bit, but come playoffs, didn't do too much. Bregman kind of trailed off, obviously, with the injury. And how does it actually work? I don't remember what Bregman signed with Boston.
It was a $40 million a year. It was
if we were to sign him here.
Bregman had
Steve. Bellinger is going to opt out of his contract in New York. I wouldn't mind seeing a guy like that probably get him for a little bit less money.
Do you want to answer his question?
The Red Sox got him for, I think it was a $3 or $120 million deal. So it was $40 million a year, but he had the outs after each year. So that's what the deal was. Would he accept another one like that? No. Then he would just stay in Boston because it was his opt out. He opted out of the deal. He's not opting out of that deal so he can sign another short-term deal for the same money.
Yeah.
He's opting out of that deal because now he wants to jump on the 6-year deal from some team like the Tigers or the Cubs and get close to $30 million a year. And this will likely be, that last big contract.
It's all business, but this feels like a total manipulation by Boras and Bregman. Give himself the Boston contract with the out so he can go back the next year when he's less valuable and take the same offer that Detroit gave. And by less valuable, I mean a 6-year deal makes less sense this year than it did last year, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. The whole thing feels like I can't help but feel like we'd be groveling back on our knees. Oh, please, please. And that doesn't sit well with me, but that doesn't mean it's not good business. Would Alex Bregman help the 2026 Detroit Tigers? I think he would.
Yeah, he'd be an improvement.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I can't count on him to play 150 games.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. When it comes to your home, peace of mind matters. CGC Home Services is your trusted partner for plumbing, water treatment, and air purification. As an authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services provides the highest quality water systems along with expert service you can count on. From leaky pipes to clean air solutions, they are the team for you. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Or online at cgchomeservices.com. They are dependable, reliable, and ready to serve.
the other thing I put, when I keep mentioning Kyle Tucker's name, and I know some people are going to say it's a pipe dream, he's going to get a ton of money from somebody, and he will get a ton of money from somebody, but why not the Tigers? He did learn under the tutelage and guidance of A.J. Hinch for many years while he was in Houston. So is this finally the offseason where the Tigers land that fabled piece of Houston Astros past that actually matters?
Should we be looking for a picture of AJ and Bregman sitting at a restaurant?
Yeah.
Somewhere in this offseason?
Sharing some quiche? I don't know.
Yeah. Feedback coming in. Cubs fan here. Writes Cubs fan.
Okay.
Gator's favorite. Cubs are not going to bring Bregman back. They have Shaw at third base and are going to be in the Tucker sweepstakes. Did you say Kyle Tucker's agent was not Scott Boras?
No.
That's good. I like Bregman, but would rather the Tigers put all of their financial resources towards Skubal. Second and third base will be one of the young guys from the minors, plus Colt Keith. I mean, I respect the idea of putting all your financial resources towards Skubal. I just don't see a possible future that Scott Boras allows his client to agree to terms before he hits free agency. I think Scott Boras would love a record-setting offer from the Tigers to say, we'll get back to you at the end of the year.
Right. Yeah.
Because he wants to take that offer to L.A. and Boston and New York and Chicago.
Yeah, I understand that feeling, and that would suck if that's really where he's at with that. And that's where I always push back on the athletes when they come out and say, it's not my decision to make. Yeah, it is. It's entirely your decision to make.
You do hire an agent to remove your, like I get the role that the agent plays.
I have an agent, so I don't have to deal with the negotiating process. So I totally understand why you have an agent, but you know what you do? You talk to your agent and you express what you want, and the agent's responsibility is to relay to you any offer that's out there. So, they would have to, if the Tigers made an offer to Boras would have to present it to Tarek Skubal, and then it's up to Skubal to say, actually, that's a really strong offer. I'd love to stay here. I like what we got here. I like the young players, this team, A.J. Hinch, Fetter, I love it all. That's fair.
Well, that's why you try.
That's why you try.
You do try.
I agree with you. It's probably not likely because of who Boras is and what he does.
But, I mean, it might be the threat of Boras to make the Tigers go a little bit further. And it's like Skubal might have said to Boras, okay, I'm hiring you. I want to stay here, but I'm hiring you because I think you're going to get the best offer out of Detroit. You do your thing to get the best offer out of Detroit. We're not going to tell Detroit or anybody that. I'm just hiring you. And that could have been behind the scenes. And, that would be cool. God, that'd be cool.
But here's
I don't think it's what happened.
What's going to stick in my mind, though, are the postseason comments that Skubal made about wanting to win a World Series and saying that no longer the goal can't be the divisional series. The goal needs to be the World Series. It needs the commitment to win. And with that being said, I feel like if you want to show a commitment to winning to Tarek Skubal, then you have to sign somebody else before you sign Tarek Skubal, which you can do. Go ahead and do. But it also might include having to sign a pitcher.
So Bregman, for people just joining us, reports everywhere that Alex Bregman is opting out of his Red Sox contract, that we're going to do this thing all over again. Would you do this thing all over again? Here's an unnamed texter. You tell me what you think of this. Forget Bregman for multiple reasons. Anyone putting big payday above team, culture, winning, and World Series, including Skubal, is not a good fit.
Look, I can understand not liking how the contracts negotiations worked last year and how you think they're going to go with Skubal. But this is business, man. I mean, you don't find many Connor McDavids out there who took considerably less money on an extension to stay in Edmonton.
That's interesting because you were always a guy that mentioned hometown discount.
Well, I mentioned it too, but discount is different than that's like with things being equal. I don't think things are necessarily equal if you're being courted by New York and Chicago or, teams that can go above and beyond $10 million a year over what your offer is going to be, which is what Boston did. They went $10 million above. Actually, it was more closer to $11 or $12 million above what the Tigers were able to offer. I think if you have a $400 million offer from one team and the Tigers offer you $380 million, that might be where you get the discount, because the grand scheme of things, that $20 million, it's $20 million, it's not that much to deal with. But if you're talking a gap that's $50 million, $100 million, that's different.
Ben writes in, are we still talking about Bregman? He didn't want to be here. Let's talk about players who actually show interest in us. Tigers desperately need to sign another steady bat in the offseason. Well, Ben, how many other players did the Tigers already make an offer to and show an interest in that are free agents that we're aware of? Because that's why we're talking about it. The Tigers wanted him last year. And the question is, if they wanted him last year, do you think they'll want him this year? And we're talking about him because he made news today. If Kyle Tucker, there was a headline, Kyle Tucker has interest of the Detroit Tigers. Guess what we'd be talking about? Kyle Tucker. Tigers have already made one run at him, and now it's being reported he's going to be available again.
Yeah.
If you're looking for, yes, Bregman. They already made one run at Bregman, and now there's news that he's going to be available again. That's why we're talking about it. Does he, but as you pointed out, he's not leaving Boston to sign a similar deal in Detroit.
Right, in terms of being a shorter-term deal. That's not going to happen. The reason he's opting out of this contract is because his agent is telling him he can get a 6-year deal with another team that's going to pay him close to $30 million a year.
Sir Don writes in, I didn't like Bregman last year, and I don't want him now. Way overpriced. Find someone younger and a better bat at any position. Must be upgrade from current starters. So this is fine. I guess I go to who's that player, because third base is one of the positions on the field that they probably have a more of a need. Like, you can think of every other position, and there's probably more of a ready-made solution, or a guy there that's serviceable to above average, or whatever the case may be. Am I wrong? Except third base? You can upgrade for sure, but like, they're not going to go out and get most likely a corner outfield. Now they might.
They might get a corner
outfielder. They might.
Because of the DH, you can put Carpenter at DH, because now you're talking about.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, filling in for
It just
Wenzel
feels like
Perez,
third base has been a screaming need for a bit here.
It has felt that way, and I thought that Colt Keith could be that guy, and he still could be that guy. You look at his numbers across a full season; they look pretty good. If he plays a full season, but he's got to do that. I don't mind if they're going to take that chance, but I think you still need to make a splash and bring in a major league player to this roster in the offseason, whether it's going the free agent route like Kyle Tucker or Bichette or whatever the case is, or trading. Because you've got a lot of guys. The Tigers have so many players in the organization I think that other teams would love to have a chance at. And then you got to start looking at what's the fit. Okay, you're going to need to find a team that's not a playoff team, and they've got a contract of a player that they don't really like, or that they know that player is going to come up to a contract that they can't afford, and take advantage of the Tigers farm system.
But you also have to keep in mind the reality of the situation is you have to go after players that are accessible. It's like the guy who called earlier and said, I'd take the rookie from the Twins who hit 300. You mean the one the Twins will have no interest, who's under club control for the next 5 years and have no interest in getting rid of? You'd take that guy. Well, sure, but there's not an accessibility. There's an accessibility issue with that, right?
Yeah. What we don't know is, there are also players on this major league roster the Tigers could offer up in trade. If they're tired of Riley Green or Kerry Carpenter or Spencer Torkelson, those three bats.
Yep.
Maybe one of those guys isn't around here next year because they're involved in a trade.
Mm-hmm.
And it frees up a valuable position either at first base or corner outfield.
All right, a website came up with trade candidates in the National Football League and which teams make the most sense. The Lions' name appears several times. Interesting. We'll get to that today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. We have received official word from Red Wings head coach Todd McClellan on the status of Lucas Raymond. He is out for tonight's game against the Panthers and is officially listed as day-to-day. The first-line forwards in morning skate were Emmett Finney, Dylan Larkin, and Mason Appleton. JT Compher appeared as the top left winger in Raymond's absence. Raymond had already scored 2 goals and tallied an assist through just 3 games this season. McClellan also provided updates on the goaltender position. After John Gibson got the start in the season opener and conceded 5 goals to the Canadiens, Cam Talbot will make his 3rd consecutive start tonight. Talbot made 20 saves against the Leafs on Saturday, followed by another whopping 38 against those same Leafs on Monday, including this game saver in the final minute. Puck drop for the Wings at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame show starts at 6:45. Sporting News and The Athletic each announced their college football midseason All-Americans today. Michigan running back Justice Haynes made both lists. The Alabama transfer posted 705 yards and 8 TDs in 6 games this season already and is regarded by many as a midseason Heisman favorite. Earlier this morning, we discussed the Tigers and Mariners' historic ALDS Game 5, which drew an average of nearly 9 million viewers, the most for a Division Series game in 14 years. Per the Nielsen ratings, the MLB playoffs as a whole are up nearly 4.2 million viewers and 17% from last year, their highest since 2011. It's worth noting that Nielsen has adjusted their ratings to include more viewers in 2025. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know the TV ratings on that Tigers-Mariners game?
The 15-inning Game 5?
Yeah, he just mentioned that.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Well, I'd say most since 2014. Is that what 2011?
2011.
14 years. Gotcha. Thank you, Brendan.
Thanks, Two Cuts.
So I went back to watch Washington versus Rutgers, preparing for Michigan and Washington.
Okay.
I noticed something. The stands emptied out. That was a Friday night game. Washington at home versus Rutgers. Then I listened to post-game coverage, going back and listening to stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The stands emptied out because everybody was leaving to go watch the extra innings of the Tigers-Mariners game.
Seattle got you with Washington.
Yep. So, it's just kind of funny. And apparently when the game ended, when Washington and Rutgers ended on Friday night at whatever it would have been, probably about 10:30, they put the Tigers.
Oh, that's cute.
What?
The game ended at 10:30 compared to the Tigers.
Yes.
2 hours later, 2.5 hours later.
They put the Mariners-Tigers game on the big board at Husky Stadium. And people didn't leave their seats. Not a ton of people, but people were like, oh, I'll stay and watch this. So, anyway.
Then you got to be committed. Like the stadium's got to be committed because people are saying we're going to stay here and we'll watch it. So they got to keep that open all night long, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know that they knew that it was going to go 15 innings, but whenever they decided, and apparently there were people still in the stadium. And I guess like the band played, and then some members of the band stayed on the field and watched the game. Tigers, Mariners. It's kind of a weird deal, but time to exact some revenge. It's not really going to help everybody, but stupid Seattle. All right, so we got some trade stuff here. This is from Pro Football Talk. Football Focus, sorry.
Oh, football
20
focus?
trade candidates ahead of the 2025 trade deadline. So they write about the candidates, and then they have possible fits. I'm going to give you a name, and you tell me if you think the Lions are a possible fit.
Okay.
First name is Trey Hendrickson, edge rusher, Cincinnati Bengals.
Yes, he's a possible fit. We've talked about adding Trey Hendrickson for over a year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Possible fits, 49ers, Buccaneers, Chiefs, Lions. Part of what they write, there's no asset more valuable than Hendrickson, especially if he's not in Cincinnati's long-term plans. The 49ers need a true edge one after Nick Bosa's torn ACL, while the Lions could still use a legitimate running mate next to Aiden Hutchinson, although El-Quadin Muhammad's 86.2 Pro Football Focus pass rushing grade has impressed.
Now, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN tweeted this out earlier. It says the 49, well, this is somebody who tweeted out saying the 49ers view Trey Hendrickson as an ideal fit for their defense, but the Bengals don't seem interested in trading him. That part per Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. So at this point, with 3 weeks until the trade deadline, doesn't look like Cincinnati is willing to move him.
So if I were Cincinnati, I would probably be saying something similar.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if that tune changes because you don't give up until you have to give up.
Well, they're going to have to give up, but it's with Cincinnati, it's a double-edged sword because he's also dealing with a little bit of a back issue.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be careful with that. You've got this incredible asset to have to help build your future because you're not signing him to a long-term contract. You're also not. You shouldn't kid yourself. You're not going to make the playoffs. So you need to protect this asset and trade it. It's a tricky time. When do you trade him? Do you trade him ASAP while he's got this back issue? Or do you wait until the trade deadline, closer to the trade deadline, when things get to a fever pitch with all these teams that are just begging for him?
Next name, Jalen Phillips, edge rusher, Miami Dolphins. Do you think the Lions are a possible fit?
Yeah.
49ers, Buccaneers, Chiefs, Lions. So the exact same four that would be interested in Trey Hendrickson, Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips, sorry. Miami indicated its willingness to deal starting this offseason when it sent Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith to the Steelers. With a 26-year-old Phillips set to be a free agent come March, the Dolphins would be smart to sell high, especially considering his extensive injury history. Kansas City and Tampa both ranked 25th or worse in pass rush win rate by edge defenders, which with each likely eyeing upgrades at the position ahead of their playoff pushes.
So Jalen Phillips shouldn't cost you much of anything. His first two seasons in the league, in 21 and 22, he had 8.5 and 7 sacks respectively. The next year was really looking good for him. He had started 6 games, only played in 8, but he had 6.5 sacks. Last year, he started 3, only played in 4. This year, he has started and played in all 6, but he only has one quarterback sack this year. So, I mean, if the price is right, and the price shouldn't be, I mean, based on that kind of production, would you give up anything more than a 5th-round pick?
I tell you what, given what they're getting out of El-Quadin Muhammad and what it would mean to go get Trey Hendrickson, I kind of want somebody to rotate with Muhammad and provide good play and depth, or maybe make Muhammad the depth guy, whatever.
So Phillips could work out.
Phillips makes more sense to me.
For the right price.
Because of the price.
Yeah.
I agree completely. If you could get Trey Hendrickson for a 3rd-round pick, sign me up.
Yeah, well.
But I don't think that's happening.
It's likely a 1st-round pick for Trey Hendrickson.
Yep. And so I think the better decision would be Jalen Phillips for a lesser-round pick. Because I mean, do you think El-Quadin Muhammad is an asset? An asset for not only now, it's not about what he's done, it's what he's going to do next. Is he going to keep it up?
I like him a lot. I think he's a high motor kind of guy, and we're just kind of scratching the surface to see what he's like when he plays every game.
Mm-hmm.
He's not playing every down of every game, but this team is going to get healthier on that line as the season goes on, as early as Monday night when Lee McNeil returns. Now, he's not an end. He's a guy up the middle, but he's another guy that might require a double team, which really frees things up for that guy, El-Quadin Muhammad. Look, if I could get Trey Hendrickson, I'd do it because, it's a rental, but he's such a proven guy. He's really similar to what you get from Aiden Hutchinson. So to have that, if you can do it, do it. But I suspect the price is going to be pretty steep to get that. In the meantime, Jalen Phillips shouldn't cost you much. If they're asking for like a 4th or 3rd-round pick, I'll pass.
Yeah.
But if it's something in the neighborhood of a 5th and you swap 6 rounds or something like that, okay.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm
a flyer.
We're in lockstep here. Edge rusher Kayvon Thibodeau, New York Giants.
I think he's great, but is he going to be on this list? Sure. He should be on the list because he's if Hendrickson's on the list, then why wouldn't Kayvon Thibodeau be on the list?
49ers, Buccaneers, Chiefs, Lions.
Yeah.
Same 4 names. Here's the thing, though. I actually see it less likely that he's going to get to the open market. And the reason is I think the Giants feel like they've caught lightning in a bottle with the Dart Scatteroo thing, that they want to ride it. I think it's going to be hard to part.
Well, he's in year 4 of his rookie deal. He's obviously being a first-round pick. They'll have the 5th-year option. I don't know if they've said that they're going to pick it up or what the case is.
They did, yep.
So he got him through next year. He has not been the impact player that Aiden Hutchinson has been, with 4 sacks, 11.5 sacks, 5.5 last year, and he's got 2.5 this year. He's an awfully good player, very disruptive, and if he played with somebody like Aiden Hutchinson, maybe, just maybe, that those production numbers would go up, although they've got some pretty good players on that defensive line in New York. Again, what's your price? You're talking about a guy who's only 25 years old. That's probably multiple first-round picks to get him.
248-539-9797. There's some other names. We'll revisit them later. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We go to Jeff on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Oh, sure there. He said that there's something on the web about
Hey, Jeff.
the president. Larry, that's his son.
We're listening in on a private conversation.
I've said that ever since I moved in here.
Not sure we should do
This
that.
is dangerous.
Carol Berger was the president. She never did.
All right, let's.
Jeff.
I don't want to get him in trouble. Let's stay clear of that.
Did we just wiretap someone?
I don't know.
I feel like we did.
Wait a minute.
I feel like, all right, we got him. Keep him on the line.
Was that
our
our Secretary of War just giving out secrets? What was that?
He's about to release some very private information.
Jeff, we just aired your private conversation, bro.
At least half of it. Well, one side of it.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe it's just not working as well as it should? Give the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and they'll fix the problem right there on the spot. I know this firsthand. I called them years ago, and my garage door was working very slowly. They came out, diagnosed the problem, and fixed it. Their expert technicians are amazing. They've got a truck that's got all the equipment necessary to fix those problems that you'll have with your garage doors. And here's the best part. If you need new garage doors, which they told me I was going to need new garage doors after a few years, and I did, I called them right back, and they came out and walked me through the entire process. John and Jeff, absolutely amazing. All the different options you have with garage doors you wouldn't believe. I picked out the perfect doors for my house, and I am very, very, very satisfied. In fact, you might be able to get new garage door installed in less than 24 hours because they've got a warehouse chock full of brand new garage doors just waiting to be installed. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them online and schedule an appointment at a time that works for you at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So there's a lot of things afoot here today. If you missed it earlier on our radio station, Dan Campbell, when asked, he didn't bring it up unsolicited, when asked, did you get word, you got word from the officials that the call came in from New York to overturn the call that the illegal motion on Jared Goff on the touchdown pass? That's what you were told. Yes, it was. They circled back and they said, I think they asked him, have you been told anything else or just that it came from New York? And just that it came from New York. I'm paraphrasing there. So we actually have this. Okay, let's play it. Here it is.
That's pretty cut and dry right there.
Yep.
That's like, I feel like Costa's playing the role of the prosecutor and Dan Campbell's on the witness stand.
You want me on that wall? You need me on that wall?
Yeah, but just give me yes or no answers. Okay, here you go.
So the topic came up with Jared Goff when we spoke to him earlier today, and here's what Jared said. Okay, then, is what I said there.
All right.
I had a whole bunch of questions.
So, no
and
more
when I
talking.
did, well, to be fair, I said, okay, because I got a bunch of follow-up questions. He said, no, I don't think it does any good to keep talking about this.
No, because he said we got beat.
Yes.
We were beat.
Yep.
And that's really what it is. We have to move on. We have to get better because we didn't play well enough. And that's the right attitude to take. That's what Dan Campbell's done from day one since he's been here. They don't dwell on the mistakes that officials make or because they don't want to blame it. As you point out, the reason thinking behind it, and I agree with you 100%, is that they don't want that as an excuse for not playing well enough.
Yep.
You didn't play well enough. That's why you lost the game, not because some official, was buzzed down onto the field and said, hey, by the way, that's an illegal formation because he can't go underneath center or behind center and then go into motion. He has to back up, freeze for a second, and then he can go in. Oh, okay. I mean, they lost because they got beat by 13 points.
And to be fair, what's controversial about this is that after the game, the official was asked, did the call come from New York? And he said no. I said, so it was just the crew on the field. He said yes. Again, paraphrasing. I can read the direct quotes, but I've done that several times already. There were other plays, like the Kelsey catch trapped against the ground, that didn't get buzzed from New York. But again, they're moving on. It's a point of frustration for the fans. 248-539-9797. Also, Alex Bregman in the headlines. The guy that the Tigers flirted with last year is, according to reports, sources indicating he's opting out of his contract with Boston, which means we can do it all over again. Would you? We talk to the people as we go to Dave in Ann Arbor next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
What's up, guys? It's so it's been it was a rough loss, the call, whatever. But what it comes down to for me is Jameson Williams, man. What is going on? This guy has dropped every pass that is his way, and it's like I know he's having a bad season, right?
I don't know what you're talking. I'm sorry. Did J-Mo drop a pass against the Chiefs?
Yeah, he's been dropping them all season.
Did he drop? I don't recall him dropping passes against the Chiefs. In fact, I recall him making plays all over the place. The previous week, he dropped the pass.
He was targeted 7 times and had 6 receptions.
So you don't think it's been a problem this season?
No, I don't. I don't think it's been a problem at all.
I agree to disagree because we have so much potential on the weapons with the offense, right? And we have so many players that are available, and I just think that with the production that this offense is capable of, and talking about all these contracts with that we have to fulfill in the upcoming years, I really think that he's just an overrated player at this point that we could be used as a tool to trade and potentially get some better back.
Yeah, well, they signed him to a contract. They gave him the extension, and he's going to be here for a minute. Look, I mean, when you say he's a problem, I look at the guy as a problem. Okay, is that why they lost the game? Did they lose to the Packers because Jameson Williams didn't catch passes? He caught 4 out of 5. Did they lose to Kansas City because he didn't catch passes? He caught 6 out of 7 targets, and I don't think either one of those one of those
I
games
found his
was
drop
a drop.
numbers this year. How many drops do you think he has this year, Dave?
I think he has about 6, correct?
He has 2.
He has 2. So maybe there's overthrown passes that I'm seeing that it's just not.
Maybe you just don't like Jameson Williams.
No, I love Jameson Williams. I've been a big fan of him
like it.
since day one. I know it doesn't. And it's a different perspective. But from just watching the game, I'm just not seeing it. The numbers that we're paying him, I don't see it click. I don't see it. I don't see.
You didn't like the touchdown reception he had where he
ran
extended, caught the ball, run, and then
pinballed
in the end zone?
I'm going to be honest with you, Clark. I'm going to be honest with you. I lost some bets on him. You know what I mean?
All right, there it is. There it is.
So you lost some money. Got it.
He made bets that he lost. It's JMO's fault.
Right. Well, if he had JMO with more than 100 yards receiving, ends up with 66, then I can't stand that.
You know what's funny is you keep somebody on the line long enough, you learn a lot.
Yeah, well, probably should have gone. That should have been a go-to. Or is he on your fantasy team is the other one.
That's a good one. Yep.
You got him on your fantasy team. You're upset because he's only got 17 receptions on the season, 2 touchdown passes. We all thought this was going to be a monster year for JMO, and it still can be. He's got so much talent. Love the guy. Yeah, okay.
He's like, I just don't see it, guys, especially my prop bets. I just don't see it. Why are we paying this guy so much? But if you want to talk real football, Jameson Williams does so many things that doesn't show up on the stat sheet that helps this team on offense, like stretching the field. Just the threat of him being on the field and going deep.
He takes a safety away every play.
Yeah. And then on top of that, he actually is a really good blocking receiver.
It's a great blocking receiver.
But there's I don't think there's a prop bet on blocks for receivers. That's why he might have lost his bet.
Need to find a way.
Mm-hmm.
Tom and Shelby.
Get on it, FanDuel.
Tom and Shelby, you're next. Hi, Tom.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good afternoon.
Hey.
Hey, I want a couple things. Last night, Dodgers win. Yamamoto, 3 hits, 1 run, throws 111 pitches, right? That's playoff pitching to me. And then we have the Stubble on the opposite end. Was there ever any solid information after speaking with Harris or Hinch that Hinch's, did he pull him or did
AJ said,
I don't have any gas left in the can?
AJ said that he had the conversation with Tarek Skubal prior to the 6th inning. They both mutually agreed the 6th inning was going to be it for him. And he laid it all out there on the field, throwing 101 miles an hour, and that was it for him.
Okay. And you guys have complete faith otherwise, huh?
Well, I mean, they did go 15 innings against the team, so, I mean, if you left them in for another inning, was that going to prevent?
Well, they did score a run the inning they took him out. Well, we don't know. Here's the thing we won't know, Tom. We won't know if they left him in if they would have scored 4 runs. Like, we don't know what would have happened had they left him in. They did score 1 off the guy that replaced him. I have complete faith, like 100%. I know what happened. I don't
sour
know.
Over here.
Yeah, I get it.
It's a little sour.
No, I'll tell you this, Tom, and I'll, from my own personal view on that, watching the game, of course, I wanted him to stay in the game. Like, he's only thrown 90, whatever it was, pitches, 97 pitches, 98 pitches. I wanted to see Tarek Skubal throw up to 120 if he had to. And it wasn't because that's what the commentators were saying. I was literally texting my friends. We were in a text thread together all night long saying I'd love to see him go 120 if he had to, just carry this team on his back. Because we talked about it all day on Friday about, what kind of effort they're going to need from Skubal. It's going to have to be a Herculean effort. And he goes 6 innings, and he was dominant in the 6 innings. And I felt like there's still more, isn't there? And they decided that between he and AJ Hinch that it was just going to be the 6.
Should they have left him in there? I mean, when you lose a game like that, you would be willing to go back and literally change anything that could be second guessed.
Yeah, right.
Because this one hurts. This one hurts a lot. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I like looking at the inverse, the opposite. So, Gator, if the Detroit Red Wings tonight beat the two-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, would a win tonight over Florida, the two-time champion, elicit the inverse reaction of the opener when they lost so embarrassingly?
No, it will not.
No, don't answer yet.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Because remember, after that, it was just negative, and it was doom. It was a doomsday scenario for Red Wing fans.
Yeah, I was there. It was ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tonight, if they win, to improve to 3-1 and a little winning streak here and beat a team like Florida, are people going to be actually like optimistic?
Oh, well, that's a different question.
It kind of is, yeah.
I think that it's very encouraging with the back-to-back wins over Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking on the two-time defending Stanley Cup champions here tonight at LCA, which is, okay, great. But it's Florida light. There's no Kachuk. There's no Barkov. They've got other players that are out. I mean, we're losing two of your best players. That's tough. Now, the Red Wings we're going to be without Lucas Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe now that kind of levels that playing field a little bit. So leave more room to be a little bit impressed.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see that the players are building off of what they've started here, that the newcomers are still going to be contributing in a way that looks like these are solid moves, whether they were free agent acquisitions or they were promotions. You want them to be solid moves that are going to pay off in the long term. Hard to really determine that after a fourth game of the year, but I will certainly be encouraged if they win. But no, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, they just took it to the Stanley Cup champions.
No. I was kind of optimistic, but no.
I mean, look, you can be optimistic. I'm not going to tell you how to feel.
That's true. Optimism is different. Optimism is different than the inverse. The inverse would be we're going to the ship, right?
Yeah. I mean, had we known that Seattle was going to be this juggernaut, how would we have felt the second series of the season when the Tigers beat them 2 out of 3 games or whatever it was?
Let's get back to your open line calls. Jeff on a cell. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call, and I really appreciate your conversations that you're having. Number one, I'm down in Florida, and I know you both hate the state of Florida. I just got done golfing. It's beautiful down here. But Dave call with the JMO, is he out of his mind? The guy's one of the best weapons in the NFL. He's not, he's still growing, maturing, but to get rid of James, that kid's nuts.
Well, in Dave's defense,
it's not much of a defense,
yeah,
but he did.
Not much one.
He did come clean.
Yeah, he was wagering. So,
well, he should maybe stick to some scratch-off tickets here and there. But at the end of the day, Scooble to me, guys, think about this for a minute. He had a conversation with AJ. All right, this is going to be our last. What do you think AJ's got to be thinking? He called him the best pitcher in baseball. I mean, would JV or Jack Morris ever go, you know what, I can't go out for the seventh? And let's say he does. Let's just, let's be. He goes out to seventh and he gets barreled up on a couple of hard outs. Like they just his velo's down. He drops 4 or 5 miles per hour. Okay, let's get the guy out. But Scooble doesn't want to go out.
I got to tell you, it wouldn't be as simple as, okay, let's get the guy out. It would be all-out criticism for leaving him in. I mean, didn't that happen in Boston with Pedro Martinez famously, and he got shelled?
Yeah, that did. And I guess I would say this, Jeff.
You couldn't let him see it.
If those batters score, if they come around and score, yeah.
I would say this, Jeff. I don't think it's fair to make comparisons with Tarek Skubal in 2025 to Jack Morris in 1984, or even Justin Verlander in his heyday with the Tigers, back in 2015, because it's a different era of baseball. It just is. Now 100 pitches is like the standard. That's it. You're done after 100. And guys, like it or not, it is what it is.
It's hard to get used to.
Yeah, I don't love it either, Jeff. I don't love it. I would have let him pitch another inning. I think he had plenty of gas. He was still throwing over 100 miles an hour. I would have wanted to see it. But, maybe the reason he was still throwing over 100 is because he was amped up and he knew that was going to be it. He was just going to leave it all out there, which is what they discussed. According to A.J. Hinch, that's what they discussed. It was going to be after 6.
As a competitor, don't you want a guy, your ace on your team, to go, listen, A.J., I got to go out there, man.
Sure, but as the manager of the team, you have to be wise enough to know when you think enough is enough. Not when the player does, but when you think. And sometimes I think it's really encouraging. They look at that and like, this guy's a worry, wants to go back out there, let's give it to him. And in other cases, they're like, we're going to save him from himself, and we're not going to do that because we see signs of fatigue or whatever. But in the end, they made the decision together, and it's going to be something that
it's going to get talked about forever. It's honestly going to get talked about forever.
I just hope they don't rue it, but there's some ruining.
Well, I think there's already ruining.
There's ruining.
Yeah. Because
they end up losing the game.
If you don't know what happens if you leave him in. And if you so we can go back and change a whole bunch of decisions. Would I do it now? Yes. Because they lost the game. They lost the game. So every decision that you can do differently might have led to a win. Whether it was putting Justin Henry Malloy in favor of Kerry Carpenter at some point. You just every decision, like would you change it? Yeah, because it might work.
I mean, you'll go back and look at that inning. Struck out Crawford, Rosarena popped up, struck out Cal Raleigh, and then coming up in the 7th inning, you had Rodriguez come in. He flew out. Blanco walked. Suarez flew out to right, and then that's when things started to get a little funky there. And then comes Josh Naylor, and you're starting to look at flipping the lineup again. Yeah, I would have left him in. But I'm not going to destroy A.J. Hinch or Tarek Skubal for it. I'm not going to question Tarek Skubal's toughness or his leadership if he wanted to stay in and he didn't voice it loud enough. That's between those two guys. As a fan, it's disappointing. We're used to seeing guys really go after it when you're the best of the best.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen.
248-539-9797. Brian's in Westland next. Hello, Brian.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
So, regarding the Lions game, just to give a little context, my wife and I flew home from Las Vegas Sunday night for my little brother's wedding, and we're watching the game on the plane. And, the whole plane's got it on their TV sets on Delta. And I had my headphones in, and when that first call got made, I let out a rather loud GD it.
Which call?
My wife elbowed me in the side. Like, you can't yell on the plane, Brian. I'm like, well, everyone else is watching the same freaking thing I am.
Which call was the first call? The overturned touchdown?
Brian?
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I think he said he didn't, right? Maybe he did.
Sounded close to it, but.
All right, fair enough. He was. Whenever he did swear. Well, if he let out a GD, I guess he did. Look, it doesn't sit well with the Lions. They sound like they've moved on. In fact, Dan Campbell just answered the question, yes.
Look, they can't dwell on it. They absolutely have to put it in the past. They got a really good best record in football. The 5-1 Buccaneers, tied with the 5-1 Indianapolis Colts. These are the best teams in the league. And Tampa is a team that they've seen each of the last couple seasons. Saw them in the postseason. Lions got the better of them. Then last year, didn't they play? And Tampa got the better of the Lions. So here you go. And Tampa's playing awfully well. Baker Mayfield is.
Lions beat Tampa last year.
Did they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because the Lions the only two games they lost were at home, right?
I thought it was Buffalo and Tampa who they lost to, wasn't it?
Would that have been? Yeah, that was here. I'm sorry. You said at Tampa. It was here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was here.
I apologize.
Sorry, did I say at?
You did say at.
Say at.
Yeah.
They lost against Tampa last year.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait a second. They didn't lose.
Baker Mayfield has absolutely resurrected his career with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's what they have to focus on. It's a tough football team. We asked Jared Goff about, is there one player on defense that you have to look out for? And he's like, yeah, Vita Vea every week. He's a monster.
Baker is so fun to watch. He plays the game like a linebacker, and it's because of that I don't think he'll finish the season.
He may not. He may not. And
it's
we'll
tough
see
to make it through the season as a standard quarterback, let alone one that's inviting contact.
How healthy is that team going to be on Monday night with the receiving core? That's a question. They might get Evans back, but they don't have Abuka and Godwin, I think, both out. So
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll get to more of those names that were floated out there as trade possibilities to Detroit. That in the 1 o'clock hour. We got a 10 text question today at 12:56. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. Now, it always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of that big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who absolutely rave about the professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or maybe you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait any longer. Go to mymichiganroof.com/zero. That's mymichiganroof.com/ZERO. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Got a 10 text question coming up in about 9 minutes. Next hour, we'll get to more of those trade rumor thingies. Not rumors, but proposals or players that could be available and teams that could be interested in the National Football League. All that coming up next hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dan is in Warren and next. Hello, Dan.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Dan.
I wanted to chime in about the Red Wings.
Yeah.
I know it's early in the season, but I think just like last spring and the spring before that, they will implode when the going gets tough. The Wings check out. It happens every spring, just like the Tigers this fall. When the going gets tough, our teams check out, unfortunately.
So when the going got tough, the Tigers each of the last 2 years won the opening round of the playoffs.
Yeah, was the going? Hold on, yeah, Dan. Let me ask you: was the going not tough in the first round of the playoffs, or is the going only tough when they lose?
No, it's how they got there. They lost 20 of last 25 games.
Yeah, and they ended up in the same spot that you wanted to end up.
But was the going tough in the Cleveland series?
Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, I mean, look,
They
here's
won the division by 10
you
games.
know what it is, Dan? It's a very safe position to say our team will fail. It is a very safe position, because only one team is happy when it's all said and done.
I'm going by history. The Wings have imploded the last 2 springs, have they not?
What relevance? What makes you compelled to pick up the phone and call today and just predict doom in 3 months, 4 months?
Because I'm frustrated. I'm agitated.
In fairness, today is National Grouch Day.
That's right.
Dan, they got a game tonight against the Stanley Cup champions, and you just, I'm intrigued, felt compelled to pick up your phone and call us and basically say, it doesn't matter, it's not going to work out.
Well, they might win tonight, but when you talk about the season as a whole, they're going to flounder just like they did last year.
So you just want to check anybody that's going to be optimistic or encouraged by the start and look at how, they've added some different faces free agent wise and the rookies getting a chance to play. You just want to douse all that and just say, hey, remember, spring still comes around.
It's all going to
Did
suck
it
in
make
the
a
end.
difference last year?
Well, last year they didn't really have the rookies playing on the team. But
last year was a different team.
Yeah. So, but I mean, if that's what you want to do, if you want to sit there and with the hose and, pour water on people to get excited about it, then not even
I
excited,
gotta tell you,
I'm
Dan,
just encouraged.
Actually, at no point really did we get too far looking ahead other than to say that it's kind of a big game tonight.
Yeah, they might beat the Panthers today, but could they beat them in the spring? That's, I guess it remains to be seen.
Anything else that you want to? What about the Lions? Are the Lions going to fold when the going gets tough, Dan?
The Lions were besieged by injuries last year. I hope it doesn't happen again this year. But maybe I'm just too long of a sports fan. I've been rooting for Lions for 60 years, and they've done nothing. Last year was the first year they ever won 15 games.
Well, that's hard to do.
That's true. Yeah. Cancer kills cats.
We're all going to die anyway.
I mean, at some point you stop having sex. Your teeth are likely to rot at some point. Hope you enjoyed the hair while it lasted.
If you don't lose your hair, it's going to go gray.
Holy Debbie Downer. I mean, I get it. In today's National Grouch Day, this is what you asked for.
I didn't. No, we didn't. We didn't ask for people to call up and be grouchy.
Who's your favorite grouch? Dan. I mean, Dan makes Oscar the Grouch look like he's the most optimistic guy in the world.
We brought up earlier this hour, just kind of, hey, do you think if the Red Wings win tonight, people will have the adverse reaction to the opener? Like they'll be all fired up.
But you were joking.
I kind of was joking, yeah. But it's nice to see them show a pulse since the opener was so depressingly bad, right?
Can I ask Kenny a question?
Sure.
So, Kenny, you're screening the calls. When Dan called up and he was presenting to what he was going to say, How is that working back there with you? Like, did you think, wow, three games into the season, this guy's already bringing up the March collapse?
When you're screening the calls, you have one of two options. You can either openly just argue with the guy and try to figure out what his perspective is, or you can be like, I'm going to let these guys deal with it because he's going to do it again regardless. Right. I chose option B.
Oh, yeah, not faulty. I'm just curious how the conversation went behind there because, yeah, I needed that call today.
He was the grouch. It's appropriate for the day.
But Dan was sitting around listening to the show and said, I need to make sure everybody knows.
Wait a minute. Are they being encouraged by the Red Wings? Don't they know the last 3 years about the spring collapse, the March collapse? Do they not know? Yeah, we know. We know. I'd hate to think. I'd like to think the third time was the charm, so we don't have the fourth.
We watch tonight anyway.
I'm going to give it a shot.
Jeremy is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
Thanks a lot, man. I feel like my call is going to be super sad and depressing, too.
Can't be that. Already, you sound more up than our guy, Dan.
Yeah, Dan Scooter, man. That was a wild call. I was just commenting on the Scooble thing. I agree with what you guys were saying that, we're at a different age. You can't compare him to how guys used to pitch back in the day. But would you guys agree that it makes it harder to give him a $40 or $50 million contract knowing that even at his best, you need 2 more pitchers to close out a game that he starts? Like, doesn't that take away from, the ability to...
Jeremy, only if that's the if there are other pitchers in baseball that would, say that that's not how it works. We go 100 every time. If that was the case, then I'd say, yeah, probably not. And you don't pay him that. Now, I know last night you had a guy go over 100 pitches and had the complete game. And
every time it happens this postseason, we're going to get calls.
we're going to hear about it. I get it, and I can't. It's hard to really combat it because yes, I would have left him in the game and had him pitch the 7th inning in Game 5. I 100% would have done that, but they chose not to for their own reasons.
No, and I understand that, but I guess my point is when you're a team that's not like the Dodgers or one of these other teams that's going to have an astronomical payroll, if you commit that much to it to one player, but then even at his best on his days he starts, you still need 2 or 3 high leverage guys in the bullpen to be able to close out a game. So that, are you allocating your money properly, even though, yes, he's the best pitcher in baseball, and I love Terry Skubal as a Tiger, but like I said, we saw him at his absolute best, and we still would have required 2 or 3 high leverage guys to win that game.
The other question you ask yourself is that does paying Tarek, and this is the question that you have to ask, does paying Tarek Skubal the money, whether it's $45 million a year or $50 million a year in a long-term contract, does that prevent you from adding those other pieces to the team that are going to help secure those wins?
Yeah. Can you still build a complete team with paying Skubal, would you?
And I think the answer is yes, you can. Because their payroll right now, looking at what it's projected to be before they add free agents, is about $131 million. Mm-hmm. And I still think that's almost $100 million less than where they can go.
Yeah.
And this team is humming along, made the playoffs each of the last 2 years, gotten to the one game away from getting to the ALCS in both years. This is not dissimilar from what they had a dozen years ago when the thing was rolling, when they had the Verlander teams and Miggy teams and all that, right? And This is a team that's younger. So you think they can grow and get better and just add those extra pieces if you spend the money.
All right, we got a lot more phone calls to get to. Jared Goff, 1:30 if you missed it earlier. In the meantime, Gator, little quiz here. I want 10 texts.
10 texts.
This huge brand was almost called Cargo House. What huge brand in the United States of America was almost called Cargo House? We'll take the first 10 texts. Sign your text. What huge brand was almost called Cargo House? I want your guess and Kang's guess. We'll get to the answers coming up straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Red Wings head coach Todd McClellan announced today that Lucas Raymond is out for tonight's game against the Panthers. He also mentioned that Cam Talbot will start in goal for the Wings tonight after 38 saves against the Leafs on Monday. With that, John Gibson, who started the season opener, will start Friday's game against Tampa Bay. McClellan discussed the team's unique situation in alternating 2 veteran goaltenders. That's also McClellan on Mason Appleton replacing Lucas Raymond in tonight's first line. McClellan also discussed the prowess of tonight's opponent, the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers.
Did we get 10 texts?
The NBA season is just 6 days away, and there's news of a major signing from ESPN Shams Charania today. 9-time NBA All-Star Russell Westbrook has agreed to a deal with the Sacramento Kings. The Kings will be Westbrook's 6th team in the last 8 years. Last season with the Nuggets, he averaged 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm still down that the Red Wings are done. It's too bad.
Yeah, I thought they had a chance this season.
Yep.
But Dan doesn't think so. Dan says just wait. Wait for the spring
Wheels
collapse.
are going to come off.
Yep. Flowers start to bloom. And then the bloom literally comes off the rose for the Red Wings. It's too bad.
You know, as a kid that grew up in Ann Arbor, it's probably about 7, 8 o'clock every New Year's Day. The instinct kicks in to get depressed. Because, like, Michigan lost every Rose Bowl they went to.
Tell me more about how great Bo Schembechler is. Here we go. Ready to lose another one.
Yeah. Another trip to Pasadena.
Who's that? Warren Moon? Great.
It was always something. But anyway, Dan played the role well. Like, Dan's voice lent itself to how depressed we should be.
I think he's been a grouch for a while.
I don't think he's a grouch.
He's just a bitch?
No. Wow.
Well, in terms of being a complainer, that's all.
It was just woe was me. He was filled with woe.
Eeyore?
Seventh reference.
Is he Eeyore?
He's kind of, yeah. It was all about woe with Dan. But
not whammy, woe?
Yeah. All right, are you ready? 10 texts?
Yeah.
All right, and then we'll get your guess, and then we'll get back to your phone calls. This major American brand was almost called Cargo House. Here are the guesses.
Mm-hmm.
Carhartt, that's from Shelley. Wells Fargo, that's from Rick. Costco, that's from Sam. Amazon, that's from Jeff in Macomb. Starbucks, that's from Mike in Sterling Heights. Old Navy, cargo shorts, that's from Matt in Washington. Home Depot, that's from Alan in Belleville. Nike, that's from Dave. Walmart, that's from Don and Clio. FedEx, it's from Johnny in Macomb. Gator, do you think it's any of those?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Yeah, because I was thinking it could be one of two. I did not think Walmart because it's after the Walton family, so they're going to stick with, putting the family name in there. But for me, it comes down to Costco and Amazon.
Okay.
And because when I think of cargo, I think of, you hear these big cargo ships bringing these giant, tankers in full of this stuff. So I'm going to go with Amazon.
Okay. Kang, do you think it's any of those, or do you have your own off-the-board guess?
I do think it's one of those because of the sheer amount of texts we got on one of those.
Okay, so
you know what I mean? I don't know what the answer is, but we got an overwhelming response, and it was one of those that you read off.
So some people out there have heard this. If you get most likely,
I'm guessing they did, or they looked it up, or AI did, or whatever.
Okay, so what do you got?
Starbucks.
The world's largest coffee house chain, Starbucks, also almost had a very different name. According to a 2008 Seattle Times interview with the company's co-founder, Gordon Bowker, the famous Java chain was once desperately close to being called Cargo House, a name meant to tie the first store in Seattle's Pike Place Market to the idea of beans coming from far away. Anxious for another more pleasing moniker, the brand consultant working with Bowker mentioned that words starting with ST felt especially strong. Bowker ran with the idea, listing every ST word he could think of. The breakthrough moment occurred after the consultant brought out some old maps of the Cascade Mountains and Mount Rainier, and both close to the company's hometown of Seattle, and Bowker stumbled across the old mining town of Starbo. And Starbucks was born.
I'm surprised because I would never have thought that a coffee company would be Cargo House. No. But then again, I never thought that a coffee company would be, named after a character on Battlestar Galactica. So that's also weird.
Yes,
Dirk Benedict name would be held in such high esteem from the old TV show back in the 80s. But okay.
There you
70s,
go.
80s.
All right. Well, again,
so it's
maybe
on Amazon, huh?
No, maybe it was common knowledge if you had that many answers. Ken, you're shaking your head.
No, I just chat GPT right now. It's just,
everybody just looks.
Yeah, everyone just looks at stuff up super quick. That's what I feel like, but I didn't know that, Doug.
Yeah, well, that's why we do 10 texts, because you don't have time. Like, the people can just guess, and after 10, we can cut it off. But you saw the overwhelming response that came in afterwards.
Yeah, it was
that's
the
one
next
of the reasons why
9 texts after Starbucks is what I was looking for.
Yeah, right.
we couldn't do the 10 texts.
Yep.
Been all Starbucks.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Nick. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Nick?
Hey, so I'm quite the opposite of Dan. I'm actually I'm quite excited for the season. A lot of guys are talking about how they want the young guys to come play. They want Steve to send the young guys up from Grand Rapids. Well, we finally get it, and everyone's still upset.
Well, not everyone, but certainly some.
Maybe Dan.
Yeah, maybe Dan. But I like how they looked in preseason. The Montreal game, these young guys, it's their first NHL game for most of them. You got to give them a little bit of a leeway, and they look great. Not great, but they look better against Toronto. It took 4 points there. I might be optimistic, but I think this is playoff season for us right here.
Well, tonight, certainly tonight's not going to decide anything one way or another. But it would be encouraging. It would be encouraging to beat Florida. So
it would be. It's tough that we're missing Raymond, but
it's tough that they're missing Kachuk and Barkov. It just
they still got Mad Max Town.
That's true.
I'm encouraged by the start of the season. The first game was awful. They played great in the first 5 minutes. They got a power play. They scored a power play goal. They made it look easy, and then everything kind of went to hell after that for the next 35 minutes for sure. Then the third period was just kind of like get this game over with, and but games 2 and 3 against Toronto really encouraging. So we'll see which team shows up tonight. I suspect that they were yelled at sufficiently by Todd McClellan, and that hopefully that we're not going to see many clunkers like that. We'll see another clunker or two as the season goes on for sure, but hopefully it's not enough to make us think that this is done.
Yeah, the thing that's kind of pushing me along from that first game is, you hear Todd saying that he brought those 3-4 guys out and asked them when it's going to stop, just playing like garbage. But you got to think those vets in the room are talking to the young guys, trying to get some fire under them.
Well, I think it's probably got to be a lot of fun to be a young guy in the league, but you now have to produce. So we'll see. All right, Gator, you ready to empty the bucket?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Well, look, I feel like the last few times I've done this, you've been wildly unimpressed. So,
what?
Try again. Do you know, didn't get to use this during the game, that USC is the only FBS school never to have had last names on the back of its jerseys. Ever.
Ever?
Ever. They're the only one.
I didn't know that.
No. It had no reason to come up during the game. And so hence it did not come up during the game.
It could come up at any point in time. You say, John, it's really hard to tell the players without the score sheet here.
Well, no, I mean, I can't read the names anyway from where we are, which is a million miles in the air. I'm happy when we can see the numbers clearly. But if the topic of the uniform had ever come up, I would have had a chance to mention it, but I never did.
By the way, what happened when you asked him about lighting the torch? Because you were there bright and early on Friday morning.
I was there at like 6:20 in the morning, and the security guard, I said, "Hey, I'm doing a radio show. Is there any chance we could light the torch?" And he's like, "What?" And I said, the torch, the Olympic torch. And he's like, I don't have anything to do with that. So I get up to the press box, completely empty, and then the only people up there were the TV crew setting up for the next day. So,
and no torch.
No. Also, USC is the only NCAA FBS school, so like the Division I, right?
Yeah.
That has never played an FCS opponent.
Really?
Yeah.
I do find that interesting.
Yeah.
They haven't dumbed down the schedule, huh?
Not once, apparently.
They didn't play Lake Tahoe Tech or anything like that?
No, there's none of those games against any of those teams. Ever.
Zizix University didn't do that?
Well, what's funny is I prepared for, the most interesting fact was that King Miller, their third string running back, was Dr. Dre's nephew. And I'm like, I'm never going to get to use this because this kid's never going to carry the ball.
You just buried the lead.
Well, hold on.
What?
I used that in the game.
Oh.
But I didn't think I was going to because I'm like, he's not going to see the field.
Yeah, you think he forgot about Dre?
And what happened? Their first two running backs got hurt. And this guy that had 12, 11 carries all year and didn't carry it the previous week ended up being their leading rusher. So I got to use it. So
I'm so glad you got to use that.
Yeah, it was.
I wasn't listening, but I'm glad you got to use it.
He's got a brother on the team, so both of them are Dr. Dre's nephew.
Are they going to med school as well, or no?
What's that?
Are they going to medical school as well, or is this like their uncle?
They're not. No, they're not. They're not going to be.
USC's medical program?
So his brother is the guard, right? He's like a 6 foot, 300-pound guard.
I think so, yeah. Let me go look here.
Because they mentioned
different sizes, like big time.
So here's where they bury the lead. They didn't, in the TV broadcast, they mentioned that he's got a twin brother, and but they didn't say that they were Dr. Dre's nephews. I don't recall them saying that. Did I miss that part?
You must have.
I really should have listened to the broadcast, your broadcast, because you brought that up, and that's pertinent information.
Yeah, Kalon Miller.
Yeah.
Yep. 6 foot 290. So there you go. Bucket is emptied.
That was interesting stuff today.
Okay, good. I thought this segment might be the last time we do it, but no.
No, you carry on for at least another week.
Gator's approval. All right, good fits for the Lions come the trade deadline. The list continues. We will get to that momentarily. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if your bet wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere across the app. So how do I recommend you do this? Find a heavy favorite, bet them on the money line. You won't get a big return on your $5, but you will unlock the $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. So new customers, it's a good time to sign up. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. It's non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy National Grouch Day to those grouches out there that celebrate. Scott Anderson.
Yeah.
Kang found a list. Pro Football Focus. Trade candidates come to the NFL trade deadline and their possible fits. We ran down some edge rushers that Detroit was linked to as possible fits.
Yeah, they all sound great.
Kayvon Thibodeau, Jalen Phillips, Trey Hendrickson.
But, Doug, I would say this. I don't think the screaming need for the Lions right now is an edge rusher. Though you could add one, I'm not going to turn them down if the price is right. But that's really not where I'm looking at. I need to know about corners. We got any corners on this list?
Gator, can I interest you in one Tariq Woolen?
Ooh. I like Reek. Reek the Freak.
Do you think Detroit's on the possible fits list?
They should be.
Bills, Falcons, Bears, Eagles, Lions.
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
They write, the Seahawks look poised to make the playoffs at 4-2, but the team could still deal a player like Woolen, especially with depth at the position in Shaquille Griffith, Josh Jobe, and Darian Kendrick. Woolen's background and fundamental athleticism would attract numerous teams enough that he is, even though he's a 2026 free agent, the Lions are desperate for corners in lieu of injuries to DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold, while Buffalo needs additional playmakers at the position with Christian Benford slumping. Again, I don't see a future where a 4-2 team trades him. In spite of the depth.
I get it. And that's the thing is that if I were, I mean, you know how I feel about depth in the secondary. I would never give up your depth, and particularly if you're a winning team, because you're just one injury away from needing them again. It's interesting that Reek Woolen only has one interception in his career, and that came his rookie season. He's a guy that obviously I like a lot. I shouldn't say obviously. I'll tell you why it's obvious. If you were listening to shows that we were doing in 2022 leading up to the draft, I was a big Reek Woolen guy because he had the size and the speed, even though he played at Texas San Antonio. He was like a 6'4" who had like a 4.4 40. I mean, it was, or less than 4.4 40 if I'm not mistaken. I mean, great size, great speed, and had a really good rookie season and has kind of leveled out since then to the point where obviously he's perhaps on the trade market.
Can I interest you in Rasul Douglas from the Miami Dolphins?
Need defensive backs. If you're healthy, I'm basically going to say yes.
Douglas didn't sign with the Dolphins until late August, which was surprising given his pedigree. As it turns out, there are a myriad of teams that would like to have added Douglas earlier based on his play so far in 2025. He's posted a 77.9 PFF coverage grade with 3 pass breakups over 161 coverage snaps, looking more like the standout player we saw in 2023. At 1-5, a persistent locker room turmoil, Miami likely will have a for sale sign up. The 30-year-old rental could help the Falcons, who have the worst PFF coverage grade at cornerback, or the Bears, who are without Jalen Johnson. Bills, Falcons, Bears, Eagles, Lions.
Yeah, I'd love to have him. 30 years old, and according to the Pro Football Reference stats, 4 passes defended, 1 forced fumble, and 1 quarterback sack this year already. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm love to have him. It's a veteran, knows how to play, knows how to win. He's played in the division when he was with Green Bay for a few years. Yeah, I'll take him. Played with Buffalo last year.
Can I interest you in quarterback Anthony Richardson?
All right, I'm listening, Doug. I stopped what I was doing back here. Well, I mean, go ahead. What's the package? What's the deal?
It's possible the Colts could want to keep Richardson on their roster either as insurance for this season or in case they can't retain Jones this offseason. Still, teams with quarterback questions come March and April could try and get ahead of the curve, stashing Richardson on his potential several months, stashing him and Richardson and his potential several months earlier. The Steelers will confront another offseason of uncertainty under center with Aaron Rodgers set to be a free agent. Well, Matthew Stafford's career feels very year to year at this juncture, despite his elite play. Possible fits: Steelers, Rams, Raiders, Jets. Sorry, Kang. I just brought it up because I knew I'd get your attention.
That was the ultimate tease, Gator.
It really was.
Worst one ever for me.
And I was ready to say this before Kang pontificates on it. I was going to say, yeah, I'll take a flyer on him if the price is right. I mean, he's 3 years into the league, and he has got a ton of talent. My God, is he talented, but clearly has a lot of work to do to get back onto the field. But I do like his talent level. To have him for the next 2.5 years because he's a first-round pick, you could give him that 5th-year option and see what you have. You've got a little bit of a runway to work with.
I will tell you,
alas, he's not on the list.
One other corner, Alontae Taylor, New Orleans Saints. Although Little's been good about the Saints season, Taylor's play pointed upward. This year he's produced a career best 69.5 coverage grade, which also adds his value of inside-outside versatility, having played 1,239 or more snaps on the outside and in the slot. The Saints have demonstrated willingness to move on from serviceable to good corners in recent years, including Marshawn Lattimore and Paulson Adebo. If New Orleans doesn't intend to pay Taylor this offseason, the 26-year-old could be sought after. Perhaps Dennis Allen would try and reunite with his former draft pick, or the Eagles could take a swing with a needed perimeter corner. Falcons, Bears, Eagles, Lions.
Former second-round pick, 27 years old. Again, a warm body, sure. Need warm bodies at this point. A guy who has quarterback sack this year, a few passes defended. Yeah, I'd look at any warm body at cornerback for the Detroit Lions.
And then here's my last year trade crush, Arden Key, edge rusher, Tennessee. Man. Possible fits, 49ers, Buccaneers, Chiefs, Lions. Key may not be a household name, but he's still a decent player with a good track record. His pass rush rate has dropped to 8.2%. He's solid against the run with a 65 Pro Football Focus run defense grade. Plus, he's reached 39 pressures each of his last 4 years. With the Titans likely pursuing high-level edge defenders this offseason, Key is a strong candidate to be traded on the last year of his contract. So.
Well, I mean, Arden Key was a guy out of college, out of LSU, that people were like, hey, look at this guy. It's a possibility to draft him, and it didn't happen then. He's been in the league for a while and has not really been that ultra-productive guy, but is he good enough to be depth? Added depth? Yeah. I mean, do you think he's better than, O'Connor or somebody like that?
Yeah, right.
If he's healthy, he's got an advantage over guys like, Wingo and others that are.
We talk about supply and demand. It feels like there's heavy supply at positions of need for the Lions. So I know there's a level of skepticism that Brad Holmes will make a move. Last year he made a move. It wasn't as big as some people wanted, but it was a move that helped them. And then it appears they moved on from said player at the right time, given that Zadarius Smith is retired already.
We haven't heard anything more on that, right? Just he said it was personal reasons, but nobody has offered up what those personal reasons are. No. Really curious about that one.
Yeah, I hear you. So anyway, just some interesting things to kick around as what'd you say, 3 weeks away from the trade deadline?
Yeah, November 4th, Tuesday, November 4th.
I feel like now is the time where initial calls will be made. Feeling out process. Hey, would you be interested in? But given the Trey Hendrickson price, that's one I don't think that they will part with. And the reason is when you have so many high-priced items that you have either already signed or are intending to re-sign, I think the draft pick becomes that much more valuable to an organization that needs to replenish the roster. So I don't think they're going to give up what it takes to get Trey Hendrickson. But and El-Quadin Muhammad has actually been good.
See, I think what the Lions have done with Brad Holmes and how great he has been at drafting, I think it gets into the point where they don't have. It's not necessarily the F them picks thing. It's they built up the roster to the point where you really don't need many picks right now. Now, you can't do that every year.
No.
But maybe you can do it for a year.
This could be the year.
With having a draft that only has, 4 picks available to you because you've gone on to get other pieces on a team that you think is a Super Bowl caliber team, and you need to put things over the top.
Could be the year. Jared Goff, what'd you make of the calls? And how big is this Tampa game? Hear what the quarterback has to say next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, are you looking for brand new garage doors and don't know who to call? Call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. Here's the greatest thing about doing it online is that you can actually schedule it for a time that works for you. You're not beholden to some 8-hour window. They'll work with your schedule, And that's the best thing of all. Plus, these guys are amazing what they do. Expert technicians in the field. I know firsthand. I've had them come out to my house for repairs, and I've had them come out to my house to give me new garage doors when the time was right for that. And I felt completely comfortable with John and Jeff and the whole crew. They know exactly what they're doing. Precision's awesome. They offer the same-day service. Emergency repairs are available as well. Weekends are available at no extra charge, and they offer the industry's leading warranty that they call the Precision Promise. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or, again, schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Jared Goff here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. That's why they've recovered more $1 million auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. On top of that, they choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case. This formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Our guy Steve and his crew over there, they run a great shop. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so I'm 5 episodes in to Escape at Dannemora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna finish this?
It's intense. Yeah, I think I'm gonna finish it. No guarantees. It's like Step Brothers. I've never seen it all the way through. Wow. I know. But as we enter the next phase of our lives, where I find myself watching Arkansas State and South Alabama,
and asking why,
to make up for the fact that I no longer really have kid stuff to do, I might watch a lot more TV. You know anything about this Game of Thorns? Joking.
Yeah.
I might start watching stuff like that.
What was the wife doing last night when you start watching the horrible football game?
She was sitting next to me on the couch doing work. And to be clear,
and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. And to be clear, I'm sitting here. I had the Pistons on, NLCS on, and I had this football game. It was awful. It was terrible. And then I noticed I've been watching the football game for 45 minutes, and was like, why? And then I got to the NLCS, and baseball put me to sleep, which is weird because every pitch when the Tigers were involved, it was the most intense I had felt in a long time watching a baseball game. And then a week later, a playoff baseball game can put me to sleep. But actually, these series might put people to sleep if they both go the way they've been going.
How many times? So it's been probably a month and a half now that you guys been empty nesters.
Yeah, so to be fair here, my son, the oldest, is home killing time between living situations, but he's been away. Like, he travels a little bit for work, and he can work from anywhere, so he goes and visits his friends. So he's kind of been in and out. He's about to be out, though. He's moving to Chicago soon here. So
I was going to say, how many times since you were supposed to be empty nesters?
Yeah.
And the occasions that the oldest is out, do you just look around and go, hey, there's nobody here?
No,
well,
it's
just,
not.
now it's just, we can do what we want. We're not beholden to some schedule anymore, Like, if you wanted to go, I feel like eating at 6 o'clock instead of waiting till 8:30 after a baseball game.
There's no question that we eat earlier. That is maybe one of the biggest. It's a good thing you brought that up. No. It's no question we eat dinner earlier.
There you go.
And
come on.
Guy's making everything dirty. But it's definitely getting it. The problem is not the problem. The fact that it's football season and it's kind of all intensive all the time because work is pretty heavy. I missed a lot of the kids' stuff in the fall anyway, due to being at Schembecker Hall,
commitments and whatnot.
Yeah, watching previous week's games and all that. It's.
But now you're not scrambling.
I'm not scrambling as much. No, so it's weird. I might come hang out. You still live in the same place?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You want to hang out?
Sure. Get me out of the house.
Do you have any other friends, Doug, that are in similar situations where they're available now? They have more time as well,
Yes. Yeah, it's
there
weird.
You go,
We're going to
man.
start playing golf. Hang out with Vigo more.
Yeah. I like Vigo. He's a good guy.
Vigo is a good guy. Whole thing's bizarre.
His wife's funny.
Oh, yeah. Oh, his wife thinks you're hysterical.
Oh. That helps.
Cater's like, I'm right. Well, I am. She's right. So, Lions Monday night game, massive game in the NFC. You and I both have the same early read on this game.
Total domination.
I think this is going to be they're going to be okay game.
Yeah, I really feel like this is a game they can put some points on the board. I think playing at home, a little more comfortable there, and they know they've got stuff to work on, clearly. I don't know how healthy they're going to be going into this game. I doubt there's going to be Brian Branch. They're supposed to hear at some point today, maybe as early as today, about his appeal on a suspension. Hopefully Kirby Joseph is fine. We know that they brought in Kendall Fuller into the secondary to help out. That seems like that's an upgrade over maybe some of the practice squad guys they have, and probably should be because they released a practice squad guy to do it. But, the situation at left tackle, what is that going to look like? Dan Skipper, I thought, played pretty well.
Yeah.
But you clearly want Taylor Decker, your starter, to be there. But if you got to keep him out for another week and then you get the bye week after that, that could be really good news as long as you're getting good enough play. and I think Skipper gave them good enough play last week. But they've got things to work on because the running game disappeared in the second half of the game. They left points out on the field. And the worst part of all is the defense could not get off the field. They forced one punt by Kansas City. And there was a play that happened in that game against the Chiefs that I thought was so individually spectacular. And it was the play that Aiden Hutchinson rushed Patrick Mahomes and was able to knock the ball out. But it wasn't knocking the ball out. It was the way that he rushed Patrick Mahomes, grabbing a hold of whatever. It wasn't Kelsey, I don't think. I think it was the other tight end. But grabbed him and just pushed him, kept driving him back right into Patrick Mahomes. He's like, I'm not disengaging. I'm using this player as a battering ram to get to the quarterback. And then once I get there, then I can release him after I've thrown him into the quarterback. And now I can swat at the ball. And he did. He knocked it loose. Unfortunately, they didn't come up with it. But that play, that individual effort to me was absolutely spectacular.
It was good. It was really, really good. So the interview that Dan Campbell did this morning on our station, where he again reiterated that
with Costa and Jansen,
yes, that the trick play fourth down, the call came from New York. You can read this now on Pro Football Talk has quoted it and gave our station credit and all that.
Nice.
But here's what they say at the end, which is interesting. In the end, they got it right. But if Campbell's version is accurate, they did it the wrong way, in violation of clear, indisputable procedures from when the league office may assist the on-field officials, coupled with the fact that the final decision benefited the Chiefs, who had 0 penalties called against them the entire game. It's time for some to take out the tinfoil hats again. This is independent. That's Mike Florio.
I was going to say, is it Florio?
It's Florio. So
tainted evidence.
I mean, that's what it.
I like what Greg from the morning show said to King.
God, Greg's smart. He's so sneaky smart. Maybe everybody else had this observation. Maybe we're just dumb. But
Was
Greg's.
was he going to go into law and then radio? He called.
I think it was like space law or something crazy.
Yeah, because he's nuts. But he's
Intergalactic
brilliant.
space law. Greg Hargrave, Esquire. Anyway, he said it's like a court case where evidence was illegally obtained.
Not admissible.
It's one hell of a.
You got to follow procedure, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
this is not a lawless land. We live in a society.
We hope.
Amen, brother.
Come on, please. Let's get back to laws. Respecting.
There's Rico Beard in studio. What's up, my man?
Hey.
Uh-oh. You okay?
No, but
you're not okay.
No, you guys are talking about the Dan Campbell from this morning.
Yeah.
We're gonna touch upon that as well. I'm all for conspiracy. I'm just like, this one is okay.
I don't know if there's conspiracy. I question whether or not that it was like illegally obtained evidence.
Oh no, it's just like, oh my goodness, Mike's gonna come in with the whole scriptwriter thing because he's back, and I was like, Mike, okay, sure, I'll let you get it out. We're gonna talk about that. Also, talk a little college. We really haven't talked college for a while, so.
Well, have fun with that.
Nice hat.
You like this one?
Yeah. Montana.
People don't know what it's Montana.
Well, I see the MT.
Yeah, right. That helps.
Well, it's in a different kind of camouflage. It's really hard.
Hard to see. Thank you. I like this hat. You know where I got it?
Montana.
That's correct.
It's almost like some cool throwback jersey, like the Buffalo Bills had.
Have a great show. Everybody out there, stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions coach Dan Campbell joined Constant Jansen this morning. He said that the team...
Script writers, y'all!
I think there was a UFO that just went by over there. He said the team hopes to find out more this afternoon whether he won the suspension appeal or not. He also said, barring something happening this week, Aleem McNeil is playing as well. No real update on safety Kirby Joseph, other than he's pretty sore. Red Wings coach Tom McClellan ruled out forward Lucas Raymond for tonight's game against the reigning Stanley Cup champion Panthers. He's day-to-day. That means Mason Appleton will be back on the top line. Does that change the way he plays? Cleveland is rolling with Cam Talbot in between the pipes for the third straight game. On the Panthers side, the team announced today that defenseman Dmitry Kulikov is out for the next 5 months due to an upper body injury. Despite being without a number of their stars this season, Florida has a 3-1 start. Tigers catcher Dylan Dingler was named a finalist for a Gold Glove along with Alejandro Kirk and Carlos Narvaez. Pistons director of basketball ops Trajan Langdon was asked if there was a chance Malik Beasley resigns with the team today on NBA radio. He says they are, quote, monitoring it from afar. Obviously, he's being investigated by both the NBA and the feds. If something breaks, we'll have a conversation, end
Is
quote.
that an easy way to say no?
I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. Russell Westbrook has signed a deal with the Sacramento Kings. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome one, welcome all. Oh, man, what a blessed day. Oh, my goodness. Rico, how are you?
I know. You don't care. Let's go. I'm not stepping on that already.
Woo! Let's just
Not
get
stepping on that
right
rake.
into it, shall we? Script writers, y'all. Oh, it's fun when you get to make fun of Nona and say she didn't take her pills and you're out of your mind. Oh, no. All the truth will set you free. I'd like to hearken back to this morning. Some great audio for you from our award-winning radio show, Mr. Jim Costa, who, by the way, is a fake Italian, and he can kiss my ass. He owes me an apology. Here's Dan Campbell on what took place.
Okay.
Oh, no, Jim vilified me.
Oh, I was about to say, how'd the fake Italian come in?
Oh, well, because he's fake.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, he's glow-in-the-dark white, so automatically you're not Italian.
He's from North Italy.
Yeah, it's called Switzerland. So the point I'm making is this. Jim vilified me, blamed me for the conspiracy theory calls, or as he says, the lizard people. And I said, Jim, you're either dumb or dishonest. Mm-hmm. And I know you're not dumb. I didn't say the Lions lost the game because of it, but I don't need assistance in losing. The script writers massage the game. It's the WWE. People need to learn the NFL's not an honest product. The NFL is wrestling. It's a made-for-TV product, and the script writers play favorites. Mm-hmm. So we're not deciding the Intercontinental Champ, but we are massaging the results. Mm-hmm. The Lions got screwed on that opening touchdown. Full stop. I said it. I told you they broke protocol. That is not a reviewable play. New York is not to get involved on that.
It's a touchdown. Every score is reviewed.
It is not a reviewable play for a penalty. It's not about the touchdown. The touchdown is, did the player cross the threshold of the goal line? Yes or no? So hold on, because you don't have to trust me. How about the voice you're about to hear who wants you to go for two on an Applebee's commercial? I give you Dan Campbell.
CJ Stroud?
Yeah, also. I give you Dan Campbell on what went down on this play and what he was told. Because remember, Craig Rolstad in the postgame just absolutely gave a different version of the truth. Take a listen to this. Lies. Lies. That is a lie. The league is caught in a lie.
The yep just said so much. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And again, Campbell said he was told by the league. That contradicts what the on-field official Craig Rolstad said. Lies. Lies. The scriptwriters are real. When will you believe? Okay, you flat earther. When will you believe?
Okay, you're the guy who always makes fun of me for everything. I feel like I need to bring you in some tinfoil to make a hat.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because I understand where you're coming from. It's the sole reason why I've often said referees should have to face the music as well.
Right, so they can lie to us?
No, at least because at a press conference, so they can be peppered with questions so that Dan Campbell doesn't have to answer all these questions. That doesn't make sense. Ref, make this make sense.
So,
and then that's when they would say, okay, we did.
Do you want to hear
call.
what Craig Rolstad said?
Sure.
Liar. There are a lot of
lies.
lies. There are a lot of moving parts on the play. We had a quarterback go up to the line. He paused momentarily in the quarterback position, didn't get under center, but he walked up, stopped like he was the quarterback. Then he went in motion. They threw the ball. Touchdown. If the quarterback assumes the quarterback position and then goes in motion, he has to stop for a second before they snap the ball. Because he gets out of the view of some officials, we had to piece it together as a crew. Guys, he then stopped initially, and whether he stopped when he went in motion, it was determined after a lengthy discussion, scriptwriters, that he stopped the quarterback position and went in motion. But when he does that, he has to stop when he gets in motion. Rolstad is then asked, so if he had come to a complete stop after going in motion, would it have been legal? That's correct. Question. My understanding is there was 1 minute and 14 seconds from the time the play ended until you dropped the flag for the penalty. Can you walk us through the discussion process? Quote, it's my job to see if the quarterback stopped. The down judge watches the player in motion. We had to communicate between him, my umpire, and my line judge on whether he initially stopped at the position, and then whether he stopped and he went in motion out of the view towards the left-hand side of the field. There was confusion in our discussion whether he had stopped initially or whether he had stopped at the end and what we were talking about. That's why the flag came in late. Question. What kind of help or assistance, if any, did you receive from the replay assistants in Kansas City or New York? Rolstad, we did not have assistance from Kansas City or New York. Lies! Lies! Script writers are real.
Okay, the funny thing is when I saw the play happen live, I was saying, he didn't have to stop. Okay, I guess maybe it was because I'm like, was he running backwards? Because if you're running backwards, you don't have to get that, set still for a second. The whole talking it through and then the information that comes out later, it looks bad. Like this is going to end up being the NFL's version of the Patrick Ewing cold card, where we'll never get them to actually admit what happened.
Yeah, but Dan Campbell's a Zion of integrity and truth. He told us.
Right, but I'm saying everybody knows about the cold card for the Patrick Ewing.
And everybody knows now the scriptwriters are real. And a UTEP study shows that the NFL, and I have major admiration for the University
UTEP.
of Texas at El Paso.
Okay. Not even the real Texas.
Hear me. That is a high caliber. That is the jewel of West Texas.
Yeah, we talked about this.
The point I'm making, the league favors Kansas City. You fell victim to it. The scriptwriters are real, and Nona's back.
Except for here's the thing about the UTEP thing. During that same time period, the Patriots won 4 Super Bowls. Kansas City wasn't even that big of a
irrelevant.
Deal. Okay.
2-4-8.
And you actually had a team that cheated.
I just want to know from the people if they can take time from insulting me to admit I was right and the scriptwriters are real. That the NFL is not an honest product. It is absolutely just wrestling with helmets. They can manipulate, they can shape, and they can outright decide, hello, Saints and Rams, they decided who was going to the Super Bowl. They absolutely are a dishonest, feckless group of billionaire losers, and the Lions got screwed on Sunday night.
So you're saying it's the NBA?
Yes!
Okay.
Phantom fall on Kareem! Lies! Eli's. 248-539-9797. Hold, please. What do you two Beekmans have to say for yourself?
Well, I've always believed that there was favor for the Chiefs. There's been a lot of things going on their side for the last few years, and I question this one because it took 90 seconds to almost 2 minutes to sit there and make a decision. You never review for penalties. You always review for if the ball is over or not. That was already determined. So why are we reviewing for a penalty?
Why did Craig Rolstad lie? Dan Campbell wouldn't lie to me.
Correct.
He wants me to go for 2 at Applebee's. He wouldn't lie.
Okay.
Craig Rolstad lied. The officials lied. The league lied.
Now, on that point, I have no say-so for that. But, David, I told you yesterday, and Mike, I'll tell you.
Yes.
With your Eli's.
Yes.
I've seen plenty of times, play happens, referees come together.
Immediately, though. They did not come together immediately.
And I finished.
No, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Black community in strife.
Jeez. Oh, well, hey, David is apparently he's blacker than me because he does BET reads now. Didn't know if you knew that or not.
David's pimping 106 in Park?
106 in sports. Yes.
Wow. All right.
They get together and they say, okay, was this intentional grounding or was the quarterback behind the line? Wait, yeah, I think he was. And then you see the flag come out.
But that doesn't allow for New York to review it.
No,
that was a break
Mike,
of that was a breach.
I'm not now for that. I got nothing for that.
You do. It's the script writers.
If that's the truth, then that's going to look bad and they'll never admit it. And as I say, it'll go down in history like the NBA with the cold card for New York so they can get Patrick Ewing.
Look, I just want to know where people are at with this because you're either forced to believe your coach is lying or the NFL's lying, and I know which one I'm at. Dan Campbell might be a lot of things. A liar ain't one of them. He's one of the most honest coaches in the league. He's probably going to get fined for answering that question, by the way.
I can definitely. I mean, Dan Campbell didn't want to answer the question, but he knew I had to.
Yes.
And that was it. Like, oh, God.
And the whole point is this. Do not call up with this dishonest gaslighting nonsense. I am not saying you lost the game because of the singular play. That is never what I have advocated.
Hold on. I need you to repeat that because what you have now done is open the floodgates for all of these calls.
That's fine.
You will take them.
I will take them because these are my people.
They are.
Because they see it clearly.
Okay.
Not the world the way they want it to be, but the way that it is.
Okay.
Unfair, uncompromising, and unjust.
Boy, you just shot out a cannon.
Because I knew I was right, and then I got proven right. And it's no different than those hillbilly-ass Spartan fans who attacked me last week. Well, who's right now? Well, Nona shaved her ass, so you got something smooth to kiss today. Let's go. David, be ready.
Lies.
Eli's. Who's lying, people? 248-539-9797. We got a ton of college football later. Here's Rico to tell you about his basement.
It is about my basement. And you know what? We can sit there and watch the conspiracy of the NFL when we're all done, Mike. I will invite you over. Why? Because the final inspections are going to be this week, and then this thing is over. It's done. And it's all thanks to Matrix Basements, who came in with a great idea and a great plan, and they worked tirelessly around the clock, and they made their plan come to life. They didn't show me one thing and give me something else. They gave me exactly what they showed me, and I could not be happier. You can also check out Matrix Basements yourself. Go to matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. Look, Nate and his people, they took care of me. They will take care of you. Let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality.
Hi there. We've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time, and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourself, or anything in between, Northville's got you covered. Stop on by, check out the new showroom, take home some samples, and then get ready to roll. It's Northville Lumber. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Listen to that pause. That's actually Dan Campbell's soul leaving his body. And by the way, do you know why he can't say it? Because the NFL operates like a cabal. It's a different form of the mafia. Like, that, the script writers are real. Nona didn't forget to take her pills. She's just spicy. Like, come on, man. Like, it backed up everything I said. And no, you didn't lose the game because of a singular play. But if you don't think this league shapes results, you're not paying attention. They broke every protocol and had the lead official boldly lie in the postgame. And only because of Dan Campbell's brutal honesty, an honesty most coaches wouldn't offer you, do we discover it. They lied. Yes, Danny. Yes. Quick check of the ticket text, and then we get to the people. David, the early returns.
I agree with Mike. It's all fake, and fake. The NFL did this to our team. Someone else says, no flags, all game for KC. Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
Scott into Compsey.
Dead giveaway.
Okay, I'm not even going down that road.
Dead giveaway.
There were 2 flags.
Kenny.
Lions declined them both.
Kenny, go ahead and say it. Dead giveaway. I'll just go to the people. Apparently, David's computer exploded. That's dead giveaway. Let's go to Nate to lead things today. Hello, Nate.
Hey, how you doing, Mike? I'm a first-time caller. Big fan.
Welcome. What's going on, bud?
I just want to agree with you 100%, man. I've been saying it since the Calvin Johnson rule. Every week I watch something, how they screw the Lions, man, and it's brutal.
And again, it doesn't have to cost you a game for you to be irate about it. It is the acknowledgement that the league lies, that they break the rules at their convenience.
Absolutely. You're the man, Mike. You take care.
Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate that. Dead giveaway. Go to Jacob. Jake, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, my buddy. How you doing?
Good, Jacob.
On Friday, was listening to you do the picks, and you know what? I thought, if the Lions lose, I won't be upset. I think I'm going to put some money on Kansas City to win because I think the Lions will get cheated. And that's what I did, and now I'm going to buy dinner with that profits tonight.
There you go. Now, where are you at with the script writers?
It wasn't just the one play. It was holdings all game long, blocks in the backs, no penalties called but the 2 pickups. It makes it hard to watch. If I were not a Lions fan, I think I would have turned the game off.
Yeah, and listen, this happens to me, and Jacob, again, there's no tiny violin. Please, no one take it this way. I'm making a point. When you watch as much football that doesn't involve the Lions, that you don't necessarily want to watch, you become enraged watching the absolute circus that the NFL product is with the level of bad officiating. Don't get me started on college. Dead giveaway. But it's script writers, Rico.
I understand, but here's what I'll give you the script writing. I'll give you that play.
Thank you.
I'm not doing this whole, they didn't get any penalties.
They didn't.
Guys, there were 6 penalties called. 6.
Why don't you take a look at the Travis Kelce catch where he does the pirouette and goes upfield, and take a look at the 2 Lions defensive linemen that were enjoying hugs from Santa Claus, a.k.a. Kansas City offensive linemen. Dead.
Mike, you're smart enough to know that you can find a penalty on every
But
play.
yet they didn't find it on a single one. Dead giveaway.
They called 2 penalties, and the Lions declined them both.
Dead giveaway.
We're not going to talk about that.
Nope.
Okay.
It is proof positive. I need people to view sports the way it really is. The money is too big. There is no integrity. And at any moment, the boogeyman, a.k.a. the league, can come up and get you. I believe it. You polygraph me. Those sons of bitches will take a game from you. I'm telling you. They'll take a game from you. Let's go to the people. The good people of our fair city.
Okay.
Ian is up next, 97.1. Ian, what's going on?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. 2 things. One, how come they didn't call a taunting penalty on Patrick Mahomes after he scored a touchdown? That kind of felt a little weird. Because
They never
I think
would
anybody
dare.
else would have done that.
They never
Anybody
would
else
dare.
would've Right. Anybody else, they probably would have done it, guys. Second of all, this has been going on since before Kansas City. How about New England back in the day? The Cowboys back in the day? It's just been theater after theater after theater. And by the way, Michael, the best radio on of all is when you say, Dan Campbell told me to go for 2.
Thank you. I appreciate that. He does. He wants the 2-point conversion with the sampler platter. Ian, the guy's a lot of things. A liar ain't one of them.
No. And the other thing that bothers me, guys, is you watch other games around the league and you can just kind of scratch your head and you kind of see like who's really going to win even before the game starts. And it's hard to watch the NFL when you hear that. And it's just like, man, it just frustrates you because you want to see a good game and a fair game and you're not going to see it.
Listen, Ian, that's the point. The money has gotten so egregious. Remember, they're selling singular NFL games to knockoff streaming platforms for $150 million a pop. This league needed Kansas City. You need me on that wall. They needed Kansas City to win that game.
They needed Kansas City at 3-3.
Yes.
Okay.
Because at 2-4, they got Ugats. Now they got a problem. I'm just telling you.
So where were the scriptwriters at Jacksonville when they got called for 13 penalties?
This was the give back. Don't you get it?
Okay.
Don't you get
I'm
it?
trying to.
Find a team in league history.
Your mind right
Find
now.
a team in league history who had the most penalties the week before that didn't get called for a single one the week after.
I'm trying to get into your mind right now.
It's here.
Okay.
Top of my head is open like Ray Liotta and Hannibal. It's open. Just reach in there and grab a snack.
Okay. Okay.
I'm vindicated. Do you know the slander that the morning show put my way? Oh, I blame Mike and the lizard people, and I can't believe he... Guys, it's okay. With John, I know he ain't going to say anything that's not convenient for him. Signed 2 years of Michigan cheating. The point is, with this, it's obvious. This league can't be trusted.
So there's script writers in college, too? Is what you're saying?
100%. 100%.
No. I've been saying it for the NBA for years.
But
so I'm not making fun of you, Mike. I'm making fun of you because... You are normally, no, that doesn't exist. That's a conspiracy.
Exists. Nah, this is real.
Oh, there you are with the weird people and the UFOs and all of that.
Okay, what's more believable? Aliens or the scriptwriters?
Maybe the scriptwriter are aliens.
Perfect. I'm in. Sign me up. Sign me up.
Explain Shaq.
Craig Wolstad,
go.
phone home. I mean, come on.
Maybe
Craig
Mahomes,
Wolstad is E.T.
Or maybe Mahomes is one of their kids.
No, you know what? With that goofy-ass voice of his, nothing would shock me. Doesn't Mahomes talk like an alien's trying to escape his body?
It's like Men in Black.
Yes.
Will Smith walking into the mailroom.
He opens up his jersey, and there's the alien right there in the chest.
I mean, come on. 248-539-9797. We're going to get more of the people. Very exciting day. Vindication. It tastes delicious. FanDuel getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. $5 to get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Hopefully the scriptwriters don't impact you. FanDuel has every NFL bet on the planet. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, poor Jim Costa. Hey, if you're just joining, you got proven right. The league effed you. Script writers, y'all. Don't make your crucible here. Well, it didn't cost them. Guys, the opening drive of the game, Lions should have been up 7-0 in Arrowhead. And the league stepped in and went, that's not happening. That's what happened. We have it now. Craig Rolstad lied. Dan Campbell's telling you what he was told, that it came from New York. One problem, New York's not allowed to get involved.
Was there any other script writing in the game?
Yeah, the fact that Kansas City had no penalties.
Even though they did.
They did. 0 accepted penalties. Rico, 0.
Okay, 0 accepted penalties is not no penalties. That's two different things. That's you were penalized, and the Lions chose to decline them.
Twice.
Okay.
You think a team called for 2 penalties in the NFL? Today, when the ref show every week in the NFL is unbelievable. That's how you're going to defend this.
Dude, the Lions got called for 4. It was the game that everybody wanted. The ref said
twice as many.
The game.
Twice as many. Double the penalties. To the people.
You know what?
That's right.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Let's go to Jordan. Jordan, what's going on?
Sorry, you guys are making me laugh. Love the show. Appreciate you. I was at the game on Sunday. I was in the end zone above the corner of where the play happened. Goff scored. Chiefs fans are all depressed. And then we're waiting. What's going on? We're waiting. The ref is standing over the ball, Mike. I swear his hand went to his earpiece, and then the flag comes out, and all of a sudden we get this explanation that Goff wasn't set. And then I'm talking to Chiefs fans. I said, is this even reviewable? Can they even review this? And Chiefs fans are like, I don't think you can review that. Absolutely. Called in from New York. Eyewitness. I saw it.
Thank you. And Jim, Jordan, to add to this, did you hear what Jared Goff said about the play? He said this was a different explanation of the rule than the one that essentially is in the rule book. I'm telling you, and I appreciate your eyewitness account, because what I can't get people to understand is there's a separation, okay? It's a separation of church and state. Just because the league massages something doesn't let the Lions off the hook for Amon-Ra dropping a pass. Or Eli's. But I am tired of people not acknowledging that the NFL is a cabal. The script writers are real. Okay. And I just think the sooner you accept it, the sooner you'll be able to find what level you can enjoy this at. Has the league dictated who gets to win a game before? In my mind, yes, 100%. It's called the Rams and Saints. That was the most egregious call in the history of the sport. Did the league make a decision, in my opinion, about the Lions being sent home in Dallas?
Now,
Eric Ebron.
Here's how.
Yes.
Here's how you'll know if you're truly going to take that victory lap. If the league comes out with a brand new rule or a new type of thing, like they did for the process, like they did for that where you can now go back and review the penalty for the Rams and Saints. When they come out and it's almost the very next day, okay, here's the new way we're going to see things now. Because no one knew what the process was. And now no one knows what a catch is.
And I'm going to say this again, and I said it Monday. This is factual. When you are going to put some exotic rule-bending type plays in, you have a conversation and you tip off the officials, hey, this is a part of our install. Just be on the lookout for it. It's no different than the Lions telling the officials Dan Skipper was going to be eligible. It's a play we're using tonight. Don't be surprised. That's reality. So they told the officials. I would bet good money the officials were made aware of this play, that you tell them, look, this is our kind of thing. We're going to use this play. I wouldn't be shocked if Goff gave him a wink and an okie doke in the huddle.
Not only that, no, they said that they ran the play past officials in practice, and officials said it was the play. And I'm sure they told the officials we're going to run it. Now, the officials probably didn't think you're going to run it, 3 plays into the game.
Makes no difference.
But no. But I do believe so. Yeah. Now,
just say it. Say what's on your heart.
In the end, they actually got it right, but it was how they got to it, which was wrong.
Right. So you're suggesting vigilante justice is now acceptable.
No, I did not say that. I said in the end. Okay. All right. I'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, no. The best is yet to come today.
No.
Don't you worry. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, bud?
Hey, hi, guys. Long time. I will say I agree with you, Mike. And here's the thing. I have accepted this from the NFL years ago. When they picked up that rag in Dallas, I knew what was going on. When the thing with Calvin in the end zone, you knew it then. Rico, good point. They come out the next day with a new version of the rule. They have to cover their butts. I totally get it. Totally get it. There is no way they were going to ever have Patrick go, lose this game and have Taylor pouting in the box and the whole shebang. And they do it with everything. Look at the scheduling. Patrick Holmes has never set foot in Ford Field. You think about that. They've had to go down there 3 years in a row. Okay, one was preseason, but still, there was no way this time, after they ruined their coming out party 2 years ago. Why don't they have the Chiefs come to Ford Field? Why wasn't this game at Ford Field when they scheduled it? It would have been right, but no, because there's no way, because the Lions would kick the crud out of Patrick Mahomes at Ford Field.
But, Jim, let me say this. I would just be – I don't want to go crazy on that particular point. Like, example, Tampa Bay's had to come here back-to-back years. So
that's right, and they're coming again.
Yeah, exactly. So
it was like Seattle was here 3 years in a row.
I want to be careful on the scheduling part, Jim. I hear you.
Yeah, I get.
It would be nice to have them here, but it's a separate thing than what we all witnessed and watched. And I don't think you need to go down a rabbit hole to just acknowledge. Like the Jim Costas of the world have to stop acting like people like me are off the reservation for just saying the quiet part out loud. This league shapes results, not decides often. Once in a great while, they outright do. They shape a result when you break every protocol and then you lie about it. Dude, come on. That was 7-0 Lions on a virtuoso drive. That impacted the game. The Chiefs were let off the hook there. The Chiefs were able to salvage a little bit of a momentum versus an outright 7-0 beginning. The league stepped in. That's not right. And no, it's not lizard people. I'm not talking about space aliens or the Illuminati. I'm talking about the league is the WWE. Period. In the same way that Rico has brought up the NBA. You mean to tell me the NBA with that Donaghy situation, that's the only time it ever happened?
Oh, no, Mike, I'm with you. That's why when we were in Vegas and I laughed at the whole Shohei and the gambling thing, I'm like, yeah, this thing's going to be over with in a couple of hours. And, David, the next day, we have done our full research, and we're
I'll give you another example. Let me give you another example. In college, Kenny better use earmuffs for this. The script writers were out for Georgia Saturday night. Auburn has no playoff hopes, and they're coached by a degenerate. The point is, that Auburn-Georgia game was an effing disgrace, and the refs, much like the Lions game, simply made something up. Kirby Smart says, I'm clapping. No, you're not, dunce cap. You're on video calling a timeout. It was a delay of game anyways. The refs come out and go,
wait, you don't clap like this?
No, I don't. And then the point is, the refs apparently have a conversation with Kirby, and they go, hey, hold on. Actually, Georgia was calling a timeout, even though he wasn't calling a timeout. He was clapping. We blew an inappropriate whistle, so no timeout, no delay of game. Let's just do the whole thing over. Wait, huh? How about the fumble review? The script writers were out. Why? Because Georgia football is worth 10x what Auburn is. Because Georgia can't dump that game or they're out of the playoff. The script writers massaged it along.
I don't know. It all seemed like it was on the up and up to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I will hit you with my vehicle.
Wait, script writers 2013.
At Notre Dame, I know where you're going with it. 7 pass interferences against Michigan State in the second half.
Script writers.
Damn Skippy.
So the Illuminati does exist.
I'm just telling you, watch enough sports, see enough random crap, and then look who's attached to it. It's not like UTEP's going to get a break. No. It's always these teams. It's the same teams. They're a part of it's like a mafia.
I understand. here's where I can't go. Well, that was the reason why you lost. That wasn't the reason why you lost.
No, but it just assisted in the losing. That's all.
If you lose by less than 7 points, if you lost by less than 4, I'm going to give you that.
I wish I still had the Cat Williams drop. No. You can't let them off the hook because
I'm not letting them off the hook, but I am saying you had over 54 minutes to go ahead and right this wrong.
Thank you. We'll continue. David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind.
3 words, class action lawsuit. Oh, gosh.
Good luck.
Mahomes being an alien makes sense. That horizontal throw in the Super Bowl he lost was wild. That is from Damon. Someone else says, if ESPN is controlled by the NFL, the story will never break.
So glad you said it. This story is being reported by everybody but ESPN. You've got full... I'm not going to shout out a bunch of different websites. The point is...
You're right, though.
I had to look at Costa's ugly face on a number of sites because they embedded the video.
You read that before. Why?
I've got my tinfoil hat on, Mike. Let's go, Scott and Carlton.
Yes.
And you're right. On ESPN, Chiefs will be the AFC top seeded.
That's right. Let's go to Field Yates and his hippie haircut. Anything to avoid the truth. Nice suit, jackass.
Get a haircut, dude. What is
My
that?
God. What salvage store did he get that thing from?
I thought he was doing it before because of that marathon they do to start the year fantasy stuff. Like he's just waiting. No, he hasn't got it.
Hey, here's an idea. Let's have a guy who's a, quote, fantasy football analyst commenting on the league. Go to hell. All right, after a hot summer, you know what's coming next.
Lies.
Winter. Lies. Snow and cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll give you a complete furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly. We've lost Rico. $79. Get in there. Let them check everything out so you're not screwed over during the winter. Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. Do it now at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we'll get right back to business. Stay calm. But Rico's got a rapid fire. Can we say that we got to do? Music. Ready to roll.
Yeah, Mike, you missed out on it yesterday, so I have a few new ones and a couple from yesterday for you specifically. After this past weekend in college, Mike, can we say that Arch is back?
No, he was fine enough. Did he outplay John Mateer off surgery? Yes. But back to what? The Texas defense carried the day. 3 turnovers. I'm not ready to say that. Arch has to look more of the part. I think it was a step. I don't think he's all the way there.
Okay. Michael, can we say that Kirk Cignetti will be the next head coach of Penn State?
No. I think it's Matt Rule. And honestly, in 2025, when you have Mark Cuban bankrolling your program, is Penn State really a better job? What is he going to do at Penn State that he isn't already doing at Indiana?
See, I agree with you there because at least at Indiana, he will be considered God. And therefore, whatever he does, there's no guy before you that you have to live up to.
And listen, all we're seeing right now is this time where the new Oregons are developing. Remember when Phil Knight put all the money in the program and Oregon popped up out of nowhere? Well, that's Indiana. That's Texas Tech. That was Oklahoma State back in the day. I don't think the blue blood brand is nearly as strong as it used to be because now it's all boats and hoes. You don't even recruit. You just hand a kid a pile of cash. Oh, but Deloitte has to say, the big schools aren't waiting for Deloitte. They're handing out money.
Mike, well, speaking of which, because there's going to be a theme with this, can we say that Penn State made the right decision over the weekend to fire James Franklin?
Yeah, I think that he had taken it as far as he was going to go. I'm not going to turn him into a martyr. You're 4-21 against, whatever it was, top 10 teams. It's not good enough. He had 1 Big Ten title. It's just, if you're chasing championships and your current coach isn't delivering championships, and he has been there for a long time, This is now the old days. You'd keep him because he'd be in these big bowl games and fans valued winning 10 or 11 games. This is a byproduct of where the sport has gone. Yes. Well, how do you know the next guy will be as good? You don't.
Well, but at 10-2, he's almost guaranteed to get you into the playoff. Now this year they're falling apart.
Well, but again, the 10-2 and making the playoff when you don't win it, what's the value? So I'll say yes.
I don't know what that is.
No, I know.
I would be happy for that.
Yeah, I know.
David, you want to chime in? Okay. Can we say Billy Napier will be coaching somewhere else next season?
Yes. I think him and Jonathan Smith are on the same midnight train to Georgia.
No, but
I think they are both out of a gig in 2 weeks.
But he will be hired by some other school?
I don't know. It depends on that buyout. I don't know the every line item of Billy Napier's deal. Would he sit out, maybe get a better haircut? Would he do TV? Would he be an analyst and get rehab at the new Nick Saban camp down at Alabama? I don't know. But I know he won't be at Florida.
Okay. Michael, can we say that based off of what you saw for Penn State, the buyout means nothing anymore?
Correct.
Like, schools are now saying, I'd rather win games and lose money. I value winning more than money.
Correct. The bottom line is this: any school crying poor, go to hell. I've had to sit back and get bludgeoned. Well, it's a good deal for the Big Ten. Look at all the money. Okay, well, guess what? The Bills do now, bitches. You want to have a real program? Pay to freight. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the savings being passed on to the donors. Oh, it's such a good deal for the Big Ten. Where's the money go? This is the sports equivalent of fix the damn roads.
David is enjoying this.
What did I say?
But he's so right, though.
He is.
And according to reports, Adidas got in on the whole getting the buyout paid for.
No, I guess Penn State has come out since and said it came from our athletic budget.
Sure
so we want to
did.
put an end to this.
Sure
No,
did.
No.
Either way, you needed to do it.
But David, it's like saying, I didn't do this. I donated the money to your church. And the
Correct.
church paid it off.
Yes.
And technically, nobody's lying. I didn't pay it off. Greater Life did. So there you go. Greater Life paid off Penn State. Can we say, let's get back to football. USC is a playoff team.
No, because I think Notre Dame's going to drill them this week. So it was fun, but I think Notre Dame got something for them.
I disagree.
Go ahead.
I disagree. I think they can beat Notre Dame this weekend.
Yeah, well, guess what? This is a playing game.
Oh, for real? Yes.
So
that's a good way to put it.
You know what? I'm not dodging the question, but I can't say yes if I think they're losing.
It can end either season.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Mike, can we say that Jonathan Smith will be fired within the next 14 days?
Yes. And it doesn't matter which. Indiana's going to drop a bomb on him. I think it's hilarious that, Signetti will be the one to do it. And then if it's not there, it'll be Michigan, to where I hope Bryce Underwood pulls down his pants and takes a $15 million duty right on the Spartan head.
Shows him the alpha and omega.
MSU can't just lose. They must be shamed into action. They must be shamed into unifying and deciding if they still want to be a big boy program at all. So, yes, he's dead man walking.
Okay. Can we say Fernando Mendoza is the best quarterback in the Big Ten?
Yes, 100%. And the number one overall pick.
Ah, okay.
Ready to say number one overall pick
I
now?
didn't expect that.
Wow. I'm shocked.
Michael, can we say that Sherrone Moore will never win a Big Ten title? He may make the playoffs, but he will never win a Big Ten title as head coach of the University of Michigan.
Oh, boy, I'm going to get made fun of here. Wow, that's a great question. That is a really good question. I will lean that you can say it. I don't have a great degree of faith in him. Now, the fact that Larry Ellison's wife is bankrolling your program, maybe you get him good enough players and it happens, but the standard's the standard, and that is going to be Oregon and Ohio State moving forward. Bryce has got a lot of potential. It's unrealized yet. It'll take time. Damn, that's good. Yeah, I'll lean you can say that. I don't think he'll win the Big Ten, but I think he'll get him to the playoff at some point if he's around. Hey, I got news for you. Trick around and lose 4 or 5 games this year and see what happens. You think 10 losses over 2 years is acceptable for those people?
There'll be a new job opening.
I'm just making a point. That's all. Okay. I don't know that that'll happen either. Nobody gets your undies in a bunch.
All right, let's end with this one.
Sure.
Based off of their performance this weekend of going into a place where most people go to die, can we say Indiana's the best team in the nation?
No, they're number 2. I still think Ohio State is number 1. I think Ohio State has earned that respect. But Indiana's real, guys. You got to let go of your preconceived biases. And, well, there's no way they can be good. No, they
the
are.
fact that they wwent into Oregon leads me to wonder.
There it is.
I think they could go into the shoe.
There it is. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think they took a great step because last year when they played the big boys, they got spanked. Now this year, they have risen to that occasion, dropping a 63-10 bomb at the time on number 9 Illinois on the road. And what did they do here? They go out, they go to the left coast where no Big Ten team plays well, and they played really well.
Oregon never really had a chance in this game. Like they basically kept Oregon about an arm's length away.
And again, the pick 6 really is the only thing that kept the game remotely close. Should have lost by 17. So I'm fine. Look, people have to let go. The sport is dead.
Yeah, they got to let go of the candy stripe basketball pants in Indiana, and they're actually a pretty good football school. So I think they're the number 1 team in the nation. But that's just me, and that's Can We Say That 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions coach Dan Campbell provided the latest on Brian Branch's suspension appeal today. Campbell also said he was told the decision on the Goff trick play came from New York, refuting what referee Craig Wolstad said to the pool reporter after the game. Ali McNeil expected to play this week unless something happens. The Red Wings will be without first liner Lucas Raymond tonight. Tom McClellan said today's day-to-day. That means they'll keep Mason Appleton on the top line, where he scored the game-winning goal the other day. Detroit also starting Cam Talbot in goal for the third straight game, where they host the Panthers tonight. Hear that 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers catcher Dylan Dingler has been named one of 3 finalists for the American League Gold Glove. Seattle's Cal Raleigh was left off. The Pistons will wrap up the preseason tomorrow. Jaden Ivey didn't play yesterday in his day-to-day. He would not rule out Kate Cunningham playing tomorrow, however. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. And we are going to get to some college football. I think it's becoming one of the hottest stories locally is this groundswell. Nice to see everybody finally joined me in the party to fire Jonathan Smith, but we're going to get there.
Oh, no, he just needs more time.
No, I know. Those hillbilly-ass fans. The point is, we are talking about a complete validation and vindication because I have been slandered by people like Jim Costa about the scriptwriters. And I said it Monday in our abbreviated show, the Lions got screwed on Monday night. And while I can't say in good faith it cost you the game, that would be dishonest. Amon-Ra dropping the ball, hurt. Aiden's stupid penalty, hurt, etc. Scoring 7 in the second half. But my belief has always been the NFL is the WWE. It is an entertainment mafia. They absolutely massage games. And sometimes, do they push a button? I believe 100% in my soul, I'll go to my grave, they have decided outcomes. Now, here's the thing. That first touchdown by the Lions, we called it out Monday. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it is, in fact, a duck. I said to you, the league stepped in on that. Oh, lizard people, and I blame Mike Valeni for all these calls, blobbity-blue. Well, Dan Campbell was on the morning show today.
I still blame you for all the calls.
That's fair. Hope you enjoyed your free lunch. The point I'm making is Dan Campbell was asked about this. Listen to this answer because it tells you, it proves everything I've said. Listen to his soul leaving his body, and then listen, because in that moment, Jim Costa realizes I was right about everything, and he can kiss my ass. So here, and Jim's my friend. We can speak to each other this way. The point I'm making is the league broke every protocol and then lied about it. Craig Rolstad, who was the official, spoke in the postgame to the pool reporter. He said it was a conversation amongst the officials. New York was not involved. The league was not involved. They did not receive assistance. That's a lie. In fact, it's an Eli. The script is real. The league stepped in. So I just want to know where you're at with it. I don't think this is tinfoil. I don't think this is the JFK assassination and theorizing Zapruder film. No, there's teeth to this. Because Kansas City, look, a UTEP study proved this. And we have great respect for the University of Texas at El Paso. Shout out Don Haskins.
Every time I get ready to say.
Shout out Tim Hardaway Jr.
Okay.
Or Tim Hardaway Sr.
Okay. I was about to say
Shout
Junior.
out Aaron Jones. The point I'm making, it's the only 2 UTEP grads I can name. Jordan Palmer. The point I'm making is, guys, they stepped in to alter a result. It happened. That's real. That was 7-0 Lions, and it was changed to 3-0. Even Jared Goff has said that is an entirely different interpretation of the rule than what we were led to believe was, in fact, the rule.
No, you know what? I'm going to help you out with this.
Thank you.
You may be onto something.
Yes.
And maybe the real reason why you're not hearing a lot about it is, unfortunately, the Lions shot themselves in the foot at the end of the game.
Or that ESPN is in the bag for the league because the league owns 10% of them?
No, Mike, it's the distraction theory. What happened at the end of the game? It was the Brian Branch thing. Oh, wait, we now have something new to talk about. So we don't have to talk about what happened at the beginning of the game. We can talk about what happened at the end of the game and after the game. And that's been this big point of thing that a lot of people have talked about nationally. So, You know what? Sure. No, I do agree. I've said it for years, and people thought I was crazy because I do believe in conspiracy stuff. And I'm like, yeah, most sports leagues, they kind of have who they want to win. It's not like wrestling where they're going to make sure that person wins, but they kind of have a general idea. It would be nice if team A, B, C, or D wins the title.
And I'll let me take it a step further because I want to add to your point. I think what fans they gloss over this. I always say football games. Ask TJ when he's around Friday. They're decided basically on 6 plays. Everything else is white noise. There are going to be 6 seminal moments in a game. If they impact 1 or 2 of those 6 moments, they have impacted the result. They're making an attempt to impact the result. They impacted that moment. And the Chiefs weren't called for any penalty. 248-539-9797. Yes, David.
Every time.
There's something that just came in the text, and I think this is how Rico would understand it. This is his language.
I feel like you're talking down to Rico.
No, not at all.
A little bit. You know what?
Not at all.
Will I hear this on 1 and 6 in sports?
Sure.
Okay.
Somebody, Paul in Southfield, simply text in Hell Hydra.
Excuse me?
Now, do you understand? That's what the NFL is.
Somebody better clue me in. I'm so confused.
The Marvel thing.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay.
It's the secret society that runs throughout the world, and they're not on either side. They just manipulate both sides.
So you've just described Congress.
Or the NFL when it comes to the Kansas City
Chiefs. You've just described Nancy
Chiefs.
Pelosi's stock portfolio. Congratulations.
So that's what they're saying. No, I've said it before, but there are times and there are certain events, if you're the right person, you're the right team, you're the right player, yes, they will look out for you.
Thank you. It's a mafia.
Right. Do I think that it was all Shohei's interpreter? No, I do not. Do I think that it was just Tim Donahue betting on games? No, I do not. So there are certain things that they want to preserve and protect.
Oh, you mean like University of Michigan football? Got it. Let's go to Paul.
I was about to say, I didn't see a holding call for 3 years for them.
Okay, can we let it go? Their offensive line's not that good anymore. You got to let it go.
No, I'm saying 3 years ago, it was like never.
They are struggling more without knowing other teams' plays. Can we go to Paul, 97.1? Oh, David, come on. I missed you yesterday. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mikey, you're 100% spot on. You know, I was watching the game with my son here, Jacob, and we were thinking about, I said, God, this game is going to be impacted. There's no way that they can let the Chiefs lose this game. And lo and behold, the first play of the game. Now, I have a question that I haven't heard anyone talk about yet.
Okay.
What about the delay of the game penalty?
Oh, it was absurd. It was absurd for them. You're in a conversation with a high-level quarterback in this league. That is an absurdity to call a delay a game on Jared Goff.
The clock doesn't stop.
No, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, when Mahomes goes over and says, hey, I need more time in his alien voice, damn Skippy, they put 25 on the clock.
Jeff Rieger can hear you, okay?
That's not nice.
Exactly. I didn't understand that. You called a penalty on the touchdown play. Then how do you call a delay of the game, right? I don't understand that.
I'm totally with you.
Paul, here's the thing. Here's the thing. As far as that goes, if the referee is not going to restart the clock, that's not on Jared Goff to either call timeout or just accept the results. If you're going to argue, you're going to get a delay of game penalty. If the ref's not going to reset the clock, there's no point of sitting there and arguing that play at the moment. Call the timeout. And then go at it with the ref, and you'll have 3 minutes to go at it.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But the clock has stopped after the penalty call, correct?
Yes, but then the play clock begins. The point is when the lead official is in a conversation with the quarterback, to throw a delay a game on that is an absurdity.
That's exactly my whole point. How can you call a delay of the game when the official is engaged with your quarterback?
Well, I mean, if that's the case, Paul, I would say If you want to go full conspiracy, it means that
Yes.
Goff has not reached that status yet. You know what, son?
Unbelievable. Slanderous.
It's not.
Churlish behavior by you. Uncouth.
No, it's not. It means that
unsavory.
No, it means that you know what? He's not
Inappropriate.
at Patrick Mahomes. He's not at Josh Allen status.
Slanderous
to the league. Wait. If he were at that status, it would have been a touchdown. So you got to pick a lane.
Which proves
he's not at that status.
No, I was doing the other thing.
Oh,
script writers.
So I'm saying, if that's the case, then that means that the league told him, you could they could chant your name all you want. You're not at that status yet.
248-539-9797. We're rocking and rolling. We will get to some college football later. But look, this is a warranted discussion, and I do thank the morning show. I don't have animus. Look, I don't know John well enough to dislike him. I dislike his stance on things when it's not convenient. But by all accounts, John's a very nice man. Jim is my friend, but Jim can respectfully kiss my ass. You want to slander me because I said the truth, and then poor Jim in his stupid little 12-year-old Lion sweatshirt this morning, he had to sit there. His soul left his effing body when Campbell went, yeah. You saw little Cookie's fake Italian ass, woo, floating into the sky. That little Switzerland, German, Irish, whatever he is.
He's Italian.
Sure thing, Jim. Go have a schnitzel. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it with the best in class. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, some ticket text, and we're going to get to the callers. And yes, we will get some college football. But I think Dan Campbell's comments on the morning show, they did a great interview. And it's not just great because it proves everything I've been telling you. No, it's great because it's Dan Campbell. In today's day and age, coaches and teams do nothing but lie to you. At best, you get word soup, and at worst, they just bleep in your shoe and tell you it's muddy out. Well, no, Dan Campbell answered the question. New York stepped in. You got cheated, scriptwriters. David, go ahead.
Mike, I laughed a few times when you said the scriptwriters on Friday, but I got nothing else. You are spot on, dead giveaway.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, Rico, you can't deny what Campbell said. Just admit it and stop trying to deny the script writing and stop defending the NFL. Love the show.
I didn't defend the NFL. I actually said that every league is crooked, and Campbell did expose them, and this is going to turn out to be the cold card for the Knicks with Patrick Ewing. So, yeah, the league is going to have to do something. The best thing that happened to the league was Brian Branch and Juju Schuster at the end, because now it gives you a new talking point. You don't have to talk about this bad touchdown call.
Yes, Mike, I agree with you. The penalties alone decide the game, especially the spot of the foul garbage PI calls. They need to come out and admit they lied.
That's right. He lied.
Mike, you sound crazy. If the script writers favor Kansas City, then how come they didn't write Kansas City to win the Super Bowl last year?
Well, it wasn't their turn. It was time for someone else in the script. And let's face it, the way Philly bodied them, the scriptwriters couldn't impact the game. Philly overwhelmed them. It's no different than if you're some non-blue blood school and you're on the road. You just got to be better. You got to be that much better. You're going to play the team. You're going to play the officials. For years, it was Michigan State. You just have to be better. You're going to get screwed. You got to decide, are you going to be the hammer or the nail? You just got to play through it. And the Lions didn't make enough plays to win that game.
No,
but don't act like the script writers didn't affect it.
Okay, but here's the problem that I do have, and I can't prove this, Mike, but I wonder if the Lions players kind of felt that same way, and when things didn't happen, that they started saying, well, the refs are cheating, and they lost their focus. Because they just didn't seem the same after that. Instead of just playing through it knowing, okay, if the script writers are real, we're going to get screwed in Kansas City. Guys, be prepared for it. Shrug it off. Move on. It didn't feel like they did.
I just thought the Lions had earned enough respect. I mean, we put America on wheels, for God's sakes. And if it wasn't for Detroit, you'd all be using horse and buggies. My goodness.
Just because you don't respect the Motown sound.
No, we were the arsenal of democracy, damn it. I think Motown's, listen, you need to leave it alone. All right?
See, right there. You don't respect the Motown sound.
I respect it. I just think the Motown Museum needed upgrading years ago.
And they are. It'll be a new museum next year.
Sure will.
Yeah,
sure
after
will.
50 years of it being in a broken down bungalow.
You know what? I just took the tour for the first time ever a few weeks ago.
A broken down bungalow. They made magic in that bungalow.
And they own the entire street.
Buddy.
See?
If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
And right there, that's why you don't get the touchdown call. That mentality.
Yeah, and it's why you don't get the BET reads and he does.
Oh.
Well, that's why he doesn't get the BET reads.
Yes, that's right. That's going to be the ultimate villain arc. Kenny doing BET reads, and you two will sit here and listen.
I mean, I did do the Black History Month thing, so that was pretty cool. I'm right there, man.
Don't even know who D'Angelo is.
Well, who is this D'Angelo fellow?
I know he's dead. I can't name a single song, but he died.
But you still know who he is.
Yeah, I saw the headline.
You've heard of him.
I saw the headline in the New York papers, and I'm like, what the hell, D'Angelo? I couldn't name a song, but I go, oh, dear, pancreatic. That's awful.
David said D'Angelo died. I was like, was that one of your cousins or something?
He thought D'Angelo Russell got traded. All right, let's keep it moving, shall we? Let's go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. I've been listening to you guys for 15 years now. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, thank you, Bill.
So regarding the Lions and the calls, I've heard about a theory about 5 years ago between Roger Goodell and the Lions. And basically Roger Goodell got here in 2006. That Calvin catch was, 2009, 2010?
Yeah, ages ago.
Yeah, but the theory is that when Goodell got in, he wanted to make his footprint, in the NFL as far as his legacy. And one of it was, I guess the rumor is he went to the Fords and wanted to take away the Thanksgiving game and rotated around with everybody else, but the Fords basically told them no. So at that point, people started noticing like at least 1 or 2 games a year, starting with that Calvin catch, basically a bunch of, like egregious calls, like with the Golden State at the end of that Atlanta game. Like I said, the Calvin catch, the Thanksgiving game where, I think it was Adrian Foster who was down, but then he got up and ran.
Justin Forsett, and they threw the challenge flag. You had the Golden Tate runoff against Atlanta. There's been a number of
but the Forsett, wasn't that because
your coach challenged it inappropriately?
The coach challenged it, and they were like, you don't want to challenge this. Yes,
yeah,
I do.
Well, guess what? If it was Kirby Smart Saturday night on the Plains in Auburn, they would have picked up the flag and said he didn't mean to do it. Script writers.
Yeah, the Seattle game where the guy hit the ball out of bounds when Chancellor hit it out to Calvin. So they were saying, like, it could be a theory.
I don't know. I remember, now, Bill, I remember there was a time the Lions were so bad, and you're right, late 2000s, they should lose the game. But I don't remember anything official, like a stare down between the Fords and Goodell. I don't remember that.
I do remember that. I don't know if it was Goodell, but there was talks because the Lions hadn't won a Thanksgiving Day game, it seemed like in a decade, and they were like, well, why are they the only team? Now, what happened since is that extra game that now comes on whatever channel, like was it Amazon or Peacock or whatever.
Nickelodeon.
But it's the extra Thanksgiving Day game was the compromise because they did want to take the game away from the Lions.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me this is a vendetta?
Okay.
You stepped right in it.
Okay. And vendetta for who?
The league is angry at the Lions because they can't get 1 p.m. on Thanksgiving? No. That's why we get punished like this?
No, the league should be happy for the Lions because they just made more money by selling a third game on Thanksgiving that we all have to sit around and watch.
This is a twisted, emotional tornado right now. Let's
go.
go.
If anything, the league is like, you know what? Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Detroit.
And the world thanks you for an 8 p.m. Thanksgiving game no one asked for.
Did give
away. Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's good? Johnny?
Honey.
Okay, well, Johnny 5 not alive. Let's go to Andre, 97.1. Andre, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. Rico, you got to listen to that guy across from you. The script writes itself for the Super Bowl. Right there, the fight, the Swifties, the penalties. I'm surprised they didn't have a guy squeegeeing the window in front of her. It's all right there for you. And it's when we saw the line and Mike came on saying that this is a bait game, I think you called it, Mike.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's what it is. I told all my buddies, don't bet on this game. Don't bet the Lions. They're trying to fool you. So who are the script writers? That's my question. Is it Vegas or is it the NFL?
That's the league.
But Andre, you could sell me the script writer stuff last year when they were winning all of those one-score games, and it was just like, oh, my God, how do they keep winning? What made this Lions game so much of a script game?
Because if they fell to 2 and 4 on national TV, they were dead.
The AFC made this a script game, Rico. The fact that Joe Burrow went down, and who's in the AFC left? The Ravens are gone, and it's just the Bills. So you need to have Mahomes and company.
That's right. Preach it.
That's what it is.
Preach, Andre. No one wants to see Daniel Jones blank stare. Preach it.
Amen.
I stand with Andre. That is a fine man. And you know what's going to happen this week? Bounce back week, y'all. You're going to blow the Bucs out. Calling it right now.
Wait, so then is this retribution and payback because you lost the game?
No, because you got screwed.
So
now the league's going to dime you out a little bit.
So then, therefore, this is a little hush money on the side.
100%.
Flowers.
That's right.
Sorry.
You're Jeremy Pruitt at Tennessee with a fast food bag full of cash.
Sorry I screwed you over. Here's some flowers and a nice dinner.
Basically, the Lions are getting makeup sex this week.
Okay. And here's the funny thing about this.
Lions 50, Bucs 2.
There are people out there that will die on the vine for this. And
there's no dying on the... There's nothing to die on the vine about. It is simply an admission the league massages games, that the scriptwriter thing is a thing. It was proven. The audio of Dan Campbell, Craig Wolstad's own words, he lied. The league lied.
Right.
That's all.
No. But we're talking about two separate things.
Yes.
That happened. And that happened.
Okay.
They didn't get the story straight. Nothing to do with you losing this game.
It had something to do with it, but you didn't lose because of it. It just played a role in it. I agree.
Along with a drop pass.
Absolutely.
But it's like, I would just love for Lions take some accountability here. Okay, your team kind of screwed this too.
From what even though I wasn't here yesterday, from what I heard yesterday, nobody wants to take any accountability if Brian Branch does it. Brian Branch could have killed someone and they would have defended it.
Brian Branch, Cliff Branch.
Well, we really need to see what Juju had to say. No, we don't. 97-1.
All right, the other day, over at a friend's house, we pumped to watch football, but the setup was a hot mess, lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find the game. Claimed he was a big fan, felt like I was being fan-fished. See,
your friend's a loser.
Well, Mike, I didn't want to mention your name. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite team all in one place. And the way that I watch, it is next level, folks. It's the perfect fan flex. I got all the action right there in the basement. Plus, Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like you're at the stadium. Sometimes I got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because, hey, why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that big fan is not a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. Dan Campbell joined Constance Jensen this morning. It was very direct about Lee McNeil's availability this week. Campbell said he was told the decision on the Goff trick play penalty versus Kansas City came from New York, not from the field, as the referees told the media after the game. Red Wings forward Lucas Raymond will miss tonight's game against the Panthers as his upper body injury has made him day-to-day. Hear the 7 p.m. puck drop from LCA right here on the ticket. Tigers player Dylan Dingler is one of 3 American League catchers who have been named finalists for a Gold Glove.
Yippee.
At the Cornwall, between you and this other guy showing me the business over there at the Cornwall Health Sports Desk. No, it was Kenny. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or honesty.com.
David, are you okay? Are you okay, David?
Now I officially know I'm those people.
Right. That's right. What I was like, no, I was talking to Kenny. That's right. Jeremy Otto, not a fan of black people. All right, let's get to it, shall we? David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to more of the calls, and then we have to move to college football. I have established the script writers are real. Jim Costa's never living this down, and the irony is so delicious because it was his interview and his question that unearthed the fact that his nightmare, me being right, is true.
So who's script writers being real? Who's going to win it all?
Oh, I don't know.
Do we know yet?
Well, they haven't finished writing the chapters.
Well, then I would like to petition the script writers to quit killing off my characters.
Wow. That's amazing. Fred Werner's ankle says hello. All right, David.
Wave to you.
Oh, my God. That was awful. David, go ahead.
That was disgusting, Rico.
That was gnarly.
Like that at all.
David, I'm sitting there doing the pregame show, Lions pregame show, and I'm just like, hey, his foot's backwards. That's not supposed to. Hey, we're dead.
Not optimal.
Anthony in Ann Arbor says the biggest ref influence was the 3rd and 10 overthrow to Kelsey when it was 10-6.
Oh, you mean then when Kelsey
put his hands up,
flashed the money sign, and all of a sudden the flag came out? Yeah.
From Jen in a van, she says, please call for all Lions fans to wear tinfoil hats on Monday Night Football. Maybe it'll be enough foil to jam the TV signal.
You won't need it Monday. Monday's going to be the makeup sex theater.
So what happens if they lose?
They won't.
Okay. Guaranteed?
They're winning Monday night.
The Mike Valini.
Yeah, they're winning.
Eli sandwich.
Yeah, they're winning.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know they're winning Monday.
I am certain that Dan Campbell will face a fine for his interview this morning, but we may not hear about it. He revealed the truth, and for that, I am thankful.
That's right.
I trust Dan.
That's right.
Can Kenny say dead giveaway in a Trump voice?
I don't think so.
Tell you what, why don't you workshop it? We'll revisit that tomorrow.
I'm not a jukebox, by the way. People, jeez.
Let's go to James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
I'm not too bad, Mike. Hey, I got more fuel for your fire to prove that.
Sure.
Right after that call that took us away on Kansas City first touchdown drive, they had a 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 8 down in the red zone. Literally, you're talking about 2 holding calls that should have been called. One of them was right there, that big 66 on that 3rd down play, grabbed our lineman by the jersey and yanked him backwards right in front of the referee.
Yeah, this is my point. This is my point to Rico. Even on the Kelsey catch with the pirouette, middle of the field, in plain sight, two Lions were hugging Santa Claus. It's an easy holding call. There's no flag. You were never getting those flags against Kansas City at night, desperation spot. I'm telling you.
Then why play the game? If it's already preordained,
I don't know why.
Play the game?
Hey, ask Michigan State. They don't.
This has
So
nothing to do with them.
should have went back from 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 8 to 3rd and 18, and they scored on the next play. So the whole outcome was changed right there again.
James, guys like you and I are enlightened. We know the truth, James.
We're older and we've seen a lot.
Older and
But
wiser.
James, I would say, hold on, leave James on for a second. James, I would say this. 2 years ago, when the Lions went to Kansas City and won, you didn't like it when people said you won. It was an asterisk. They didn't have their star players, right?
No, not really, because it was a fact.
But
I had no problem with that.
How about that?
Okay.
Because it was true.
Okay.
So no issues. And you know what? I didn't have a problem with the call against Hutch because it was a legitimate call. All I gotta say is when you make the calls, obvious calls, they gotta go both ways. That's it.
Yes.
But Mike, you're right about the script.
Yeah, it's just and James, listen, I dealt with the same stuff when I was a kid, early 90s. You were never getting a call against Dallas Cowboys. I mean, you were never. Now, there was no replay like this. And it wasn't as high a degree of scrutiny. I mean, hell, here, Kenny, make the jokes. I was watching it in black and white and it was hazy, okay? The point is, the NFL has always influenced outcomes. I'm tired of fighting this battle. The scriptwriters are real. Influence is not outright deciding. Have there been moments in NFL history, I believe in my heart, have been outright decided by the league? Yes. Look no further than Rams and Saints on one of the most heinous calls in the history of the sport. What?
No, there actually was one, Mike, and the referees came out and said, yeah, there's no security for us. So, you know what? Touchdown for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Immaculate Reception.
Oh, by the way, there's no video of that.
No, there was.
There's only the head-to-head view where you never see the football and Franco keeps running. How come I can't see a regular play version of that? Was the game not on TV?
Oh, no, it was. They came out and said, they said, hey, do we have security to get off this field? No. You know what?
Make the call.
Touchdown.
There you go.
Touchdown Steelers.
And again, the Steelers were the Chiefs of the 70s. That is how I believe. And then why play the game? I don't know, because we have football. What do you want me to say?
I do believe that there are certain things that are script writing, and when it comes out, all of a sudden, new rules, or you find out about the rules. Case in point, the tuck rule. Looked like it was so easy. That's a fumble.
That's a script.
No, it's not.
That's a script because the NFL hated Al Davis. They've always hated Al Davis.
And the next day, it was like basically you took a class on what the tuck rule was all about.
The point I'm making is
I'll give you that.
No, I know. We're good. I'm not arguing you. It's just this idea the league lied. The ref lied. The league lied. They broke protocol and screwed the Lions. Just acknowledge it. Not you, the people.
Kenny, I feel like there's a rake here. Like, I want to embrace Mike because I've been feeling this way for years. And the second I finally think that he's agreeing with me, that's when I'm going to walk into this rake.
This is remarkable. No, there's no rake. We're just dancing through a pile of leaves.
That actually means there's definitely a rake.
Right. I don't.
Hey, there's no rake. I promise.
No. This is
flap.
Oh, wait.
No, there's no.
Oh, you know what? And you're right. And I got a free lunch out of it. Yeah, there's a rake. There's a rake.
This is remarkable.
This is what it's called. Only a matter of time.
I hate you both. This is incredible.
I actually agree with you, Mike, but I do see why Rico thinks there's a rake.
There's no rake.
No, because normally this is me saying this type of stuff, and it's you, and it feels very uncomfortable.
No, but this is one we're unified on.
Okay.
Like the script writers are real. Now, what I want you to do is,
you want to know more about Hail Hydra?
No. It's going to be theater tomorrow to hear Jim Costa on the air offering an official apology. I can't wait.
You know what?
It'll be the highest ratings they've ever done. It'll be incredible.
I want him to be dressed up in an official Italian polo shirt. I want him to really show that he is a
Well, you'd have to be Italian to do that. This football season, you can elevate your tailgate with a new truck from Moran Buick GMC, the 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. Right now, you can lease one starting at $179 a month, $999 down. The Sierra at $179 a month, best pricing of the year. They've got the Buick Envista as well, $259 a month. Inventory rolls in daily. MoranExpress.com, you can check the stock, but it's also how you get your certified service and you get the free loaner. Guys, they have got you covered. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, top of the hour, we'll get a little football today, and then we got to turn our attention to college football. A really, I do find it humorous. You take all the crap for 2 weeks, only for everyone to end up on your side, as it pertains to Michigan State and Jonathan Smith. Both Rico and I did the topic a couple weeks ago saying, hey, by the end of the year, I think we're having a conversation about this guy's job security. Oh, my God, YouTube bleep holes.
This is your victory lap day.
No, it's ours because and I'm not happy about it. But, like, I love how if you say something that's inconvenient, people want to attack you. It's like, no, attack the message. We said it last week. I said, this guy's done.
Mike, welcome to going against the grain, because a lot of people just want to take it easy. They want to go along with the crowd, and they want to say what everybody else says. They don't want to stand out.
It's just not very nice. 248-539-9797.
They don't want to stand out. So,
boy, Rico's on one. You got to take the board away from him. To the people. We'll go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, pal?
What's up, guys? Talking conspiracy. Hey, this isn't one of them. This isn't a conspiracy. The lizard people thing is a distraction. Taylor Swift. This is what sports is nowadays. There's a reason we haven't gone back to the moon. The reason is because all the greatest mathematicians and minds go to work for sports books now to figure out how the outcome changes if I call a holding on 3rd and 8 in the second quarter. All the money's in it. Are we 100% convinced that the call against Jared Goff had nothing to do with the outcome of the game, and that some a-hole with way too much money sitting there drunk didn't decide to place a $500,000 bet that Jared Goff was going to catch a touchdown pass? We have no idea.
I kind of dig where Sean is at with this. I mean, listen.
Sean's going full PhD level with
but here's what I'll say to Sean's credit. Listen, I do think we're living in a very strange time where the confluence of sports and gambling, not in talking about it, in the very teams, in the very stadiums in which teams play, have sports books, advertising, the broadcasts where for so long gambling was taboo. You would have thought if they mentioned the spread, they were peddling crack to children. Sean, you do have to ask the question.
Handing money.
And now
they're handing money over, and they have to decide what these props. They got so many props out there. They got so many jerks betting on so many crazy things. So the buzzer goes off in the ear saying, "Hey, no, we're not paying this bet."
All right,
Sean, find a way to make this illegal, please.
But here's what I'll say to you. I have advocated for this. I do think it would fix specifically the NBA's problems. We have to get rid of prop bets. I know Americans love them. I don't understand why. They're impossible, and you never get paid the true odds on them.
Oh, come on. Man.
I'm sorry, brother. Well, I like doing the fun prop bet casino with you, but like the idea of I'm betting a Jonte Porter under rebounds, that's how you get scandal. Mm-hmm. It's too specific. It's too finite.
Well, there was a $5,000 bet at a book that would have paid $450,000 for a Goff first touchdown.
Ooh, I couldn't imagine being that person. You would have had to get escorted out the casino. Sir, please stop throwing chairs at the big screen.
You imagine? Because there was no flag on the play, remember?
Right. And imagine.
Here's what that sounded like.
And imagine that person had a few cocktails in them. It was like Rieger trying to cash in his bet at halftime.
Cutscene once the league got done with him. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, pal?
Oh, Mike. Booby, you're cooking with gas today.
I'm glad you're enjoying.
I am. This is awesome. I think this is just, and I got another theory on top. I haven't pushed it a step further. This is bigger than that square-headed moron marrying old flat butt over there. This is the league promoting themselves. I think they did this on purpose just to get everyone talking about the NFL. And then the branch thing is just a happy bonus for them. They're so powerful that they can just do this stuff, and we're going to watch it anyways. We're hooked on it.
Yep, 100%.
That's how I feel about it.
Because you know, right, Scott, you're not going to not watch the game. You're not going to just turn it off and say, you know what, that's it. I'm going to start watching. I don't know what else is on right now.
And especially Detroit fans, we're freaking maniacs. And hook, line, and sinker, we're caught.
No, and Scott, listen, you're right. There is a baked-in loyalty to the product. I mean, look, I'm not making fun of anybody, Kenny, but like people know wrestling is fixed. They still love it. I mean, basically, wrestling is the proof of life.
Kenny can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were screening the call. I was.
There's my rake. I'm sorry about that one. Just walked right. I wasn't even doing anything.
Oh, man, that was an absolute trap door he just stumbled into. The point I'm making is even if people knew football was fixed, which I don't believe it's totally fixed. Again, there's a difference between altering results and deciding results. People would still watch.
Right, there is. It reminded me of, what was it? What was it? Davis, where Chris Paul was going to go to the Lakers, and they said no.
Dead giveaway. League stepped in.
No, you can go anyplace else. You want to go to Clippers? You can go to Clippers. Can't go to Lakers. And they just had no problem with him going to any other. No, you can't go to the Lakers.
Sorry. Oh, you mean like the same year that Luka Doncic is traded and people want to contract the franchise, they get Cooper Flag?
No, because now you're going to tell me that once LeBron left Cleveland, that Cleveland's going to get the first overall pick.
Oh, wait, that happened. Hey, I'm sorry. Too many coincidences.
So then where was the script writer? How did we end up with Cade? Was that just David?
I think that was prayer.
Okay.
And I faith.
That was not me.
You are Jesus's vessel.
I just put it out there.
And David, you know what? And David's going to be.
You are highly anointed.
And David will be on the next episode of 106 in basketball.
Right. Only pastor in America. He's praying for number 1 picks, and he's telling you to watch 106 in Park after episodes of Moesha. What a diverse portfolio.
After an episode of Martin.
Here, I'm going to get this city a number 1 pick, and we're going to do a reprisal of the Sinbad show. Okay. Now, let's turn our attention to football today. Kenny, you'll have to look up Sinbad. We'll continue. I want to get football today in the mix. We need to turn our attention.
Do we?
I mean, we don't have to do anything, but I mean, it's... Yeah,
no. It's needed. It's definitely needed.
Okay. Well, that's what we're going to do next.
All right.
Up next, apparently, a man who's not a fan of minorities, Jeremy Otto with your update. 97.
I mean, those people?
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Lions coach Dan Campbell joined Costa and Jansen this morning. He said the team hopes to find out more this afternoon whether he won the suspension. Brian Branch, that is. He also says barring something happening this week, Aleem McNeil is playing. No real update on safety Kirby Joseph other than he's pretty sore. Red Wings coach Tom McClellan ruled out forward Lucas Raymond for tonight's game against the reigning Stanley Cup champion Panthers. He's day-to-day. McClellan is rolling with Cam Talbot in between the pipes for the third straight game. On the Panthers side, the team announced today that defenseman Dmitry Kucherov is out for the next 5 games due to an upper body injury as well. Despite being without a number of stars this season, Florida has a 3-1 start. Tigers catcher Dylan Dingler was named a finalist for a Gold Glove alongside Alondro Kirk and Carlos Narvaez. Akil Baddoo has decided to become a free agent. Pistons director of basketball ops Trajan Langdon was asked if there was a chance Malik Beasley resigns with the team. He says, quote, they're monitoring it from afar. Obviously, he's being investigated by both the NBA and the feds. If something breaks, we'll have a conversation, end quote. Russell Westbrook has signed a deal with the Sacramento Kings. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on some football. A lot of NFL to discuss, including a coach casualty. You just hate to see it. David, music.
Yeah, we're going to start with that casualty because we haven't really been able to touch on it. So the Tennessee Titans fired Brian Callahan. That is their 4th firing in the past 34 months there in Tennessee. So two-parter here with that. Was it the right move? Why didn't they just fire him in the offseason for that one? And then the other part of it, rookie quarterback. What happens with Cam Ward?
All right. Now, I have do you want
to unpack there? No, go ahead.
Do you want the theory?
Yeah.
Here's my theory. They didn't want Mike Vrabel to dry hump them to sleep this week. The man that they got rid of, who got the hell out of there, is going to come to town and hit that team with a bus. So they proactively got rid of Callahan. 2, look.
I still think he's going to hit him with a bus, though.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the reason they fired Callahan.
Oh.
See what I'm saying?
Now I get it. Yes.
So look, the other issue is this. They have a new GM. They got a new team president. They're going to get an offensive mind in there because it will be all hands on deck to support Cam Ward. They have too much invested. I think what you'll see now, they're going to trade everybody. They're going to trade Arden Key. Hell, they may field offers for Jeffrey Simmons. They're going to trade everybody they can, as much draft capital as they can. It will be all in this offseason. Whoever the hottest offensive mind is, that's going to be Tennessee's coach.
You really think so? Because I just think Tennessee doesn't know what they're doing, Mike. There's just certain teams that just can't get out their own way. All right, it's like Cleveland in their quarterback situation. Like, you know what? Let's just try this guy. No, let's try this guy. Let's try this guy.
Bottom line, they're opening a new stadium in 2027. They have got to have excitement when they open that building.
So you just have a fire sale and hit the reset button. You have a quarterback.
And it's already one of the worst rosters in the league. So, yeah, ain't nowhere to go but up. David, go ahead.
Let's get to the next one here, and it could be the next head coach gone. Mike McDaniel, let's talk about him for a second. Does he last? They have the Browns this week, but you have a lot of noise coming out of Miami because
Let me just stop you right there, David. No, he won't.
Okay.
He won't. I'm sorry. You put a lot of time and effort in this. When you're a quarterback, okay, first of all, I'm not a big fan of the players-only meeting. But then when your quarterback gets up to the podium and says, well, people showed up to the players-only meeting late.
Or not at all.
And they didn't show up at all. If I'm like, what? What is going on here? Because now you've opened up the door.
And he said it starts with leadership.
My next question is, well, who didn't show up? Who was late? Who was like? You're not even on the same page to try to get back on the same page. So this is not going to work. No. This is dead man walking. It's just a matter of time. Every day McDonald goes up to the facilities with his key card apprehensively up to the little thing to see if he sees green light or red light. Oh, it's green light today. I still have a job.
It's everything Rico said. And again, how Chris Greer still has a job? Oh, wait. The Flores lawsuit. And Greer might know where the bodies are buried, so they can't fire him, so he unearths everything. Sounds like a real healthy work environment. 5 stars.
So I'm sorry to cut you off, David. But
No, do it more.
That's what I wanted to focus on anyway. You hit it right on there with Tua speaking after the game. Let's get to the Commanders. They lose to the Bears on Monday Night Football. They are 3-3. They're going to miss the playoffs, aren't they?
I think so. I told you I hated them before the season. And by the way, Bears are 1 win away from. Are the Bears good? ?
No, I don't think the Bears are. Okay, because Mike, here unless
a road win at Washington doesn't get a little bit of your attention with a comeback from Caleb Williams in a pouring rain,
unless it's script writing, because basically, the Commanders were all set up to win the thing. And then the fumble with the quarterback running back.
It's a bad exchange because numbnuts Jaden Daniels decided he was going to spike the football off the guy's sternum. It's a pouring rain.
No, I still think that they're in there, Mike, because if you look at it, you got a couple teams sitting there with 1 or 2 losses, and then there's everybody else sitting there with like 3 losses or more. So I'm not ready to write off the Commanders just yet.
Okay, I am. To hell with them.
But your Giants are right there.
Definitely not. At Denver, at Philly, no.
This is Scatterboo.
Okay, we need to do a prop bet casino. Cam Scatterboo's career will last under 3.5 years. The way he plays, I don't know if he'll be in this league next week.
He is the next touchdown Tommy Vardell.
Yeah, it's a concussion waiting to happen is what he is.
He's insane.
Yeah. So the Cincinnati Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday Night Football tomorrow. 8:15 on Prime Video. My question for you is...
Are you watching it?
No.
I got an early wake-up Friday for a trip with my dad. So my answer, no.
That is not the question.
No.
The question is, there will be 10 days before their next game after that. Will this Thursday be the final game in a Bengal uniform for Trey Hendrickson?
No. I think they are committed to insanity. They in their mind are all in on this season, and they're not dealing him. I just, not that it's the right thing, it's the Bengal thing.
And because of what Mike said earlier, I think that the Titans are going to be in sell mode, so you may be able to get some players a little bit younger for less hefty. It's not as hefty of a price.
Yeah.
So
if the Bengals were smart, they would. And I'd also unload T. Higgins. I would trade because, again, get a great pick, support Joe Burrow with cap space, and draft picks. You got to fix that O-line. And Hendrickson ain't going to be there next year. But they're the Bengals. They're going to do everything wrong. So, no, they're not going to trade him.
He'll be there.
Trail at 14 sacks on a 4-win team.
Well, we've been playing the Eli's drop. Well, can you tell the NFL to stop lying that they care about player safety?
Oh, dear.
How in the world can they allow the teams to play on that field in Pittsburgh this past Sunday?
The same way they let them play in Brazil.
Pathetic.
The same way they let them take the field in MetLife every week with that awful turf that's been known to be the worst surface in the league for a decade. David, they don't care. They don't. They don't care about the military. They don't care about cancer research. They don't care about nothing. They care about private equity, money, and covering up every scandal they can. That's what they care about. So no, they don't care. They can... Honestly, if the Steelers decided we're playing on broken glass this week,
they would allow it.
They would allow it.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Here, you want to use this? Because you're
no.
nailing it.
There you go.
You go ahead.
I don't care.
David, what he said.
It's like ridiculous. What are we doing here, man?
I mean, no, they don't care. If they really cared, they would put more effort into really protecting the players instead of let's move back the extra points because all the concussions that happen off of extra points.
If they cared, they wouldn't draft players who punch women in the face, Jeffrey Simmons, or drop kick their pregnant girlfriend, Tyreek Hill. They don't care.
So let's close it out with this, because could this be the week that the Eagles finally get their offense back? Yes, they face the Vikings next. The Vikings have one of the best defenses, but they do allow 132 rushing yards per game. So if you get Saquon back in this game, maybe they get their offense back.
Here's your problem. They ranked 29th in the league in yards before contact.
You're right.
Last year, they'd physically move the line of scrimmage. Saquon wouldn't get hit for 3 yards. Now, he's getting hit when he touches the ball. It's almost like he's back with the Giants.
No, and you know what? It's almost like they're just setting up to do the tush push and just instead of going for big plays, they're just trying to get 9.5 yards.
Here's the other problem. They only use play action about 18% of the time. That ranks almost dead last in football. Might be 30th or 31st. The reason I say it is they have got to get Jalen Hurts throwing it 20 to 24 times, not 30 to 34. And setting up the play action is what allows the Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown vertical shots. Rico, I've been saying it they can't run the ball. They're about 3.5 yards a carry.
Oh, yeah.
And I know they missed Mekhi Becton, who left for the Chargers. Lane Johnson's been banged up. If the O-line doesn't get better, their offense doesn't get better. Full stop. Oh, and they have a new offensive coordinator, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, he sucks.
No, my point is, why do you think we were scared about the Lions coordinators?
I don't know why.
Because it's actually a thing. But the Lions have a voodoo, and they outran the speeding train.
You were a hater.
No, I'm a realist. Data.
That is in football.
Oh, come on. That's it?
That's it.
Unbelievable.
That's in football today.
So much more to discuss. All right.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go. Do what I did. Go to Hamilton Chevrolet and more. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that will not only fit your lifestyle, but will fit your budget as well, including the October Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Get this, $289 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose got you covered. They have specialized in resolving all types of tax problems, and they got a 30-year track record of excellence. So if you have some IRS issues or you think you have IRS issues on the horizon, get in front of it. Be proactive, not reactive. Maurice and Jerry, Abraham and Rose. Their experienced team ready to evaluate any and all underlying federal or state income tax issues. Visit abrahamandrose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Odyssey.com Rewind if you want to hear about the scriptwriters. Great interview by the morning show. Dan Campbell, we thank you for your honesty. And Jim Costa can go to hell for ever doubting me. So let's get into it. It's become a big story. I know last week everybody got their rocks off using me as a piñata up in East Lansing. I was right. So here we are. This Jonathan Smith, the calls for Jonathan Smith's job. This is turned into an avalanche. It has, Mike.
Stunning. I don't think there's any turning back, barring a 2-game miracle.
Yeah. I think you have better odds of Sister Jean descending back to planet Earth. She's dead. Yep. So I want to talk through this because, look, I think and I'll try to communicate with State fans, even though we don't really get along.
See, I don't think that's. I think more State fans now have been baptized into the church of Mike Valenti.
Well, because here's what it comes down to. We're going to go through a list of things, but Rico, I want to know if we can just settle on two things. A, I believe he's gone within the next 14 days. He will either be gone after Curt Cignetti does some nasty things to him, or after Michigan comes in and half the stadium is going to be Wolverines, and if Jay Batt sees that as the new AD, that'll be the oblate moment. He's gone. And there's just no turning back. This team isn't getting better. They aren't well coached. I know you have some great statistics. Hey, halftime adjustments. The best adjustment for Jonathan Smith and staff would be to leave at halftime because it's like they're not there in the second half. But I do think he's going to be gone the next 2 weeks. Here's the thing. Michigan State has to make a decision on what they want to be. Now, look. If they want to be gum on the bottom of a shoe, be a 6-7 win program, fine, do nothing. And you will lose in continuum. Like, the idea that this buyout is somehow an obstacle, okay, you have sunk cost versus opportunity cost.
Yes.
Look those up. If 10,000 people don't renew their season tickets at $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 a year, that's $15, $20, $30 million. What, so you're going to lose 30 to save 6? I'm sorry. Well, it's just not fair. Fairness is not a word in this discussion. No. Rico and I are going to talk through this. Nothing about college football is fair. The new world you're in, if you got the wrong guy, you will MSU's in a debt spiral.
Yeah. And it's better to just pull the plug early once you realize, you know what? We got the wrong guy. Let's not let this fester. What's more important, saving money or winning games? Just to what you said, Mike, because then I hear, well, but you got the Mel Tucker thing.
What does that matter?
And then you got the whole Nassar thing.
What does it matter?
They're paying so much money, and I don't know if they can afford to pay out some more to have 2 coaches or 3 coaches on the payroll between Tucker and Smith and the new coach.
That's great. Nebraska does. Florida does.
Guys,
how many times do I have to hear about what a huge win it is for the Big Ten and Michigan State? All these checks coming in.
TV money. Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Spend that money.
You took the money. I don't care.
Mike, I'm right there with you. It's going to boil down to what is more important to this university. Is it just saving money? Because if you're going into next season and he's already on the hot seat, why not just go ahead and end it right now? What is going to happen between now and next year when you play a harder schedule? Next year, when you don't know if you're going to keep all your star players on the team, what's the difference? If he's not your guy, it's okay. Pull the plug, move on,
Let's go.
Well, and MSU has to start operating like they're a real university from the NIL space. Now, people are going to tell you, well, every deal has to be approved by Deloitte. No, they don't.
Unless it doesn't.
You think Ohio State's checking with Deloitte? You think the SEC, where it just means more, Kenny, they don't care.
No.
Because you know what, Michigan, I want to thank Michigan football for something. They taught us you can turn around on your cell phone and put it right near the crack of your ass, and you can break the most egregious fart in the face of the NCAA, and it doesn't matter. So Michigan State has to make a decision. Do you want to be a Boy Scout or do you want to play to win? Now, Jay Batt is the new athletic director. I don't have positive or negative to say about him. He's a ghost. He did great things at Georgia Tech from a financial standpoint. Okay, game on. But look, MSU, this is what I want to understand from fans. What do you want? It is clear over the years, my viewpoint does not align with the general populace of Spartan fan. I hold them to an elite standard. I want championships or just shutter the program. Like, look, here's a list of things Rico and I put together collaboratively. Here are the talking points you get from hillbilly bum-ass Spartan fans. You can't expect what Signetti did. We've never asked for it. Rico and I asked for 7 or 8 wins.
That was it.
Show improvement, be a big boy. You would have run off to Antonio after year 3 when he lost to CME. No, Mark already had a 9-win season and was going to bowl games. No, Mark had already beaten Michigan. He needs time. Not in today's world, you don't. Sorry. And look, I want to say with a straight face, I wish it were the old way. If Jonathan Smith were hired 10 years ago, I think it could have worked. But you no longer, not draft, recruit, develop. It's not the way the game is played. We'd need to start over. From what? You're living in a crater. Start over from what? Teams start over every year. Oregon lost 9 defensive players to the NFL last year. They had to start over.
Newsflash, you're already starting over? You know what a point of emphasis was in Monday's press conference for Jonathan Smith? Maybe we need to simplify. 18 games into your tenure.
Hey, David, you know the drop I'm looking for. Dead giveaway. When you're talking in the middle of year 2 about simplifying, dead giveaway.
So you've already started over, whether you realize it or not.
And then the last one. This is the best one. This one borders on arousal. Oh, who would even take the job? If you've reached that point, shut the program down. If you've reached that point and you have so little faith that a top 20 revenue program, a top 12 living alumni program, a program with a bigger stadium than Ford Field, like if you believe you are so bad that you are now Arkansas State, shut it down. Honestly.
Yeah, and here's the biggest problem with that, Mike. You could probably garner the names of a lot of top coaches, but they don't want to touch Michigan State because Michigan State doesn't know what it wants to be when it grows up. Michigan State doesn't know what type of program do we want to be. And that's the problem. The first thing that Jay Batt needs to do is just to come up with a standard. And we've talked about this. What is the standard? What do you want Michigan State football to be? Is it to win championships? Is it to make playoffs? Is it just to beat Michigan? Whatever that is, then find the coach and build around it. But they don't have a standard.
No.
And that's the problem because now, well, we want to go after this coach. You couldn't, let's just say, just hear me out.
I'm listening.
Okay, because I've heard people say, well, maybe they should just go after James Franklin. James Franklin wouldn't come here because he's not.
Can you speak in known as good ear?
I've had people who say.
What did you just say?
Mike is so bad because at least with James Franklin, you know you're going to win 10 meaningless games and you go 10-2 every year.
I'm laughing because I don't think James Franklin would take your call.
And that's why. And the reason being, you're not going to back him financially. You're going to question everything, and you're going to ask him to do everything on the cheap.
And this is okay. Now, let me throw the number out. 248-539-9797. All opinions are welcome on this, but this has become a major story. Look, if you think it's unfair that Jonathan Smith is probably going to get clipped, say it. If you want him gone, say it. But here's the other angle. What you just said. There are 2 pieces to this. people are going to take this the wrong way. None of this is enjoyable to me. Okay? Like, this isn't fun for me. I wish the program was worth a damn, but I also don't let it ruin my day like I used to. I actually think for Michigan State, in order for them to overcome the dysfunction, they can't just lose this week and or next week. They have to be humiliated.
Embarrassed.
Because MSU's big donors are amongst the most embarrassing of all, in that they're more interested in fighting each other. It's like one big, penis measuring contest versus the program. Like at places like Michigan or Ohio State, it is about the program. Mm-hmm. You put your ego aside. It is about destruction of all non-members of our cult. Mm-hmm. At Michigan State, they're too busy. Oh, well, who deserves the credit and who should be running? There needs to be almost a little brother moment like 07, where the school is so humiliated that everyone is forced to come together to be whatever the best version of MSU is. I don't know what the best version is in the new world of college football.
No, Mike, even though it didn't work, it was the whole Bobby Williams moment where at Michigan, he got embarrassed and like, Bobby, have you lost a team? I don't know. Like, it does have to be some type of an embarrassment. But here's the thing. I think you're going to get that because you got Kirk Cignetti, who just doesn't believe in letting up ever. So he's going to keep the foot on the gas. You're not going to get the Ryan Day treatment with him, where Ryan Day would always look at Michigan State as, you tried. You tried hard. We scored enough.
No, I think there was a respect there.
Right.
Kurt Cignetti respects no one. I love him because he's just a maniac.
Jerome Moore and the Michigan Wolverines walking into Spartan State, they already told you what they were going to do this summer when they talked about belt to ass at that golf outing. They told you what they were going to do, and now you have a team. Mike, when Jalen Berger, former running back at Michigan State, who now plays for UCLA,
the dude was a bum.
Openly said, this team quit in the third quarter.
And they did.
Now, that's not me. That's not Mike. That's Jalen Berger, who played with those gentlemen, and he said he looked at him and said, these guys quit.
They did. There were guys walking through routes. There were guys not rallying to the football. They quit. All right? There was a lot of quit all over the field. And by the way, if you want to do that when you're just on scholarship, it's bad enough. But now you want to be paid pros, you want to be treated like grown-ass men? Oh, okay, here's the deal. You're going to be out of a job. And a lot of the players on Michigan State will never see the paycheck they're getting this year, ever again. Because that tape is out there. I don't even have to name names. Hey, hope you put it in an index fund because I got news for you. And you're going to be broke next year.
Well, see, and that goes to Michigan State, too. And you're not going to get a coach to come here
without elite support
and saying, okay, where's the NFL players on this team?
Well, and again, Jay Batt has never revealed what the actual plan is. And what I get tired of is MSU wanting to somehow act above it all. You're not. No one's ever going to give you credit for it anyways. MSU will always be viewed in a different light. So why bother?
Why try? Why try to please certain people?
There's no point to it.
I'm with you, but they don't see it that way.
And again, I don't even want to get into who should be the coach because this is the other nonsense part of it. It does. We don't get to interview the candidates.
Put it this way. High-end people would love to be the coach, but they need reinforcements that you're going to actually be a high-end program.
Right. And again, David's saying we're number one. All right, we'll get to it in a second. I'm sorry.
He wants to hear Jeremy.
America's favorite place to watch football, sure as hell ain't Spartan Stadium. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Dan Campbell confident that Aleem McNeil would make his season debut this week. He also said the officials told him the decision was made by New York in the Goff penalty. Red Wings forward Lucas Bregman was lifted in the second period against the Leafs earlier this week. He'll miss again tonight against the Panthers. Hear the pregame show right here on the Ticket at 6:45. Todd McClellan will start Cam Talbot again in net after his 40-save performance last game. Pistons forward Jaden Ivey also being assessed day by day. He was out last night along with Cade Cunningham. JB Bickerstaff would not rule out Cade playing in the preseason finale tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97ontheticket.com.
Okay, I know we were a little over time there. Rigo and I both have a lot more to say, but I think it's best if we do that top of the hour and just get to the people. This is a long-form discussion, but, again, it feels like Jonathan Smith is a dead man walking. This has nothing to do with him as a human being. Lovely guy, but this was a bad fit from the start. We talked about the day he got hired. I had major concerns about the fit, not what he did at Oregon State. This isn't Corvallis. It also isn't pre-COVID. This is a different day and age. Whether you think that's right or wrong, let's talk about it. If you think he should be gone, the question just becomes, what the hell does MSU want to be? Again, you had the athletic director who hired this guy basically go rogue and do it. You can't hire coaches without consulting your boosters. I know that's gross. I know we don't want to think like that. And while you don't want to be Auburn, whose boosters outright run the program,
Right.
You cannot operate separate of your donor base.
Right, because they're going to be the people funneling the money into the program. They're the
Or not.
lifeblood. Right.
And that's how we end up with the stiffs we ended up with on the defensive line. Sorry.
Can't argue that.
Not that I'm bitter. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, you guys said everything very well, but the thing I got to add is I was at the game on Saturday.
Okay.
I mean, that 4th and 1, energy immediately went on in the stadium. But the most oxymoron thing about it in our athletic department, to complement what you guys said, the survey sent out on Sunday morning to rate your game day experience. Just
No, they did not. They did not.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm ready to just put Visit Abu Dhabi on the back of our jerseys and just fire sale everything for sponsorships.
That's the other thing. I always laugh. I talked to somebody this weekend. They got all bent out of shape because I'm like, well, the first thing they're missing out on is about $4 million a year in naming rights. You can't change the name of Spartan State. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, like we changed the name of Lambeau Field over here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sell everything off, get as much NIL as we can. But anyway, keep going, guys. Great conversation. I think your point, Spartan Nation really needs to listen.
Well, I appreciate
that, Josh. And Mike, you may get your wish for naming rights.
You know what I'm saying. Is
I mean, you may be getting your wish soon.
Yeah, good.
So, yeah.
They should call it Loserville at Spartan Stadium.
It won't be called
Holy Unserious Field at Spartan Stadium.
Okay. Come on back. Let's reel you back in.
Limp Penis Field at Spartan Stadium.
All right, let's get it all out.
We don't pay D linemen at Spartan Stadium?
There we go.
All right, let's just get I quit. I've had enough. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good, Brian. What's up?
Good. Hey, Rico, you recall I talked to you back in spring that I have a grandson that plays up there?
Yeah. I remember that.
And he's so distraught right now. He don't know what to do. It's the coach's decisions he was playing is just driving these kids crazy. They don't understand how could you go for 4th and 1 and you do a sweep in the backfield, and then you go for 4th and 1, then you do a quarterback sneak and make it.
Brian,
hold on. You're not the only one, because I was sitting there in the press, and it was like everybody threw their hands up, like, wait. Why didn't you do this the first time?
But it gets better. Hold on, Brian. Did your grandson explain this to you? Aiden Childs checked to that. So the UCLA D-line baited MSU into the check. And instead of the coaches burning a timeout when UCLA reshifted, they let the play happen, and they blew it up.
And then he explained to me he can't understand why they constantly keep playing these guys on the offensive line, and they say because they older and they're experienced. But hell, Mike, you see what's going on line. They experienced. They look like trash.
Yes.
So it's like, why would you not give some other kids a shot? Why you constantly keep running these guys out there? It's just bad coaching to me. I don't understand it.
Hold on, Rico's going to help you with this. You know what? You know what?
No,
this is where, as the drop you once said, you need to unzip and lean forward. Give him the second half stats. Do it right here for Brian while we have him with us. You want bad coaching, Brian? This is what Jonathan Smith and his staff have done in their 19 games at Michigan State with their, ready for this, Brian, halftime adjustments. Rico?
Here's Jonathan Smith's halftime adjustments. Playing Big Ten schools, not playing the schools as you should be, but going up against your competition. In the 12 games that he's played Big Ten schools, he's 3-9. Michigan State has scored a whopping 111 points in the second half. The only problem is all of the other schools combined in the second half, 203. 2-1, basically.
That's terrible.
That's not me mean.
No,
These are
facts.
facts.
That's terrible. And I can understand why. He got a great recruiting class. He went out and got some good, the last 2 years, good recruiting class. But he wanted to play these 5 years scrubs. I don't understand why you think they're 5 years players, because they're not good.
You know the other problem, and Brian, I don't. It's better if I don't know even what side of the ball your grandkid is on. I'll just say this: I think one of the biggest mistakes he made. He hired a Big Ten West defensive coordinator. This Joe Rossi thing is a thing. Joe Rossi's rep was primarily built on what? Minnesota, where they play, the West. What's not in the West? Any offense that can get it up.
Iowa, yeah, you're looking at Nebraska.
And remember, he didn't get the defensive coordinator I wanted, which was Trent Bray, who was his DC at OSU, who's hyper aggressive. Trent Bray, he stayed. He was the head coach. Hey, Trent, how'd that work?
He's available.
He got fired this weekend.
He's available now.
It's too late.
Or, if Jonathan wants to go back home.
He burnt every bridge on the way out. Remember how that went down? It was modern day John L. Smith. Remember the cell phones on the sideline? Mm-hmm. His players found out he was leaving for Michigan State. It was the night or day of the Civil War against Oregon.
I think we can patch things up. I think we can. Let's help him out. Mike, let's help Jonathan Smith work it out with Oregon State. At that point, it's a $3 million buyout, and all is well.
All right, and
David, you picking up what I'm putting down.
And Kenny's going to work it out with Margot Robbie. It ain't happening.
Let's just try, man. What we got to lose?
Nothing.
All we got.
Nothing. Everybody sit tight. We're going to get...
by the way, another stunning stat for the second half.
There's more. Oh, excellent.
Jonathan Smith has not outscored any Big Ten opponent in the second half throughout his tenure.
So not only in the aggregate are they outscored by an average of 10 points a game in the second half, there's not even an outlier where they've outperformed a Big Ten opponent in a second half.
No. They've tied 3 times, but they've never outscored in the second half a Big Ten opponent.
Look what you did to David. David's not even laughing. He's in sheer disbelief.
And if you want to know what happened last year at Indiana, let's hope it doesn't happen this year. Second half, it was 26-0.
No, I hope it's 56-0.
That's almost the spread.
It's because, Mike, it's not funny because he's ruining my 12-year-old's Saturdays.
No, you did that by letting him be a State fan.
He'll be okay.
Oh, you want him to be a Michigan fan. All right.
No, I don't care anymore. It is upon MSU to recruit their own fans.
David, he'll learn a little bit of pain, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Good
2-4-8.
Good son. It's going to be okay.
We'll get to your calls momentarily. Everybody just sit tight. Kenny, a little customer service. I know it's a pillow fight. It's not SEC, but thank you for your service. David Femininio, every lawyer says the same damn thing. We've got experience. Yeah, I'd hope so. But experience doesn't mean a lot if you're just treated like a number. With David, it's personal. You get the time, you get the conversation, you get the work behind it, and it is a personal case for him, just like it obviously is for you. So if you've been in an accident, call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions Free Press beat writer Dave Burkett just shared the following on X. Quote, reached out to the NFL for comment on Dan Campbell's comments on Constantine Jansen that he was told New York got what was involved with the decision to overturn Goff's touchdown. The league has nothing to add to refs Craig Wolstad's pool report that officials had no assistance from New York. Crew decided on field, end quote. Lions coach Dan Campbell provided the latest on Brian Branch's suspensions appeal. Ali McNeil is expected to play this week unless something happens. The Red Wings will be without first liner Lucas Raymond tonight. Tom McClellan said today's day-to-day. That means they'll likely keep Mason Appleton on the top line, where he filled in earlier this week. Detroit starting Cam Talbot in goal for the third straight game when they host the Panthers tonight. Hear that 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers catcher Dylan Dingler has been named one of 3 finalists for the American League Gold Glove. The LCS continues tonight. The Blue Jays take on the Mariners in Seattle, who hold a 2-0 lead in the series. First pitch at 8:08. The Pistons will wrap up the preseason tomorrow. Jaden Ivey didn't play yesterday. He's day-to-day. Would not rule out Kate Cunningham for tomorrow. JB Bickerstaff, that is. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, we're going to get back to business, this Jonathan Smith thing, and I do want to add something. Look, Odyssey.com Rewind, I have proof the scriptwriters are real. And look, Dan Campbell has his position, and the league has theirs. But I think I think Dan Campbell's a lot of things. I think a liar isn't one of them. And you can listen to great interview with the morning show, and he said it. Yeah, a ref told him. No, it came from New York. That review. Well, Dave Burkett, being the fantastic beat reporter that he is, reached the league for comment, and their comment is, well, we have nothing to add to Craig Rolstad's pool interview. So they're standing by their man. They have to. They can't admit that Craig Rolstad lied. They can't admit participation. They didn't admonish Dan Campbell by saying Dan Campbell's a liar and a bastard.
Oh, I'm quite sure Dan got a phone call.
My point is,
what are you doing?
They didn't fight it.
No, they can't fight it, Mike. This
dead giveaway.
This will go down. This will be the NFL cold card that the NBA had with Patrick Ewing in the draft, where everybody knew it was a fix, and they swear up and down, no, it was legitimate.
No, I'll go to my grave with it. As far as Jonathan Smith, look, we've been ahead of it. It took a lot of crap for it, but look, you just talk to enough people, watch enough games, and have take your green glasses off and look at what it is. MSU's not getting better, they're getting worse. I know it seems unfair, but life is unfair. Jonathan Smith, after 19 games, as we sit here right now, is a dead man walking. I do expect he'd be fired either this weekend or next because Kurt Cignetti has no chill. And Spartan Stadium, rightfully, will be filled 50%, 60% by Wolverines. Mm-hmm. It's a dead program. And Jonathan Smith, he's not connecting with donors. Connecting with fans, you'd have to say something. And the product is egregious. And whether he got screwed over by a lack of NIL, it is not my problem. You're gone in today's world. That's it.
I don't even know if the TV picked it up, but they got booed off the field at halftime.
Hey, it got picked up.
Okay.
I can confirm it got picked up.
I did.
So we're asking you where you're at. And again, I don't know what MSU's upside is in the current world of college football. Because I don't know our new AD. I know his past. I know certain things he might be attempting to do right now, but the proof will be in the pudding. He has inherited a very difficult situation where you have to fire a coach in your first year on campus. That's never ideal. And again, the bridges that were burnt with donors have to be repaired, and yet you don't want to repair them with all the donors because certain guys are egomaniacs.
No, but I mean, I guess maybe you saw precedent. I mean, Guskowitz came in as the president and fired the AD within a year.
Well, he should. He went rogue and hired a coach without consulting
that's
any donors.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I could easily see, well, here's the thing, because, if you feel good about the football program, people will donate money and they'll be willing to invest and do a lot of things. But when they feel bad about football, the money dries up, folks. Plain and simple.
100%. So we're rapping about it. And again, I'm not asking you to defend Jonathan Smith. I'm not asking you to, say this is right. You can feel however you want to feel. I'm simply evolving with where college football is. It's never ideal to fire a coach. Sure as hell not after 19 games, but if you know you got the wrong guy, I stand with Rico Iglesias Beard. There's no point in swimming upstream. It ain't going to get better. What do you think? You think donors are going to hand this guy $30 million? MSU's too scared to do things.
Because here's the thing. If you think you're going to fire the guy and you want to give him a next year, Mike, at least if you fire him now, you can start next season. If you wait until next season, you've thrown away this season and next season, which means you're now 3 years away from seeing relevant football.
Momentum is everything in today's college football. There is no slow burn. There is no linear growth. You have to carry a level of, like, whatever they do, it has to be in part. I'm sorry if this upsets some of you. It upsets me. I hate the idea that this is how it works, but it's exactly how it works. You have got to excite the right donors and try to unify them where it's like, guys, while it's not a dictatorship, it sure as hell is not a democracy. We need your money. We'll hear your opinion, but the decisions are going to be made in the best interest of the program and not your beanbag.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no. I feel you. And also know that, well, we're going to try to play by the rules.
No.
There are no rules.
Oh, Deloitte won't approve it. Don't care. I don't care if you bury the money in a meatball.
Oh, well,
I'm tired.
Because what is Deloitte going to do? If you have an NIL package and they don't agree with it, then what? What are they going to do?
Nothing.
They're going to admonish you. They're going to wag their finger at you.
You could
Shame
steal
on you.
You could steal other teams' plays and then nothing going to happen to you.
Right.
So what the hell's the difference?
So that's what I'm saying. If there's no repercussions, then why are you following these rules? Because you want to be deemed this great program?
Because MSU
Newsflash, nobody cares about you.
Because MSU largely has been a patsy. That's why. Because MSU largely has been a spineless university that constantly bends the knee. It's ridiculous. Okay, to the people, uplifting stuff, man. Right. And if you want the Dan Campbell thing, it's there for you. Go to Terry 97.1. What's up, T?
Hey, how you doing? To Rico and David, this is your favorite attorney, guys. Hope all's going well.
What's going on, T?
Hey. Listen, I was done with, first of all, when he came in, the name Jonathan Smith is too close to John L. Smith. That was strike one, right? But the big deal was last year I noticed when he played Michigan, this guy had no clue about the rivalry.
None.
How do you hire a guy like this and you continue to let him go? But what really got me going was this year after the loss to UCLA, did you see him on the field hugging and shaking the other coach's hands?
Yep.
Smiling, good to see you. It's like, dude, you just got your ass kicked.
Look, let me offer you my version of reality. Okay, and I can't prove this, but we're just talking, Terry. You hired a guy who never wanted to leave his alma mater. He had to leave. They lost their conference. Right. His agent probably said, listen, you brain dead idiot, if you don't take this money, I'm going to hit you with my car. It's never going to be better than right now. He left because he had to. That's a bad pretense. So I just think he looks like a guy who knows he made the wrong call. He's not getting the support he needed. He's not going to get the time that's necessary. And I think he just wants to go home. That's what it looks like, feels like, sounds like.
You're probably right, but two quick things, and I'll be very quick. Number one, let's start a GoFundMe for all the Spartans. I got 5 on it right now. But the other one is, why don't we do something unique? I'm not saying it's the brightest thing to do, but what the hell? Let's put Izzo out there. At least he's got some heart, and he can define what a football team is.
How about Tom focuses on winning Natty number 2 and doing what's necessary to do so versus, again, not wanting to go all in the new world. I love Tom. I do. I love him on a personal level. Mm-hmm. And despite what some of you think, he doesn't hate me. The point is, he doesn't want to do everything it takes. Because he's too proud, and he doesn't want to hand kids $2.5 million. It bothers him to his core. Mm-hmm. So how about he just focuses on that? We don't need to worry about none of this 2007 Tom Izzo football coach crap.
Here's the thing. He's warming up more to our side of the fence, Mike.
I need from warm to hot.
It's
scalding temperatures.
It's getting there.
Okay. Let's go to Tom.
But you know what? Here's the thing. Talking to UCLA coach, and it's the optics. It's the fact that, you don't see I don't need him hitting somebody with a chair on the sideline, but you want to see some passion. You want to see something because the team does pick up on what the coach puts out there. The Detroit Lions are Dan Campbell. They are 53 little Dan Campbells, okay?
Look, coach's sideline behavior does matter. I know it upsets some fans. Like, oh, you're being unfair as personnel. Look, I don't need him to be Signetti, a ranting
But
maniac.
see, that's just it. I don't need Signetti, but maybe can you be like Jed Fish at Washington?
Can you fight for your team?
Who they were 6-7 last year. They're 5-1 this year.
I've never seen him get after an official. In fact, I'm convinced he actually has a sound machine playing through his headset, like it's raindrops or waves or something.
The old Brady Hoke headset.
Well, his wasn't plugged in. I mean, they just lied to Brady. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
So, Mike, I got to be honest. You're asking where Spartan Nation is, and do we want to wait? Wait for what? Guskowitz fired Holler, which was great.
Yes.
I thought after Saturday, I was there. It was embarrassing. I made my wife sit so I could see how many people came back in the third, and I said, let's see one possession. And I watched all the people leave. How it hasn't been done to this point is everything that's wrong with MSU right now. This should already be done. I don't want to hear about the money either. We literally have 3 billionaire NBA owners, let alone the tens of thousands of us that have money. This is why MSU's weak. This should have been done Sunday at noon like real programs do.
Well, Matt,
So
think
I'm
about this.
concerned.
Here's the, and I say funny, it's not funny, but the wildest part of all this is MSU really missed the window of the true Wild West. Think about it. Matt, have you ever been asked for NIL money? Would you even know where to give it?
Nope.
So
and I have it. I have it.
Right, and there are plenty of people like that, but MSU only focused on the billionaires. Again, I understand you're not going to move the needle 10, 20 grand at a time, but the whole point is, under Alan Haller, when you hired a new coach, they couldn't even get the NIL together. Remember, the night before the Iowa game, players were worried about getting their funds pulled a couple of years ago. MSU has been and is currently an abject disaster in evolving to the new world of college football. Now, Matt, I'm going to give Jay Batt a chance, but he better get moving. He does not have time. MSU.
Well,
go ahead.
He's already 4 days too late, Mike. He's already 4 days too late.
I'm not going to go crazy on Matt, listen, here's, and again, Matt, it's okay if we disagree. I don't think there's a big difference between firing him Sunday and then firing him next Sunday. It's potato. I don't think he's lasting the season, and you're going to get a jump start. Now, the problem, Matt, here's your issue. There's going to be more really good jobs than names you're excited about. I think Florida's open. Arkansas is going to be open. Penn State. Florida State's going to be open. Norvell's a dead man. I think Kentucky's going to be open. Oregon State, but whatever. My point is, this is going to be a coaching carousel fiesta. Is MSU prepared to do what see, this is where I like situations like this, not because I'm thrilled my team is terrible. I like it because it puts the onus on the school. It puts the accountability on the school. There's no hiding. There's no dancing. Show me. You either deliver or GTFO.
Now, they delivered. They went out and got Jay Batt, and he was supposedly this AD genius. And
show me.
Right. So it was like, wow, we went out and got our guy.
David, go land a plane, will you, please? Here, let's check that management hotline. Hungry Howie's. They're repping the 313 because they have Detroit-style pizza as well. Very simple. You get in-house made dough. You get the best ingredients and at a price that is hyper-competitive. $12.99, and you're ready to rock. So whether it's for, not the Tigers, Monday Night Football perhaps, or Michigan and Washington, there ain't no eating your feelings when it comes to Michigan State, Indiana. You may as well just get in the fetal position and go to sleep. The point is, get 2 pizzas and give one to a homeless Spartan. $12.99, hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com. Celebrate boldly with Detroit-style pizza. All right, David, real quick. We've lost Rico. Okay, hold on. We've lost him. Is this something you can share? Or is this an offline?
You okay, Rico?
It's our conversation we just had.
Offline. David, let's check the ticket text. And
That's
David,
a funny man. I just want people to know.
I got you. David, I want you to know I have no animus towards you, even though you are a scumbag Wolverine. And I want you to understand I'm rooting for you in 2 weeks because I need State humiliated to a level that they come together. I know that sounds ass backwards, but sometimes you only recognize a problem when you hit rock bottom. I need Tim Van Vonderen from Intervention to show up at Spartan Stadium Saturday, October 25th, and say, Jay Bat and donors, I see a lot of people out here who love you like crazy and feel like they're losing you. And I honestly, I hope they deface the Spartan head. I need chaos based on
you need them to live up to what they said, taking belts.
Yeah, because it's the only way that my ass backwards school of dysfunction might possibly come together. That everyone is equally destroyed by what this has become, that we have no choice but to put our egos.
Yeah, because let me pose something from the alternate universe. They win that game.
I quit.
State wins that game.
The only joy would then be Michigan fans asking for Sharon to be fired.
His job. you do realize his job will be safe.
No, that would be pathetic.
No, pathetic or not, he wins that game.
No,
his job.
That's all it takes, David. After everything else,
then you know what you are at that point. Not you as a literal human. You're a good man. I'm saying Michigan State. You know what you are at that point.
You're a stereotype.
You're a little bro.
Stereotype.
Yes, you're a little bro.
David, as bad as it is, at least they can say, well, at least we beat you, Michigan.
Who cares? This Michigan team stinks. I hate to break it to everybody. You stink.
That's where State fans are now.
Yeah, this is not a classic Michigan team here.
USC just left the money on the nightstand, if you know what I mean. They just scored again with their seven-string running back.
Us on both lines? Yeah, come on now.
King Miller, third string, walk on. 160 yards.
That's not the Michigan I knew.
King Miller beat the brakes off.
No, this is almost why if you're going to do it, you got to do it after the Indiana game. Because
sounds like a capital idea. I'm on a father-son trip. Go ahead. No better news driving back early Sunday morning. You know what? Jonathan Smith gets fired. I'll have Big G popping bottles.
Because if that happens, he beats Michigan, he bought himself another year.
How dare you?
Just saying.
How dare you?
Well, then go ahead and beat Michigan.
Ticket text. I hate you. And David, I hate you.
No. But see, and Mike, that's how you know your coach is bad when other teams want a lifetime deal for this guy.
100%.
It's the Brian Ellaby wasn't that bad of a guy.
The smartest thing Sharon could do
Brady Hope was misunderstood.
Sharon should forcibly just not win by too much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, find a way to just win by 6. That'd be the best thing for him.
Crazy thing, I can see it, though.
No way.
Look at this offense that Michigan has.
Okay, timeout.
I know the defense you have. It's, I know. I get it.
David.
I know.
You know what? When they huddle up, it's going to be 12 men in the huddle. Like, Jay-Sean, what are you doing here? I might as well just know the play because I'm going to be in the backfield. So let's just skip the middleman.
That's fair.
Okay? Meet at the quarterback on 3. Ready? Let's go.
Ticket text.
Darren in Indiana says, you're losing recruits. Nick Marsh and Childs are gone after this year. So you have to get rid of Smith anyway. They're leaving anyway.
And I'm not being disrespectful. I mean, I love both those guys because they gave that program a shot. They need to do what's best for themselves. I tell you this, Hayden Childs never going to see the money he's making this year. I mean, Aiden's got to take care of his health because I'm telling you, it is my opinion back-to-back weeks. You want to call it getting your bell rung or a concussion, that kid's not right.
Yeah, this is one, and now you're going up against the Indiana defense. And
I don't think he's going to play this weekend.
I don't think so either, but I don't think it's because of him. I think it is because for 2 weeks in a row, he's taking shots to the head.
And if I'm Nick Marsh, I'm going to USC. Or I'm going to Miami, or I'm going to LSU. I'm going somewhere on a 1-year internship to go in the first round of the NFL draft. I'm not mad at Nick Marsh, his family, anybody. I want him to do what's best for him. Why? Because my program wasted him. Period. And anybody with, hey, there ain't many kids on that team that are going to be desirable. But even Lethal Weapon 3 gets bought from the DVD bin. They will be picked dry. You know what MSU will do? There will be 70 new players. That's the sport. But Oregon lost 9 guys to the NFL on defense last year. Is their defense good?
Yes.
That's the name of the game.
Well, and Mike, if that's the case, if you're going to lose that many players, don't tell me, well, we got to start over. You're starting over anyway.
Thank you.
But at least go full Texas Tech. Here's some money. Go bring in some real players.
Well, and again, MSU doesn't have the money. Then shut the program down. You have to be a unified machine. Michigan, I give them credit. They might be filth, but they're good at filth.
Okay, here's the thing.
They know how to play the game. Look at that Underwood deal.
I don't even want to hear you don't have the money, because even if you don't have billionaires, Mike Weeks, you get $100 million plus each year in TV money.
Right. And now the base NIL rev share is one thing. What MSU, look, fans, it's what I said.
I'm not talking about the $20 million. I'm talking about just the TV money. Take that money and just say, we're going to go ahead and put it on the football program. Well, what about gymnastics? Don't care.
I don't care.
What about the swimming? Don't care.
Like, I love how MSU built a football building, but there's really nothing in it. No, seriously. Like, they don't have the facility fully kitted out the way it needs to be. I'm not going to get into like a cold plunge competition, but like, they're behind. Sorry, not sorry.
I haven't been in the facilities yet, so I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Try the infrared sauna. There isn't one. 24853.
Infrared. I mean, that's so.
No, I'm making.
2016.
Yeah, well, guess what? Hey, Alabama's got one. Clemson's got one. Nebraska's got one. I guarantee you, Michigan's got one.
Ohio State probably has one.
You just have it to have it. I don't know. It's like, why do they sell kale at the grocery store? Who buys it besides Doug?
Yeah, but
nobody. But you have it.
I love kale.
Does Alabama have melting moments? Exactly.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I quit.
They are good, though.
David, take a text, please, before Rico tells you about his name.
Mike Rico, I just took an alt line. Indiana minus 52.5 at 1,400. That's how much I believe in Jonathan Smith.
Okay, that's a lot.
Let me say
let you know.
Friday prop bet casino. Find the alt line of 41.5. A 52-10 final. What is 41.5 for? And I know. I'll virtually play the prop bet casino with you.
See, I would probably go to about 32.5. After that,
Cat
it gets,
enthusiast.
No, after that, it's. But then again, if you know what, if Childs ain't playing, maybe that person's on to something. Alessio.
Probably.
We have reached spite bets.
Alessio.
No, I'm like, oh, please.
He's going to be out there representing the flag, Mike.
He'll be representing his burial. Indiana don't play.
No.
Signetti will kill somebody.
They don't.
He's proven points this year. Yeah.
And you know why? Until he's number one in America, oh, wait, it won't matter. Because once he's number one, he's still going to prove why he's number one. The dude's a maniac.
No. Because once he gets to number one, they're going to say, well, you know, it's a down year for college football. Because Indiana's not supposed to be.
I could see Kurt Signetti kill someone with a trident. I could totally see it. Rico?
Brick killed a man.
Might want to lay low for a while.
All right, guys. Planet Fitness is offering a sale for you. $1 down, $15 a month until the 15th of October. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that can support anybody on their fitness journey. Why? Because it is the judgment-free zone where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your best, strongest self with the best in-class equipment for full workouts, from strength training to cardio to stretching, with brand-new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat, supine benches. They also got free weights, cable tower, Smith's machines, treadmill, Stairmasters, convenient hours that will fit your schedule on your routine. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. Planet Fitness has everything there except for one thing: you. Get started now. $1 down, $15 a month. Get your membership started. You can go to one of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area to join, or you can join online, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Yeah, we're going to start with that casualty because we haven't really been able to touch on it. So the Tennessee Titans fired Brian Callahan. That is their fourth firing in the past 34 months there in Tennessee. So two-parter here with that. Was it the right move? Why didn't they just fire him in the offseason for that one? And then the other part of it, rookie quarterback. What happens with Cam Ward?
All right. Now I have do you want
to unpack there? No, go ahead.
Do you want the theory?
Yeah.
Here's my theory. They didn't want Mike Vrabel to dry hump them to sleep this week. The man that they got rid of, who got the hell out of there, is going to come to town and hit that team with a bus. So they proactively got rid of Callahan. Two,
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Per Dave Burkett of the Free Press,
yeah, but
the
it
NFL
wouldn't be
has
the
nothing
reason
to
they
add
fired
to what
Callahan.
referee Craig Wolstead had to say after the game. What was
see
the
what I'm
Jared
saying?
Goff trick
Now
play?
I get it.
Yeah.
So
Was called by his crew
the
on
other
the field
issue is
this
this: they
afternoon.
have a new
Campbell told
GM, they got a
Constance
new
Jansen
team
this morning.
president.
He was told the call was
They're
made
gonna
in New
get
York.
an offensive
Campbell
mind
joined
in there
Constance
because
Jansen
it
this
will
morning
be
as
all
well as very
hands on
direct about
deck
Lee
to
McNeil's availability this week.
Cam Ward. They have too much invested. I think what you'll see now, they're going to trade everybody. They're going to trade Arden
Lucas
Key.
Raymond will
Hell,
miss
they may
tonight's
field
game
offers
against
for
the
Jeffrey
Panthers
Simmons.
as his upper
They're going
body
to trade
injuries
everybody they
made
can, as
him
much
day to
draft
day.
capital as
Here's
they
the 7
can. It
p.m.
will
puck
be
drop from
all in this
LCA right here on the
offseason.
ticket.
Whoever
Tigers
the
player
hottest
Dylan Dingler
offensive
is one of
mind
3
is,
American League
that's going to be
catchers
Tennessee's
who have been named finalist for a
really
Gold
think so?
Glove as
'Cause I
well.
just think
At the
Tennessee
Corwell
doesn't know
Sports
what they're
Stats Guy,
doing, Mike.
Jeremy
There's
Otto,
certain
more at
teams
6
that
or at
just
97.1
can't get out there all
theticket.com.
way. All right, it's like Cleveland in their quarterback situation. Like, you know what? Let's just try this guy. No, let's try this guy. Let's try this guy.
Bottom line, they're opening a new stadium in 2027. They have got to have excitement when they open that building.
So you just have a fire sale and hit the reset button. You
100%.
have a quarterback.
And it's already one of the worst rosters in the league. So, yeah, ain't nowhere to go but up. David, go ahead.
Let's get to the next one here, and it could be the next head coach gone. Mike McDaniel, let's talk about him for a second. Does he last? They have the Browns this week, but you have a lot of noise coming out of Miami because
Let me just stop you right there, David. No, he won't.
Okay.
He won't. I'm sorry. You put a lot of time and effort in this. When you're a quarterback, okay, first of all, I'm not a big fan of the players-only meeting. But then when your quarterback gets up to the podium and says, well, people showed up to the players-only meeting late.
Or not at all.
And they didn't show up at all. If I'm like, what? What is going on here? Because now you've opened up the door.
And he said it starts with leadership.
My next question is, well, who didn't show up? Who was late? Who was like? You're not even on the same page to try to get back on the same page. So this is not going to work. No. This is dead man walking. It's just a matter of time. Every day McDonald goes up to the facilities with his key card apprehensively up to the little thing to see if he sees green light or red light. Oh, it's green light today. I still have a job.
It's everything Rico said. And again, how Chris Greer still has a job? Oh, wait. The Flores lawsuit. And Greer might know where the bodies are buried, so they can't fire him, so he unearths everything. Sounds like a real healthy work environment. 5 stars.
So I'm sorry to cut you off, David. But
No, do it more.
That's what I wanted to focus on anyway. You hit it right on there with Tua speaking after the game. Let's get to the Commanders. They lose to the Bears on Monday Night Football. They are 3-3. They're going to miss the playoffs, aren't they?
I think so. I told you I hated them before the season. And by the way, Bears are 1 win away from. Are the Bears good? ?
No, I don't think the Bears are. Okay, because Mike, here unless
a road win at Washington doesn't get a little bit of your attention with a comeback from Caleb Williams in a pouring rain,
unless it's script writing, because the Commanders were all set up to win the thing. And then the fumble with the quarterback, running back.
It's a bad exchange because numbnuts, Jaden Daniels decided he was going to spike the football off the guy's sternum. It's a pouring rain.
No, I still think that they're in there, Mike, because if you look at it, you got a couple teams sitting there with 1 or 2 losses, and then there's everybody else sitting there with like 3 losses or more. So I'm not ready to write off the Commanders just yet.
Okay, I am. To hell with them.
But your Giants are right there.
Definitely not. At Denver, at Philly, no.
This is Scatterboo.
Okay, we need to do a prop bet casino. Cam Scatterboo's career will last over under 3.5 years. The way he plays, I don't know if he'll be in this league next week.
He is the next touchdown Tommy Vardell.
Yeah, it's a concussion waiting to happen is what he is.
Insane.
Yeah. So the Cincinnati Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday Night Football tomorrow. 8:15 on Prime Video. My question for you is...
Nope.
The
Are you watching it?
No. No.
I got an early wake-up Friday for a trip with my
question.
dad. So my answer, no.
That is not the question.
No.
The question is, there will be 10 days before their next game after that. Will this Thursday be the final game in a Bengal uniform for Trey Hendrickson?
No. I think they are committed to insanity. They in their mind are all in on this season, and they're not dealing him. I just, not that it's the right thing, it's the Bengal thing.
And because of what Mike said earlier, I think that the Titans are going to be in sell mode, so you may be able to get some players a little bit younger for less hefty. It's not as hefty of a price.
Yeah.
So
If the Bengals were smart, they would. And I'd also unload T. Higgins. I would trade because, again, get a great pick, support Joe Burrow with cap space, and draft picks. You got to fix that O-line. And Hendrickson ain't going to be there next year. But they're the Bengals. They're going to do everything wrong. So, no, they're not going to trade him.
He'll be there.
Trail at 14 sacks on a 4-win team.
Well, we've been playing the Eli's drop. Well, can you tell the NFL to stop lying that they care about player safety?
Oh, dear.
How in the world can they allow the teams to play on that field in Pittsburgh this past Sunday?
The same way they let them play in Brazil.
Pathetic.
The same way they let them take the field in MetLife every week with that awful turf that's been known to be the worst surface in the league for a decade. David, they don't care. They don't. They don't care about the military. They don't care about cancer research. They don't care about nothing. They care about private equity, money, and covering up every scandal they can. That's what they care about. So no, they don't care. They could... Honestly, if the Steelers decided we're playing on broken glass this week,
they would allow it.
They would allow it.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Here, you want to use this? Because you're
No,
nailing it.
there you go.
You can go ahead.
They don't care.
David, what did he say?
It's like ridiculous. What are we doing here, man?
I mean, no, they don't care. If they really cared, they would put more effort into really protecting the players instead of let's move back the extra points because all the concussions that happen off of extra points.
If they cared, they wouldn't draft players who punch women in the face, Jeffrey Simmons, or drop kick their pregnant girlfriend, Tyreek Hill. They don't care.
So let's close it out with this, because could this be the week that the Eagles finally get their offense back? Yes, they face the Vikings next. The Vikings have one of the best defenses, but they do allow 132 rushing yards per game. So if you get Saquon back in this game, maybe they get their offense back.
Here's your problem. They ranked 29th in the league in yards before contact.
You're right.
Last year, they'd physically move the line of scrimmage. Saquon wouldn't get hit for 3 yards. Now, he's getting hit when he touches the ball. It's almost like he's back with the Giants.
No, and you know what? It's almost like they're just setting up to do the tush push and just instead of going for big plays, they're just trying to get 9.5 yards.
Here's the other problem. They only use play action about 18% of the time. That ranks almost dead last in football. Might be 30th or 31st. The reason I say it is they have got to get Jalen Hurts throwing it 20 to 24 times, not 30 to 34. And setting up the play action is what allows the Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown vertical shots. Rico, I've been saying it they can't run the ball. They're about 3.5 yards a carry.
Oh, yeah.
And I know they missed Mekhi Becton, who left for the Chargers. Lane Johnson's been banged up. If the O-line doesn't get better, their offense doesn't get better. Full stop. Oh, and they have a new offensive coordinator, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, he sucks.
No, my point is, why do you think we were scared about the Lions coordinators?
I don't know why.
Because it's actually a thing. But the Lions have a voodoo, and they outran the speeding train.
You were a hater.
No, I'm a realist. Data.
With you.
That is in football.
Oh, come on. That's it?
That's it.
Unbelievable.
That's in football today.
So much more to discuss. All right. FanDuel getting you ready for kickoff. You bet 5, you get 300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, $5. You win, it gets 300 in bonus bets. It's just that simple. Parlays to SGPs to sides totals, whatever you like. It's FanDuel. NFL season is full go. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. I love the NFL's doubling down. Script writers. David, some ticket text, and we will get to the people. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me get to the people. We've got a couple people who've been very patient. I want to go to Paul before Rieger comes in. Paulie, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
How are you?
Good. Hey, honestly, Michigan State, right? It feels like I've been watching like my favorite TV show that ended in Pasadena over a decade ago, right? It's just like ever since then, I've been watching bad Walking Dead spinoffs. The program's a zombie organization. It looks like college football, but it's just a hollow shell, right? I think, like you guys said, it's just there to cash $100 million TV checks, pay coaches, feed administrators, and, maybe every 10 years build some sort of facility.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a hunger to win anymore. And then I don't know if you've been following it, Mike, but like this PE stuff that they're talking about with the private equity investment, like you talk about bending the knee, like they're about to bend the knee to Michigan for the next 20 years. Let them have more revenue.
Oh, the unequal share is a joke. It's a sign that the conference is nothing more than a cool badge that you wear. It's just everyone walks together or not at all. Equal revenue share is what happens in the NFL. You don't see the Cowboys get a bigger share. So, yeah, Paul, I'm with you. And look, what you said is right, is that, to me, I view while the upside of the program is higher, the reality check for State fans is you no longer get to say, well, at least we're not Purdue. Yes, you are. We're not Northwestern. Yes, you are.
Or we're not Indiana. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
I wish we were.
Yeah, no, Paul, I'm with you. The difference between me and some of the, like feckless Michigan media, I just speak truth. I don't have to lie to my fan base. I don't have to pretend. I can just tell you what it is. It's on them if they want to change the narrative. It's not my problem. They've lost guys like me. 10 years ago, the idea of me missing a state game would be unfathomable. I'm opted out. I'm going to be on a trip. I'm not even paying attention. I'm sure I'll get mad at my dad when he tells me to score at a game.
No, Mike, you shouldn't. The funny thing was, I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what? This is another Cane's chicken. I'm out of here. Mike says, here you go, buddy. Send me some money.
I sent you your lunch. I felt terrible for you.
And then I'm like, well, you know what? So then I start leaving. And as I'm walking down and hopping on the elevator, it's like every ex-player is just like not happy. Let's just put it like that.
Can I come to lunch?
Right. They're not happy. A lot of what the F is this going on and what are we going to do next? I'm like, you got the power. I don't.
No, but Mike and Rico are the boogeyman. No, we're not.
We need you to say stuff on the radio. Or you could just walk into Jay's office and tell him. So
no, it's going to take a comprehensive effort, and I don't know if they're capable.
Bro, I knew it was bad because then I'm thinking, well, in talking to all the different people, I'm like, man, it's the fourth quarter. I might as well just stay just so I can go to the press conference. Because I'm probably going to be the only one that asks a tough question. They're going to ask a little ridiculous questions.
You asked a good question.
What'd you ask?
Hi, Jeff. Welcome to the show. Man. Like normally we intro you, but you know what? He just broke the door
Sorry. I was interested. I was captivated by this conversation. You guys are doing good radio.
Well, basically, it was just after 18 games. I think it was 18 games. What is your program after 18 games? What's
that is a good question.
What's going on?
Well, you had also said it was. Did you expect to be further along than you are right now?
Yeah, did you expect to be further along?
You gave him every
games.
opportunity to say it takes time, etc., and he basically just goes, "Yeah." Dead giveaway.
But now the media asked like real questions. I was so proud of the.
Are you saying the media usually doesn't ask real questions?
The Lansing media, they asked some tough questions like
just like the Ann Arbor media.
Oh yeah. Whoa. What did the Ann Arbor media ask after USC?
What'd they ask after Dr. Anderson?
Did you?
What'd they ask during the Stallions thing?
Did you stay up to see the end of the Tiger game? Is that why you guys were so
How
tired?
nice is Southern California these days?
Is that why you guys were so tired? That's why you lost. That's
dead giveaway.
You were watching the Tigers.
What's up, boys?
A lot. We talked script writers. We backed Dan Campbell versus the league. I
don't
believe the league for a second. I believe Dan Campbell.
Feud. So it's interesting because, I guess there's reasons you could say, okay, maybe Dan got it wrong for one way or the other. But
no,
there has been some more interesting facts, tidbits since you guys have gone on the air, I think, that have come out. So I'm going to cover those. We're on for 45 minutes until the Red Hot Red Wings take the ice.
Was one the video you showed me?
No, but we can talk about that.
That still doesn't preclude New York from buzzing down.
Yeah, Dave Burkett reached out to the NFL.
And they offered no comment, and they're sticking with Rolstad because if they throw a ref under the bus, they blow the lid off the script writers. Exactly. They can't.
No, but this seems worse than your normal screw job. Like the Lions have been screwed a ton of times, right? But this seems like a different level, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is like what Mel Tucker did to Michigan State. That level of screwing.
No, I think... You know what, Rigger? You could actually power rank these. I don't think that this was the worst one. I think the Atlanta Falcon.
No, and I agree, but this the
runoff. I think that was the worst.
But I think there's a difference. I think Lions fans have been screwed, and maybe Lions fans are just pissed that this continues to happen to them, despite being a good team. But this is different. This is we told you one thing, and now it was really the other thing. They're breaking their own rules.
That's right.
That's not a reviewable play, and they reviewed it. So even though they got it right,
you know what it is, Jeff?
Now,
DeVito?
here's when you know if it's for real. If all of a sudden Dan Campbell does a 180 and just
it stops talking about it.
You know what? I was misquoted when I said, yeah.
Lies.
I really
All
meant,
right.
no.
That was a misquote.
No. Okay, can you guys say dead giveaway? That's my favorite new bit that you
Dead
guys
giveaway.
got. Thank
David,
you.
give it to him.
There it is. I like
giveaway.
I like that. That's good stuff.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Rieger is next. 97.1.
All right. Imagine if your Wi-Fi was a lot smarter. I'm talking next.